process. Everybody, all those who have reached here, who came in at 8:30, which was the required time? Anyone? Only 3, 4 people. And who all came at exactly 8:59? That is the cutoff time for the CAs, the last second to file those returns and do the filings. All of you who all are present here, hope you had a good night's sleep. And just to wake you up, let's have a Kahoot quiz ready to test all of you who were present yesterday and are future ready for today. Can we have the QR code for Kahoot, please? So all of you who are registered for Kahoot, please log out and again sign in with your membership number. I request you to please put your membership number wherever prompted so that it is tagged for Member Excellence Award. Put your membership number whenever prompted. If you're already logged in, you can log out for your and again use as a guest ID for membership number. We'll wait for 2 more minutes. If anybody wants to join, please scan the QR code to join. Request you all to use your membership numbers for Member Excellence Awards. How many? Okay, we have 56 joinees, but I can see many more of you are present in the hall today. Everybody who has logged in, please raise your hands. That table, you want to join, you can join with the QR code. Okay, stage management, let's start in 3, 2, 1, let's start. Okay, so the first question is from yesterday. Okay, it will be what does ERM stand for in the risk management? A quite easy one. Enhanced risk monitoring, external risk mitigation, enterprise risk management, or enterprise resource management. Enhanced monitoring, no? And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can we have the next one, please? Okay. What was the theme for yesterday's Bollywood night? Joggers? Was it formals? Was it a Thakur shawl? Or was it a casual SRK suit? I hope all of you remember the Bollywood night yesterday. Okay, everybody is happy with SRK, I guess. So which of these is not a step in the risk management process? Is it a celebration, evaluation, analysis, or identification? Is it an evaluation? Do you evaluate risks? We'll start with easy questions to jog your memories and wake you up in the morning. And somebody is leading by 1 point, 11 points. So what is the primary purpose of scenario planning? To predict stock prices, automate audit reports, eliminate the risks, or develop scenarios to stress test. So this was covered in yesterday's presentations. I hope all of you were there in the present yesterday. That is great. More the right answers, more it becomes competitive. And somebody is still leading. Can we have the next one, please? What does CAM stand for in auditing? Is it a model? Is it monitoring, mechanism, or a method? Or is it that CAM system for your mutual funds? And 3, 2, 1, let's see who's leading. Many of you have not guessed it right now. And the leaderboard changes. Let's go for the next one. What is the estimated CAGR for UAE GDP? This was also there in yesterday's presentations. It is, all of you I think can guess or predict somehow, seeing how the economies are. It's predictable, it's like more of an analysis game. 4 to 5%. And the leaderboard changes. Can we have the next one? Which AI applications helps detect fraud and anomalies? Is it governance, anomaly monitoring, crypto accounting, or ESG reporting? It's simple one, I think. The answer is hidden somewhere in the question. Okay, next one. The leaderboard, Mani sir is coming up. Okay, next one. There's still chance. Answer quickly to gain lead on the leaderboard. Can we change the photo on the screen? Or you can remove a little. Bring it a little. And it's AI governance. All of you were paying attention in the AI programs yesterday. That is good. Atulji is leading. Can we have the next one, please? Quickly. So a lot of people. Which is the factor which is considered? Is it the aging population, urban migration, young population, or rural dominance? This was part of Ramesh Damani's PPT yesterday. I hope all of you were there. And this also, if all of you are in markets, you can guess it easily. Right, young population, India's key strength. Can we have the next one, please? Next one, please. And before, this was part of Paresh Gupta's favorite presentation, India's meal. The answer is not in the picture, but you can guess. What do you like to have with pav? Vada pav. Okay, and still chips. It is different. So this is a double point. Idea, risk, peer pressure, or free Wi-Fi. This is for double points. You can still have chance for the leaderboard. Okay, and let's go. Free Wi-Fi, everybody needs a free Wi-Fi. It's there in the hotel. And for the one more, okay. What is the only way to be rich according to the presentation? This was part of Paresh Gupta's presentation. You have to be the boss, you can avoid all the risks, you can win a lottery and be rich, and you can save every penny, but how do you think it will make you rich? Okay. And can we have the next one, please? The last one, please. Ashwini ji is leading. One more, the last one. What is Paresh's suggestion for personal branding? You copy others, avoid social media, hide your identity, or give a chance to yourself to be future ready. Let's play with. Okay, let's have the leaderboard. Hey, 20 people wants to copy others. And for the leaderboard, Atulji, can we have you here? Can we have the membership numbers? Can we have Mr. Nishit Sharma and Mr. Sunil Thakkar from GT as a part of their 20-year celebrations to felicitate the winners? Can we have the chairperson, Mr. Vineet Maru? Yes, please. So can we have CA Vinod Rathi for the felicitation, please? Can we have the Wheel of Fortune for all the attendees who made it by 9 o'clock? I request the GT team to stay. Okay, can we have the first winner of the day, please? And the first winner who woke up early and made it is Mahesh Kumar. Okay, can we have the next winner, please? Will please come. Fine. And the next winner for today is Mr. Nisha. Miss Nisha. Can we have the next winner also, please? We'll have all 5 winners together and then. Oh, Vinod Rathi, come, Vice Chair. Can we have the next one, please? I think everybody who were on time are getting rewarded. Okay, and it is Kartika. She was the first one to be in. Okay, can we have one more winner, please? The last winner for the today. These winners were who came in early. Mr. C.A. Ramchandra, are you here? Okay. Can we? All of you must have seen the social media flooded with the posts. So this was the LinkedIn which was flooded with photos. And to announce the winners, can I have CA Meenakshi ji from the Xerox team to felicitate the winners? All these posts were possible because of our social media head, CA Nikita. So a big round of applause for the social media team, please. It helped us to be future ready and spread the world across the media platforms. Can we have the winners, please? We'll have 3 winners and a grand prize from Xerox for their contributions. And the first winner is Mr. Jagdish. Can we have the second winner, please? And Himanshu ji, are you here? No, we can skip. Can we have the next one? Stanu, as always, one Sir Apple is there. Can we have the next winner, please? Okay, and it's Chandana. And for the grand prize, can we have? Okay, Chandana ji is in there. She's there. But we give her. Okay, so for the grand prize, can we have one more spin, please? Okay, one grand prize, please. Yes, okay. Grand prize, the printer. This is the winners which we are announcing. And it's Sharmila. Sharmila 1, Sharmila 2, Sharmila 3. Next, please. For the grand prize, the printer is hard to go here. Okay, and it's Najla. She's been helping us across. She's here. Okay. To begin the day, can I call CA Akhila, who is the ever charming and my mentor, to start the proceedings with today's session.
Thank you, Kaushal, for that generous introduction and for setting the tone today. A very good morning, dear all of you.
Good morning.
I hope you all had a wonderful musical night yesterday. I think it was such a lively and lovely night, filled with music, laughter, and great vibes. I think it's a perfect way to end day one. On behalf of the ICAI Bahrain chapter, I welcome all our members, guests, and speakers joining us today. Today, we step into day two of our conference themed Leading the Future Beyond Numbers, Vision, Value, and Impact. As we begin day two, let's carry forward the same spirit, enthusiasm, and energy into the sessions ahead. Are you all future ready? Louder, please. Are you all future ready?
Yes.
Excellent. We begin today with a very relevant and exciting topic, artificial intelligence in finance. AI is transforming the way we work, helping us make decisions faster, smarter, and more accurately. Just recently, I was having a conversation with a technology head who was into manufacturing of chips and hardware. So he mentioned there is an employee who joined their team who automated 25% of the department's work within 1 year's time. And if you see, does that mean fully automated, full automation by another few years? This is not meant to alarm us, but as finance professionals and leaders, it's essential for us to understand and adapt to these technology shifts. To speak on the topic AI in finance, we are delighted to have with us Mr. Joy Paul, a regional practice leader from GBM, Gulf Business Machines. Our wonderful team behind the stage management request you to please play the AV of the speaker.
Mr. Joy Paul is a seasoned regional practice leader in IBM Analytics, Risk, ESG and AI at GBM, with over 25 years of experience driving data-driven transformations across Middle East, Africa and India. An IBM champion for 7 years, Joy specializes in performance management, ESG and sustainability, responsible AI governance, GPRC, governance, performance, risk and compliance, and counter-fraud management. He is a passionate advocate for triple bottom line reporting and a sought-after speaker, having delivered key sessions on AI in finance, AI autonomy, and ESG data integration at prestigious events like the IBM Tech Exchange Summit, AI Majlis. Joy's leadership extends to advising boards on ESG matters and shaping IBM Business Analytics platform and cognitive solutions strategy across the region.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Joy with a big round of applause, please.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless. I hope you can hear me. AI is the most humbling thing. It's one of those where the learning is so much that you can't cope up with that. So let's learn together. For me, the taps are most humbling. Every tap is actually a different gentleman. Did you try the tap here? I was trying to kind of put my hand in, do that, and nothing would work. And there was a gentleman, I know, I'm sure the gentleman is sitting in the group. He said, did you face the same problem? I juggled with it. That is also humbling. Praise God. Okay, can we have the presentation up? Oh, fantastic. And I want to kind of keep it that human, but that stupidity, that vulnerability is what is our strength also. So the key is in terms of the human-centric in a very tech-centric world, because the pace is amazing. Great. With that note on, I just want to kind of prove that I am not. Okay. Okay. Just to let you know, this presentation is made by me myself. In this, I'm a human. I have a question for you. How much is normally the IQ of a normal Joe? What's the normal IQ? Give me a number. 39? 99? That's beautiful. Almost around 100. Give me an Einstein's Little more, yeah, somebody said there. 160, somebody said 160. That's what they know. Now, please understand, this is getting off. Please understand that there is no upper limit to, it's like revenue. So there is no upper limit to how much how much IQ you can actually have. Great. Why I'm putting this particular thing is, this was put across and I took a photo, and you know that it's not AI generated, it's taken by a real human. Now comes the next question. ChatGPT 4, any idea, not ChatGPT 5, ChatGPT 4, any idea how much is the IQ of that? 130, little more, give a bit more grace. 135, a bit more, it's around 180. 180, yeah. So it has just touched upon the Einstein's IQ. Now the question, you know how much is ChatGPT 5's IQ? Give me a number. I've got a prize with me. I'll give you for the nearest number. Give me a number. No. There is a number. I mean, it has not reached 230, 430, 300, 360, 260, 420, higher, 800, higher, 1,000, higher. Now I can't give you the prize because I gave you a clue. I'll come back to this particular question. It is 1,600. You know what that actually means too? It means that we have got 10 Einsteins, and I showed this particular picture. I was about to take that picture to show you, and this guy popped up. This can't be done by AI. It can only be done by human. And when I showed this particular screen, a finance guy sitting across, he made the offshoot and kind of reached the same number on 1,600. So that's what makes you special, in fact. So it's 1,600, and we can use it. That's 10 times of Einstein. You know what that reference is? It's like we and me using the mobile phone as a paperweight. I can use it as a paperweight. Have you invested enough time on that? Just a thought process. That's the beast which is sitting there. It's 10 Einsteins. Imagine there is a problem. Whom should we check in the room to get an advice? Just a point of thought. That's the point across. Having said that, it's not, and it's a very cliche one, that AI will not replace us. And as she said right at the starting, no, but AI, humans will use AI. Those will replace us. But having said that, it's still 95% is actually failing. And there's a thing, and possibly during this session, we want to kind of give few inputs on that. Now, there's a just to let you know, the ticker is not started. So if you want to start the ticker, it's still showing 0 minutes. Otherwise, I would not have a time. Yeah. So there is a fundamental shift in the way AI has actually been working across. Now, we all know the process wherein we knew the ERP automation, then came the process automation, the document management system. And that itself was a good shift. And then it said, okay, let's use AI in that particular process when it comes to, before taking a decision, can I run an AI model, like an ML model, give me an answer. That itself was beautiful. And then he said, no, let's use robotic process automation, so I don't have to type in this number, it looks at the image, copies it in. That itself was beautiful. And we are just trying to kind of soak in that. And then comes this beautiful guy, the ChatGPT. I'm saying models per se, but specifically to LLM. For the first time, you're able to ask, and it generates a question which generates an answer which never existed to anything possibly, which has got 1,600 IQ. So it is not giving you an answer only to the question that you asked. It is telling, I believe this is where you're coming in from. But my son says, and I was doing something, and now these days that's this thing. So when I'm driving on a topic and I'm having a conversation, so I ask a question, and there's this girl on the phone actually kind of speaks to you back and says, yeah, and then no, it goes across. And my son makes a comment, and he says something to this tune. He says, you know what? ChatGPT always agrees with you. And I just thought, what? And That is right. It never say, oh, that's an interesting point. I'll make a note of that. It'll never disagree with you. Which means that you will have a perspective which you don't want to hear, you will never hear. And you'll think that is the truth. So that's a problem actually there. And the number of LLMs which is coming up, or the new modifications which is coming up, and that's a humbling experience. It's approximately around 8 to 9 revised edition every week. And there is no way we can actually kind of be a master of that. So that's a very humbling experience, leading that particular practice. All we can do is we can learn from each other. Now, the second thing that actually happened is, okay, so there was this, but you still need to ask. And then it gave. Then comes this new thing called agentic AI. So what happened in this particular time is, what happened in this time is, the way you would actually kind of, there was some in between something on the bot which came in, so you can ask in multiple situations. You don't have to kind of log into a ChatGPT within your confine itself, be it interface, you could do that. But this changed into another level. So what agentic AI could do is, it would reason with you, not just give you answer to the question that you post, it can reason. There is a chain of thought. So it'll make few assumptions, and based on the assumptions, it'll actually kind of go find it out, and it'll kind of make a corollary and says, this is what I have found out, and I can even do an action based on that. So for example, I say, I want to kind of come here to Bahrain. I'm based in Dubai, and I'm traveling on Friday for 2 days. It understands that particular thing. It understands my boss's job. The application we are using is Success Factors. Concur is the system of the ticketing actually kind of happens. It has made all those particular actionable things. It has understood what those tools are. That is beautiful. So now it's actually kind of happening. Here is this corpus of information, but is now actionable. Then comes the next one, which is multiple of this. So you got this one drone going across and bombing somebody, okay? Now imagine there is a slew of drones going across, all talking to each other. That's a much superior force. And that's where the world we are living in, which is the super agents or multi-agents. Why I'm saying this is because I want to show you a small example. Look at a concept in terms of, in this one, proactively monitor the financial behavior. That is one agent. Look at for early warning signals, one agent. Now, if there is a super agent which actually kind of does, it looks at the next best actions and it goes down and says, I can restructure the loan and this is what the restructured loan looks like. That's powerful. And that's where the world we are living in. And there are just few examples that you're talking about. It's not talking about one specific process now. It is going across to multiple of these ones together. Not only we doing it, even the developers are doing the same thing. So developers say, okay, fine, create a screen which will actually kind of take these inputs. These are my systems. He just prompts it. There's a name for that. Any idea? What coding is that? 4-letter word, starts with V. Vibe coding, exactly. It's a vibe coding, that's a new thing. They don't write a piece of code. So not only we are using it, the people who are creating solutions are actually kind of happening. And I want to kind of show you another one on the KYC side, on the agent side from the knowledge workers. In all this, you will see triaging, summarization, prioritization. Here is something which actually kind of comes in. So look at what is happening out here. So this is just one screen, and you see out there, there's a small little bot there. You can ask a question. Tell me what's happening in this page. So it looks into all the past and gives me things. But this is something beautiful. Imagine you attach these documents, and this is a solution which we actually recently gave. It will look at the adequacy of the document. So not only the document that you submitted, it understands the document and says it's adequately to the problem that you're resolving. So it looks into the, not just the document, is it expired, not expired, but is it enough to, as an investigation. You're getting what I'm going at, and that's beautiful. That's what you can actually kind of do. Just see what it can go up to. Now here is a beautiful thing. You see on the left-hand side, when you open a document, Now you can actually ask a question on the document itself. That's a new document. It's not there in the corpus, so you can't use ChatGPT. This is a document I just uploaded, and I want to kind of ask a question. It's a 36-page. I got it yesterday. You're within the confines in asking questions, and gives you, for example, give me a comparison between the last year and this year. Let me ask you a question. Did it knew that answer because I asked, or did it knew already? It knew already, right? Which means that if you put agentic AI, you can do this one. Okay, it doesn't look very scary, but you know what this out here, the steps to remediation, that means that it's read all those particular things. This one is not coded. This came by a agentic AI, which means that next time when it runs, it might not give you the same option. It is not a deterministic number of actions. It is an agentic action. That is powerful, actually. Now, why I'm saying is, when we're talking about all those particular things, that is, for the next 15 minutes, I want to kind of touch upon, there are many challenges, and we are all being future ready. We'll pick up 4, which we believe is very, very crucial from the multiple proof of concepts and certain things which has gone live. This is what you're finding. Definitely this is not exhaustive, but we'll pick up 4. And here is a tagline from IB. I really like this tagline. This tagline was not now. It was there for quite some time, but I really like the tagline. I don't think so we can ever be future ready. I think God only knows future. Nobody else knows future. But I think we can do something. And the IBM tagline really says it good. Plan for everything. Be ready for anything. And this was not possible earlier. You can actually have one scenario, and you would put your brain and soul to it, and probably 3-4 scenarios. You couldn't do 50 scenarios and do it across. Today, you're possible that actually. This tagline is actually possible. Having said that, challenges and opportunities, so right in the heart of the core, there are much more challenges there itself in getting the data ready, getting the compliance ready. All those are existing. But I just want to kind of get across to you, having all said that, we are the key, the human in the loop. But there are 4 of those particular things that we just now saw. These are called the enablers. Those are the things that is actually available. You can either use it or ignore it. So those are I kind of call it as the enablers. And those enablers, there are 4 challenges we are saying. There are many more, but we are taking 4. And we want to kind of end it up with what is a GBM toolkit approach. So for the next 15 minutes, this is what you're going to go through. 4 problems, 4 challenges, and the toolkit. Okay, first one. Use case ownership is cross-functional. So we're all in the Office of Finance, but this, because agentic AI, because of multi-agents, there is a new thing which is happening, which is good for the customer. But it's a change for us. It's a big change for the Office of Finance. What is that? Let me give you an example. So I want to kind of get across to you something called personas. In solving a problem, and you'll get the idea, even if you do not understand it fully. So there is a central bank regulation which came in. It's a live case. It's called UTP, unlikeliness to pay by a customer. There are around 21 questions. And then there is something called significant increase in credit risk. There's around 14 questions. Every relationship manager is supposed to answer it, and a monthly, there is a cutoff date, and the central bank needs that answer. This is the problem. Got it? So compliance is on the thing. Guys, you need to kind of get it. There is a credit risk management team who looks into this. There is a relationship manager, around 750 in this particular organization. There is a risk architect team who looks into it because some of these answers comes from them. There is model engineers, and there is Office of Finance. For the first time, this is not an Office of Finance problem only. You're not solving a problem which is off, and this is where the biggest value is. So we need to kind of think outside the Office of Finance, just to kind of give you an idea, the basic analysis from the transactions itself. And each of these places, there is AI used, and you'll see that cross. There are external data which is coming in. There is additional risk analysis, which is done by the internal team itself. Incorporate those are the model guys. Then Office of Finance, you're looking at in terms of what is the impact on the profitability, what needs to be made as provisions. Based on that, or probably there is a ECL movements up and down. That is a host of things. And you'll realize Office of Finance out there is one among a host of one. So the use cases is no more me, myself, and my dog. Are you with me? That means that it's a change. You need to kind of go across and go as a team, as an organization. Okay, and all those little globe ones are the AI where it has actually been used. Second problem, it's not one tool which will solve the problem. And this is a classic cliche, right? That's what the YouTube's, the ringtone around us. AI, and you think it is ChatGPT. Join for a 30-day course and will change you, the most dangerous person on the planet. Yeah, we are all getting that actually. Yeah? There's a big element of truth in that. Exactly, because that's what we do. We know AI, we use ChatGPT. ChatGPT is good, but then there is this whole world of things. If you just look at generative, and the example that I showed you, there are so many different variations to it. If you just look at in terms of classification, there is a categorization, and in that itself, there is a host of different mechanisms. So imagine there are multiple types of knives. You don't have one big knife to solve the small onions to garlic to a big piece of whatever. You with me, right? I want to take one example. There are many. This is just like a broad category. And it's important to understand, and there are many, many use cases which are actually kind of coming across. One is in terms of optimization. Let me give you a classic case. I've got a prize for this. So if you've got a pen and paper, this is the time for you. So here is a question. There are around 10 customers, and there is some machine language model have identified from the past experiences. If I run this campaign A, this is the propensity of that person actually kind of, signing up for the thing. That's the value. So if for the customer 1, 70 is the score. 70% of confidence that this person will go for that campaign. 60 for the campaign B and 60 for campaign C. Great. Like that you got. Your role is, you need to optimize and tell me what is the maximum score I can actually have, given 2 constraints. One constraint is that you can only have one customer, can only have one campaign. You can't, because we get bored if we get 2 from beyond, coming across. You only one campaign for one customer. Second constraint is one campaign cannot be run more than 3 times or 4 times max. Like something is actually kind of coming up. It's a very, very good campaign, but there are price constraints. So you can't actually kind of do only that particular campaign. So if you can just get that, yeah, oh, you got the screen, okay. Anybody? You need to kind of tell me what each customer, which campaign will you choose? And what is the maximum? There is only one score. See, optimization, there is only one score. Huh? Once you've written the rules, there is only one. This is the maximum you can get. Look, the permissions and combinations. Anybody? I've got a small prize for this. And I will give you the prize for the nearest one. There is something. You got the question? So what is the maximum? So you assign each campaign to one customer. A campaign should not be more than, at the most can be used 3 times. Figure it out. That means you will actually knock off one customer. You will not run it. Give me a number. No, and the total score. With those 3 constraints. 2 constraints, not 2, 3 constraints. Give me a number. Give me a number. 5? No, see, 150, little higher. 340. I'll take one more actually now. Huh? 350, no, lesser. More, I don't know. 390, okay. I will leave on the honesty here. I'll put the answer actually. I'll put the answer. It is 760. Who said the nearest number? 150 is not the nearest number. Nearest number to 760. What is that? Huh? 490 or 590? 490. I think he is the closest one. Give a round of applause to him actually. Now, it's not a great gift, so this is something which I got from the flight yesterday. But among the whole team, you to kind of reach nearer, that is a prize to kind of have on. I'm honored. Thank you. So there you go. You know, if you kind of look into it, it left the customer number 4, said no, because we have got a constraint. You can only run a campaign 3 times. It did not pick up the 1, 6, and 9 as an option, being the highest score actually. Now in a normal situation, it's not 10 customers. It is thousands of customers, tens of campaigns, and multiple constraints. This, for you to run, needed a specific machine. Today is a prompt. You prompt and write that, and you'll get the answer. You know what that implication for us, you and me, is? Imagine you have got around 20 scenarios. Scenario 1, you're investing here, but in the second year, there is a diversion. You have to kind of also, and this actually kind of happened in the mind, you need to take into consideration growth of that particular village. So there is an extra cost. That's scenario 1, then the scenario 2, and then you calculate your WACC, and your NPV, you got those scores. Now you've got around 20 for each site. Like that, you've got around 30 sites. Pick which is the maximization. You see the problem? That is a prompt. That is a prompt. And that's the key. So this is, we are, third point. Risk is combinatorial. So in this whole process of you doing it, there is something which is we are missing. We're so focused on AI, and I really like the way the theme is. The values, the vision, and the impact. If you just go by the impact only and not the values, that's a problem. So this is according to the Gartner, which actually came across, and it said, look, you need to look into not just the performance, but also if you're using an AI, look at the impact of that. How much is your burn rate for each query? You need to document it. And if you're doing IFRS already, S1, S2, you will be mandated actually for that. In S2, not only you have to kind of mandate your own internally, but also about your supply chain. That means if GBM is your partner, and if you have got certain situations, so locations which is in a very nature-prone places, you need to do a climate risk calculation, not for 5 years, 10 years, and see what their impact is. You see what is actually kind of happening? So solution is not just the immediacy, but also you need to kind of do a long-term planning. So what are we saying here? We are saying it is not just like the way we said, it's a cross-functional use case. The risk is also needs to be kind of looked into. So you need to kind of, when you look into it, not just the value which is coming in, the AI that you use to kind of answer this, there's a cost. Are you with me? You need to kind of, in this particular thing, are you using an AI model? Is there a biasness in it? And there is a whole series of compliance to that biasness. And I believe yesterday you had governance and AI. There's something that we do for a living. So governance of AI is a key thing. So you see AI, you see climate. In the things that you're using right now is important to kind of monitor. So have a mind on that. And the last one is prioritizing the use case. I'm sure you have multiple ways of doing it, but and you put these use cases, which is a use case that we will actually kind of go, depending upon whichever way you would actually kind of go. You put that across as priorities, quick wins, deferrals, moonshots, and then you decide upon the cost. We recently did actually for this one, ROI and emissions. We picked up all the 100 initiatives, spread across multiple years, did the estimated CO2 earnings on the IRR. That's the cost of that particular one which comes in. And there are multiple of those things that you can change on the left-hand side, and you come to use case. Please understand, the use case is not AI in finance only. Are you with me? It's cross-functional. And then do this. And then find out what makes, don't do it for the sake of doing it, which you can for certain other ones, but then which brings in transformations. This is required at an enterprise-wide. So those are 4 things, and it's not easy. If it is you and your children, it's slightly, children is not easy. You and the whole organization to kind of sit together, and then coming out of that, that's something that you need to be mindful of. Having said that, what GBM actually kind of does is, we believe you need to have a tool for this than on an Excel sheet. So IBM has got major references, but we have got something called a toolkit. So what the toolkit actually does is, it'll take you through, it has got those defined templates and things that you need to be wary of. That's what the toolkit actually does. And hence we believe it's got a better outcome. Because tool in the context of it is one of the 8 things. You still need to kind of get your sitting across and understanding the culture, looking at that data point and seeing a benchmarking as to how is other people doing so that we learn from that. Look and see in terms of the people who are contributing to this. Are they trained enough? This is one of the biggest things. We believe everybody knows what it is actually happening. But there is a serious amount of capacity building that needs to be done. And just you having an AI tool, we have realized we have failed. You're looking at the 95% failure. Is not a problem with the tool because, and this kind of a session, you sacrificed on a holiday to come here because you want to learn. And that needs to be done within the organization, that capacity building. So it's a combination of that, what the toolkit actually does. Another key thing, which is whenever in AI, and you all work on budgets, the budget's overrun by 20x times in the actual usage. Are you with me? That's a big problem. So be mindful of that. So what you see on POC, and when you go in production, please ensure that you've got those caveat with the vendor, whoever is doing it. It is 20x is the actual production when it goes. So these things need to kind of come across. Now, I don't want to kind of go across the series of steps that we actually kind of do. Just like the way we were saying, each tool needs to be looked in from that angle, from the use case that you're defining. So it's just not the use case, but what element you're actually automating so that that smooth flow actually kind of happens. One thing which I want to kind of get across is that we differentiate between unstructured data and structured data. Structured data, you need a bigger canvas, and the things that you actually do is very, very different. So that's not like a typical ChatGPT. More than glad to kind of spend some time with you on that. Then we evaluate, and that's where we come with the prioritized use cases. This is an exercise on its own. So we do this actually part of the toolkit, and then once that toolkit is actually, prioritized use case comes in, there's this whole series of things that you need to be very, very mindful of. Now it's at a risk is combinatorial. So you'll get and ensure that AI governance is actually in shape. You then look into each process, right from collection to preparation, from the data health itself. That's a data governance. You need to kind of get these pieces together so that you have got an enterprise grade use case. For an individual, you don't need to follow any of those. You can hook on, know the tool, go across. But if you want to kind of have an enterprise grade, there's an initial friction, but when you get this particular thing done, then you're really using the 1,600, the IQ of Einstein, actually, of the ChatGPT-5, to give an example. Yeah, so, and then you select the enablers, which enablers goes where. Is that a SaaS or a cloud, SaaS or an on-prem? Integrate, and then you get the end solutions. That's what the end game is. So tool plus toolkit, and we've got this, that note for you. You can reach out to me, or you can actually kind of reach out to any of the GBM. We can give you we can send you the toolkit, in fact. Great, so that's a quick one. And if you leave around 5 more minutes, any questions? Yes. Is that a mic? Yeah, okay.
Okay, how much IQ it will need to remove the disclaimer, AI answers can be wrong, on the bottom?
Say that again, sorry.
How much IQ the ChatGPT or any AI will need to remove the disclaimer that it gives at the end, AI answers can be wrong, please verify yourself.
I'm so sorry, I'm getting an echo. Let me come back to you. Sorry, yeah? I'm not able to hear. Yeah, say that again, sir.
How much IQ
yeah.
will ChatGPT or any AI tool will need
Huh.
to remove the disclaimer, AI answers can be wrong?
He's not happy with that. You're not happy with the disclaimer. No, it is learning, sir. I mean, if you were to kind of look into the ChatGPT answers, let's say 3 years before, and you're not very happy with it, but is it improved? Substantially improved. Have it reached? No, it will not. But it has substantially reached. So if you were to kind of use, and we all do projections, right? If this is what the projection is, it will definitely not become 100%. But it will give you, for some of the broad ones, with all its inherent. But there is this beautiful thing which a futurologist actually said. AI will never beat, and I want to kind of believe that AI will never beat human if it actually mimics human in its true sense, in its values, on its ethos. It will have the same depression, same confusion, and same joy as humans. So I want to believe that. Any other questions? Yes. Yeah. That's beautiful. That's what your credibility is. This is what is the number one on your resume going to be. The experience and the human judgment that you look, which ChatGPT kind of gives, and I'll give you a funny instance. So MUN is a big thing among children. So Model United Nations. Now Model United Nations is banned from using ChatGPT. So, okay, because it gives you, I mean, it takes the fun off. Okay, to the extent in MUN there is something called crisis room. So crisis room is you suddenly pick up 4 tables to a crisis room. They are knowing the situation immediately, right now, like you never had, and said, okay, fine, who wants to kind of give an answer? Earlier in MUN, that answer, it would be at least out of that, 8 out of 10 would actually hands up. No, I want to go, and you have to pick up people. Now, that element brain of us is gone, that you only have 3 people and say, please can I have one more hand? Because that brain is not working without ChatGPT. Are you with me? We are so dependent on this kind of thing. Ask the answer. My brain has not done that critical evaluation thing. Coming back to your question, sir. I forgot the question.
Ask AI.
Sorry, I got it. See, precisely, you smiled. That's what only makes me relevant. And we have to own that humanity, saying that this is what makes me who made that. Are you with me? Now answering your question, sir. Yes, so again, I got the particular thing, knocked off, saying that, repeat that question again, sir. I'm serious, I'm really serious, I'm not joking, sir. I forgot.
How do you validate the answers proposed?
Thank you, I got it, sir. Now it's okay. Let me answer before my trail of thought. You see how fidgety I am actually? And I lead the practice lead actually for GBM. Great, let me answer that question now before I forget. That is what we and me actually are. The number one value is not that definitely you need to know how to use the tool, is your acumen. That you have figured it out, which a computer will actually kind of make a big mistake, and it will not be able to even tell you that it has made a mistake. And you look at it and says, no, that number doesn't match up. Why I said you that MUN is, so recently you actually kind of ask and say, how much is the budget that I need? And it will create simulated scenarios. And 14 initiators, 1.4 billion. And each initiative will put a price. And my son was telling, there's a problem. So there was somebody who did ChatGPT and came with the answers. He just totaled up at all the values. And the values was 1 billion short of the number which they claimed. Because they didn't check it. Are you with me? So they said 3.4 billion required. Actually, the whole total up was 2.4 or less than that. And the human did not get it. This guy caught it across and said, you know what? Your whole premises is wrong. And in MUN, if you get the premises wrong, the entire section is actually removed. And that's what our validity is. That our proven, our experiences, that you look at that and can make. But you also use AI to kind of get that validation validated. You don't use only your brain. So you'll use that, you'll prompt it to check. So that's the 2 profiles. They say, be a critical thinker, look at that data. So I use it, but now I'm a critical thinker. I'm somebody who do not like this particular thing, and now answer me. So it'll look into those particular things and give you that answer. So that profile needs to be done.
Yeah, in the case of, simple calculation or something, probably you may work out an alternative calculation and try to see whether it has computed. So, and you, assuming that you have also relied on the computed version, and then it hallucinates and gives you a completely different answer. How do you recognize that this is an hallucinated answer from AI and not the actual this one?
Yeah, so to the same, so one good thing is that it actually kind of keeps the memory, so it's not zero state. It understands what is actually done. Then you can actually be a critical thinker. Now to the same question, I am actually an internal audit person who's looking at that number and give me a critical ways where all the maximum problems are. You see that question? It's a question on the answer that you gave to think it very critically, and that is a beautiful way to solve that problem. But you still need that human in the loop to kind of make those judgmental calls.
I wanted to ask you a question, but before I could ask you,
I'm trying to see.
he asked AI and it gave the answer.
Oh, okay, there you go. There you go. That's the beauty.
But the question was just a general question, you know, in our daily life, we usually use Grok or ChatGPT for various things. Yeah. But you may use AI for various purposes, for taxation, for legal, for image generation, for drafting, for beautifying your PowerPoint presentation or anything. So as an expert, can you give us a synopsis as to which platform we should use for various general purposes? Like, you know, if you, for example, if we check for image generation, there are 200 sites are coming. So any one or two which are good for general purposes, just for general knowledge.
Yeah, no, I would not say GBL. So I'll
actually, are they AI? They will give answer? No. GBM, we give them assignment for example, I have a function I have to create. I cannot give you.
So there is a fundamental assumption in that question. And the question is, you knew what you want, but that was not there. You never knew what you wanted. So this is a point. I ask a person, which way, there are two ways, which way will take me? And they ask, where do you want to go? Nothing in specific, but which is the best way? Because both the roads will take you there.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Joy, Mr. Joy. I think we'll take more questions offline when the speaker is around. Request you to please kindly stay on the stage.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for that engaging session. I now request our chairperson, CA Vineet Maru, and our vice chair, CA Vinod Rati, to join on stage and present a token of appreciation to our speaker. Vinod is not around, so we'll proceed with the felicitation of the speaker. Request Abhishek, CA Abhishek, to join on stage. Thank you again for that great session. Now, we move on from AI to another important topic shaping the future, which is sustainability. Our next session is a panel discussion by KPMG on the topic From Green Goals to Future Growth, ESG in Action. While the stage is being prepared, let me ask you a question. When we talk about green goals, what do we really mean? Anyone who can answer? What are green goals? I can hear someone saying sustainability. Excellent. Okay, let me answer this. Thank you so much. It's about how companies care for the planet and people, reducing waste, using clean energy, and making sure growth happens responsibly. This session will explore how businesses can turn these environmental and social goals into real progress and long-term success. The session will be moderated by CA Arvind Sharma, and we will be joined by three wonderful panelists, Ms. Reem Al-Bastaki, Mr. Clint McLachlan, Ms. Tahani Hussain. To give a brief of the speakers, Arvind Sharma is an experienced audit and assurance leader at KPMG in Bahrain, bringing over 25 years of experience in managing complex engagements. Arvind also serves as the firm's ESG assurance leader for KPMG in Bahrain, underscoring his focus on sustainability and reporting. Ms. Reem Al-Bastaki is a senior environment engineer at Gulf Petrochemical Industries Company, GPIC, with over 10 years of experience in environmental management. She has received several honors, including the Women Award in Industry and Assets Management from the Gulf Society for Maintenance and Reliability. Mr. Clint McLachlan is a seasoned industry leader with over 25 years of global experience in metals, energy, and manufacturing. He is currently the Director, ESG and Technical at Alba Aluminiums and Power, driving sustainability and technical initiatives. He has held senior roles across Australia, India, and USA and China, and is recognized for his expertise in strategy, industry modernization, and ESG practices. Ms. Tahani Hussain is a sustainability and ESG leader with over 18 years of experience in environmental management, consulting, and strategy. She is a Vice President of Group Sustainability and ESG at Bapco Energies, driving the company's sustainability vision. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and panelists to the stage for what I'm sure will be an inspiring discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
Hello. You okay? Okay. Thank you everyone. It's a pleasure to sit over here with the ESG experts in Bahrain. They actually head the biggest companies in Bahrain, from GPIC, from Alba, and from Bapco Energies. I would welcome you all. Today is a discussion basically to see how the Bahrain's industrial companies have translated the ESG commitment into real performance. Talk about energy and manufacturing sectors. We'll talk about challenges, data, and how these companies are going to meet the vision for Bahrain economic vision for 2030. A big welcome to you all first. I think thank you again. Let me tell you about this audience over here. They all are accountants. They're masters of accounting. They know their numbers very well. They've earned it over the years. And now they're curious to know about non-financial data. I think there's a lot of learning over here. But these people, once they get the tricks of the trade, they can do it really well. So thank you again. And probably we can start the discussion today. I hope you all curious to learn about ESG and non-financial data. Yes. Thank you. I would start by, probably you can just give a quick introduction from yourself as to what you do in your daily life in the company, and then we can go on. Clint?
Yes, good morning to all. I joined Alba about 4 years ago, and my role has been colourful and exciting along the way. I've performed in a number of roles for Alba, but currently in the sustainability, ESG, and a technology aspect from an innovation and R&D perspective.
Okay, that's nice.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the invite and having me talk here. I'm Tahani Hussain. I've spent all of my career working in the oil and gas industry. 10 or 15 years ago, it used to be called environment. Well, we cared a lot about HSE and environment, but we found now in recent years that our impact on the environment is not a concern of the country that we operate in or the stakeholders, the owners of the company. It actually has an impact on the global arena, and we have to disclose what our ESG impacts to the world. And this is where I joined my role at Babco Energies about 3 years ago.
Thank you, Dani. Reem?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here. So my name is Reem Al-Bastiki, and I work with the Gulf Petrochemical Industries, and I have been working with them for the past 10 years now. My experience is mainly in environmental management, so I look after the full environmental management aspects around the complex. And I also chair the Environment Committee, so we have a lot of environmental outreach programs for schools in Bahrain, for our employee families, and much more. So thank you for having us here.
Thank you. Let's get started, yeah? We'll discuss a few points today. We'll go to strategy, how do you govern data, and then we'll have some questions from the audience also coming in. I hope about AI and ESG. Probably we've been listening to AI for the last 1.5 days now. Let's talk about ESG specifically, taking a step backward. What does ESG mean to your company? Is it more about compliance? It's more of competitiveness? Or it's more of a greater sense of corporate social responsibility? Clint?
Look, I think we've definitely moved on from compliance. So it's actually more about doing the right thing in the right ways. So for Alba, we established in 2022 an ESG roadmap. Prior to this, we were doing many things that were about improving our performance in environment, social and governance. However, we took stock, we put a department in place and actually have a roadmap now that has 6 main pillars to it, following the decarbonisation pillar, with things like the technology solutions for decarbonising energy and aluminium smelting, through to sort of circular economy and secondary aluminium or recycling pillar, and third being a government orientated pillar around green energy and green aluminium, so sourcing the energy source that we need to produce green aluminium. And then we have this sort of stakeholder, 3 pillars under stakeholder element, which is around the employees' satisfaction interests, education, development for our employees. And the next part, the next pillar is actually about collaboration and partnership. So we've partnered with several of the universities here in Bahrain, and in fact also with Dirasat, which is the Institute for Strategy and Energy in Bahrain, and we're collaborating with them around our solutions for decarbonising energy. And then finally, which actually been a big part of our work in the first couple of years since the department was established, is around that due diligence and transparency. We have a really good story to tell at Alba. We have very solid foundations in ESG before ESG became popular. But transparency and due diligence is about telling that story. So it's really been about opening up and sharing our achievements, opening up and sharing our objectives and plans going forward. So it's very much for us been about moving on from compliance and actually putting real foundation and opportunity in place so that we can grow the sustainability opportunities that we have.
Thank you, Clint. Dani?
For us, it was more, definitely, it's not a compliance. ESG is going beyond the regular compliance. But for us, it was more about it was the answer to some challenges that we were facing anyways. So if you remember, Babco Energies used to operate as different companies within the oil and gas hydrocarbon value chain within Bahrain. About 2 years ago, the company consolidated its operating model under one company, which is Babco Energies. And the reason behind that, we wanted to capitalize on the benefits that we get from addressing challenges and benefiting from businesses basically as a group. There's a lot of benefits to acting as one single front. But in terms of the environmental, now the 4 mandates for Babco Energies creation was to enhance the oil and gas resources in Bahrain in an environmentally friendly manner, ensuring that we have continuation for the energy sources for the future generations to come. We have to enhance the energy security basically, and we have to integrate other energy sources within our value chain as well. We are no longer known as an oil and gas company, we are known now as an integrated energy company. And we're working very hard every day to make sure that we will keep the lights on in Bahrain, now and in the future as well, no matter where the energy is coming from.
Fair point, actually. It's not compliance anymore. Reem, you have anything to say on this?
So definitely with GPIC as well, it's much more than compliance or competitiveness. It is a business responsibility. So when we started our sustainability reporting back in 2014, adopting the GRI standards, it was never a regulatory requirement, and even today it's not a regulatory requirement for us. It is basically an initiative that we took upon us to show commitment towards transparency and responsible business practices. So I'd say at GPIC, ESG for us was never a PR exercise. It's more about driving continuous improvement. So we have set specific KPIs, and we look into these KPIs, we track them on an annual basis and see where are the gaps. And then we make sure that we address these gaps in the next coming cycle, so that progress is reflected there. So it's definitely for us not only about reporting, but it's actually about, I could say, taking action, accountability, and advancing our ESG performance. So I'd keep it in short. So it's basically a responsibility that we embrace to improve our performance and to have long-term values for our stakeholders and the environment.
Very good point, actually, because when we look at compliance, it's more for the banking world, where they're starting to actually report from the last year, 2024, when central bank said, you need to start reporting on ESG. And these companies, manufacturing organizations all over the world, actually, in the Middle East, they have been doing this exercise for the last 10 years. So they are already there because, not because of compliance, but because they believe in it. I think that's very important. Thank you for that. How is ESG governed in your organization? I mean, who governs it? How do you go about looking at ESG objectives? Tani?
The commitment has to start from the top for it to work on a company level, and to be actually an engine for change, it has to always start at the top. For Babako Energies, we have a board level representation. We have a dedicated sustainability and HSE committee that meets 4 times a year and addresses all sustainability and HSE issues across the companies. That's on a board level. On the C-suite level, there's also very strong commitment from the company. I now operate and report to the Chief Strategy Officer at the company. And we believe that embedding sustainability principles within the strategies of the companies to make sure that future-wise we improve on our sustainability performance is very important. That wasn't the case 2 years ago, for example, when disclosures was an issue, but it is the case now. And we believe that obviously this reporting structure will improve the more we progress within our sustainability journey. I represent I'm the head of the function at the company level. So I had all sustainability and ESG projects, disclosures, and communication as well. But I work very closely with corporate communication, with finance team, with procurement team, with also HR team, with HSE teams. So honestly, I have monthly meetings with each of the heads as well, because there is a bit of sustainability and ESG in each of these functions as well, and we cannot do it alone. I can identify the benchmarks, I can identify the gaps, but they have to close that gap, and this is how we operate as well. Now, there is also a level of awareness that has to be driven across the company. That is my responsibility, basically, to increase the awareness, because to be honest, sustainability initiatives, and whether it's waste minimization, for example, or if it's emissions reduction, or if it's any innovative idea relating to sustainability principles that we have, can come from the shop floor even, so we have to drive this awareness sessions, continuous communication with all of our stakeholders, employees and outside stakeholders as well, because we consider them to be our stakeholders. Government agencies, for example, customers that we relate to. Alba is one of our customers, and we continuously talk to them as well, because we need to know how can we help them progress within their sustainability journey as well, because the principle of sustainability is that we guarantee that the resources that we have today will continue for the future generations, and it cannot be done by one player. It has to be done by multiple players as well.
Fair point, Ani. I think we all are customers for Babco. We all drive a car, right? So we all are customers. Thank you for that. I think you're right. Tone at the top is very important. If the board believes in it, people below the board will always believe in it. They'll work towards it. Just going to the next question, maybe to Clint, to you. What's been the toughest leadership challenge which you'll have had in the past so many years, where you had to align the management with the ESG objectives? Some examples would be nice to hear, because people want to understand real life issues.
So I think a real life issue that's been difficult and challenging in driving one of our objectives to do with ESG. So we supply 25% of our volume, so 400,000 tonne per annum, into the European market. You may not be familiar with this, but in the European market they are bringing CBAM, which is a carbon border adjustment mechanism. What that means for us in the future is that very soon, in the near future, in about a year from now, we will be paying a potential carbon border tax. So shipping our carbon intensive material, aluminium, across the border into Europe will come with some tax. The precise parameters are not published just yet or in the regulation for CBAM and the EU Commission, but it will come in somewhere in the order of 10 or 20 euros per tonne of aluminium. So one of you accountants in the room can quickly calculate and tell me that that's a lot of cash. So for us to sort of pay that sort of tax to get our aluminium into Europe. So you can imagine executives, senior people in the organisation quite excited about what pain that might bring us, but maybe not as excited as they need to be about what are the solutions we can put in place for it. There are solutions where we can decarbonise, at least just for the metal that we have going into Europe as some priority. So I think this is a good example where I've had to drive, and our team have had to drive some product type solutions for meeting those European market requirements and the coming carbon border adjustment tax, which has had to bring some alignment across executives and how we actually invest in recycled content and a circular economy type products that we have.
Thank you, Clint. I hope the consultants are listening over here to bring in solutions for these companies where they have to actually align with the compliance requirements in Europe. I think CBAM has been a game changer also for you. Can I move to you, Reem? In your operations, what has been the biggest result that you have had with ESG reporting or even meeting the KPIs or metrics?
So with ESG reporting, as I've mentioned earlier, for us ESG is not only about reporting, but when you actually see continuous improvement. So what we do is the ESG KPIs are embedded in every single department. So we do not have a department that looks after ESG. For us, it's different. We have a sustainability committee that oversees ESG. And what's unique is we report directly to the CEO to ensure that it is aligned, our ESG priorities are aligned with the corporate strategy, and it has leadership visibility. So as I've mentioned, it's embedded in every department. So it's every department's responsibility to improve their environmental performance, not only their production targets. So with operation, yes, they have a target for achieving production, but it doesn't stand there. They also have to look into waste reduction targets. So how they can reduce the waste and find alternative materials that they can recycle and recover that waste. So one of the examples I would share is our target for zero hazardous waste to landfill. So we achieved that target from 2020. We have achieved zero waste to landfill.
That's very nice.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's a collaborative effort. So this is where we see success. It's not only a certain department that needs to look after that, but it's collaborative efforts from every department within the company.
We all have to work together. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'll move to you, Tahani. It's a very interesting question. We have worked together on this. What's been your biggest challenge on data collection while doing your ESG reporting for all your components? And Babco Energies is a big organization, right? You can just shed some light on that.
Yeah. So the problem with data collection comes from two aspects, I think. There's a certain ambiguity when it comes to the disclosures themselves. I mean, they often refer to them as the alphabet soups. You have a lot of disclosures that you have around ESG and sustainabilities, and every company is following their own. I mean, Bream mentioned in GPIC, they follow the GRI, and we follow GRI too. But then again, I mean, there is, Alba has to follow CSRD now. So, for example, because they sell some of their products in Europe. I think the central bank in Bahrain issued a disclosure requirement as well, and Bahrain Borsa issued a disclosure requirement as well. To me, no matter what you call it, the principles remains the same, right? You know, you have to report on your emissions, you have to report on your waste, you have to report on your grievance mechanisms, you have to report on how you treat your employees and how you treat your customers. The principles are all the same, but there is an ambiguity when it comes on that side because of the disclosures, the way they calculate these KPIs. It becomes very difficult for us to fulfill more than one requirement, one disclosure. Especially that if we're requested by certain customers or certain jurisdictions that we sell our products to fulfill this as well. To me, I think, you know, solutions, tech solutions like AI, for example, the presentation that we've seen before, can see the alignment. We collect the data and then they can tweak it depending on how the framework of the data is requesting that data to be presented. The unit that they want, or for example, the representation of the data. That's one thing. The second thing is that, and I think technology will take care of this problem, data collection, data analysis as well, and data and reporting through different frameworks. That's also a challenge from that side. The other challenge is becoming with the people who handle the data themselves, right? Because you know, an HR person who's sitting, you know, with releasing, for example, grievance, the way that we let go of employees, or why people resign, or how many days the employees take within their vacation, within their time allocated, for example, if they're following policies or not, have always been an HR concern. For me, a concern is I have to see a pattern there. If employees are taking vacations, for example, after paternity or maternity leave, that means they are not supported at home, for example. Our policies are not serving them to be able to have families, independent families, for example. That I need to see behind the KPIs, the regular KPIs that these departments look at. So, and the way that we're trying to address this gap is that we have constant conversations with HR professionals, finance professionals, procurement professionals, because they need to identify what's behind these regular numbers that they collect as department KPIs, for example. You know, I can always learn from other companies. I can always learn from what Alba has done, or GPIC has done, or even we look regionally and worldwide. But the thing with sustainability, the solutions has to be local. It has to fit you and fit your organization and what works for you. There's no one way to do it. I mean, for example, human rights violations, right? I mean, in Europe, it's a huge thing. Human rights violations is a big aspect within companies. For us, we don't look at it the same way. We have to look at it within the context of the country that we operate in as well. Now, obviously, when it comes to our supply chain and how they treat their workers and all of that, we have to look into that too. But also within the context of how our contracts are drafted with them. How do we monitor their performance, for example? What's our due diligence cases? So And I think the data issue there is that there's so many data points that you can collect. I think there's over 5,000 data points that you can collect within ESG and sustainability now. There is a way to drive what's material to you and what's not, but always the professionals working in this field, they have to look behind the numbers, try to find patterns where they can analyze and come up with the true reasons behind these gaps that we see, and work programs towards, closing these gaps, basically, yeah.
I think very important point you spoke about awareness of departments also. So if people are aware how this data is going to go, where it's going to go, how it's going to be presented, I think it makes a lot of difference. How has assurance helped you in this process? What's been the role of assurance? Maybe internal assurance, external assurance. I think Clint, Alba also gets assured every year.
Yeah, we do a couple of things when it comes to assurance. So I think we've been producing an ESG and sustainability report for more than 14 or 15 years at Alba, and that goes through a GRI assurance process. But we've now had to meet market and customer demand. We've now had to initiate, for the last 3 years running, an annual independent GHG emission assurance. So what that means is we do our GHG accounting and we have it independently verified. And it's validated that it's actually following the recognised ISO standards, IPCC standard and so on. But over and above that, we now have customers wanting a specific assurance for their batch of product, whether it be on a monthly basis or an annual basis. And that's actually created quite a greenhouse gas accounting nightmare of system and numbers and tracking and traceability, because to get independent assurance, it goes through the strainer with a lot of detail, the eyes on it. On top of that, with our Eternal product, which is our low carbon or lower carbon product, we have also created a carbon bank. So Carbon Bank follows ISO standard 14067, where we bank away our decarbonising activities. That could be simply using recycled metal, because it is 95% less emission produced when we use recycling and secondary aluminium. But we bank away the savings from that and we allocate that to customers. You can imagine the scrutiny and the assurance that is coming on us for how we then send that into an emission critical or carbon emission critical European market. So very much very detailed, and we have a couple of people working on assurance constantly.
Yeah, assurance is important. It's not a compliance till now in Bahrain. It's not mandated in Bahrain till now, but it's coming soon. That's what we hear. And there's a jargon we speak about, FOMO. What's FOMO supposed to be? It's fear of missing out, right? But when we talk to auditors, we say fear of omissions, misstatements, and obscuring data. So it's a story we present, right, in your ESG report. You put in more data, you put irrelevant data, it obscures what you actually want to tell to your audience also. Tani, you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to stress that assurance gave a lot of credibility to a lot of the reports being issued at the moment. A couple of years ago, when assurance was not mandated, I mean, I know it's not mandated here in Bahrain, but even me as a sustainability professional, if I see a report of a company, even no matter what the KPIs that they're reported, if it's not assured by a credible company, I will not take anything that is written in that report for as true. Because assurance makes sure that there is an independent party verifying the data that you're disclosing. Otherwise, it's greenwashing, basically. Nobody can prove what you're saying because it's going to be very, very hard to prove some of these KPIs. So assurance gives that credibility and trust to the company's performance, and I think that's why companies in Bahrain are striving to do it, even though that it's not a requirement at the moment.
Thank you, Tani. Reem, I'll just go to you for the next question. Talking about ESG is not only for the company, it's not within GPIC. How do you engage with external stakeholders? Now you have suppliers, you have shareholders, you have creditors, you have debtors. I mean, how do you reach out to them to understand your ESG story?
So ESG, like you've mentioned, we ensure that that language is translated throughout the value chain. I could give an example like we deal with a lot of contractors and suppliers on daily basis. So we engage them first by strict compliance requirements, and we give them regular training and awareness. So any contractor that comes and works at our facility, we make sure they follow our EHS policies and standards. And that is also included part of their contract. So at site, we go and have regular audits, we check their performance, and we conduct regular awareness sessions, face-to-face meetings, toolbox talks to ensure they are engaged with us and we're all aligned and speaking the same language. So with the contractors and suppliers, it is part of our procurement and contractor management policies and procedures. So we make sure they are aligned. And during the evaluation of the contractors and suppliers, we not only focus on the commercial evaluation or technical evaluation, we also focus on their ESG performance. And we prioritize actually companies that show better ESG performance, and that also creates competitiveness between the companies. So you'll see some companies wanting to upgrade their performance in order we can bring them along with us. So this is one of the examples that we have.
It's good to collaborate with all your stakeholders. If they understand you better, I think you can work together better for the going future. One question to all three of you. Talk about Bahrain's next 5 years. Where does the industrial ESG is going forward to? I mean, are you going to meet the vision of 2030? Or are you behind it? Or you're way ahead of it now? Reem?
So I'll give a bit of a background, but maybe Tahani could give a bigger picture on that.
So you can overall one.
Yeah. Because we're actually owned 30% by Babco Energies, and Babco Energies has a lot of industries under them. But like you mentioned, that the government has already committed to net zero by 2060. So it's something that we should start, not now, we've started, way behind. So I'd say that maybe ESG now is not mandatory, so in the next maybe 5 years we could see it being mandatory indirectly because we have to achieve those targets. But I think Tahani could give us a better picture.
Thank you, Reem. Okay, so there's two folds to this question. There's the why ESG and sustainability would play a bigger role in Bahrain in the absence, for example, of a government commitment, or within the presence of government commitment. I mean, would it take the same role? To me, I think, so let's talk about the commitments. The government already made net zero's commitment, 30% reduction of CO2 emissions by 2035. And these are emissions related commitments anyways, right? But ESG is much more than just emissions. And I think the reason, if you look at the emissions profiles of Bahrain, is mainly coming from the energy sector. And this is why Reem referred to me, because I work in the energy sector as well. And obviously it's our problem. Nobody else's problem to sort this out. But the government has rolled out a very good plan. I don't know if you heard about it. It's called the National Energy Strategy. And the National Energy Strategy, we are a player. Babco Energies is a player, as well as all of the other ministries as well, and the other industries are a player within the same plan to drive this reduction, 30% by 2035, and then plan for the net zero by 2060. We constantly work with the government agencies in terms of Ministry of Oil and Environment, Supreme Council of Environment, because they are the guidelines, they give us the guidelines towards what actions and projects that we need to do under this plan to have these achieved. And there's the other fold as well of the commitment, which is the adaptation plan that the government has announced. The afforestation plan, and the government is already working on that anyways, but, and also, all three of us, as one of the major companies in Bahrain, we are participants of the adaptation plans as well. So, so there is a government plan to guide the realization of these goals, and we all have to be players within this master plan. Now, the other fold of the question when I was saying is, okay, so in the absence, in countries where there is no regulation, there is no commitment, net zero, would it sustainability and ESG play a major role? In my opinion, I think it is, because the financial sector is pushing us that way anyways, right? Most of the banks and financial sectors are already pushing towards that direction. You know, we constantly hear from investors whenever our finance team go out to the market for bonds and sukuk and all of that, they always ask about non-financial data because that covers their risk. Obviously you know about financial data, but now I'm sure you know now that IFRS is requesting companies to issue S1 and S2 disclosures, which are relating to ESG and climate risks within the companies as well. We are getting ready to meet those disclosure requirements, but I think purely by the fact that the financial sector is already pushing towards that, it's going to happen whether there is a commitment or not anyways.
Clint?
So I think it's worth here explaining a couple of things. So for the 30% by 2035 for ALBA, in the decarbonising pillar, we really have to just talk about those technologies that are available and viable today. And that's not carbon capture, that's not hydrogen, that's not inert anodes when it comes to aluminium smelting. These are technologies that are out there, but they're just not viable at the scale we need. What is viable is renewable energy. And partnering with our BAPCO friends on the National Energy Strategy, for our 30% reduction at ALBA, 2/3 of that is based on bringing renewable energy. One, set up here in Bahrain for renewables, and one supported through the GCC interconnector with Saudi Arabia. So I firmly believe by 2035 this renewables area will come. And there's another driving force to that. So it's not just the right thing to do around GHG emission, but we also have an obligation to reduce our gas consumption. And I think this is a significant driver that will also give it a really good nudge. The other part of the 30% reduction for us that we can also do now, and we are doing and have been doing for well over a decade, is recycling. So, you know, but actually structuring our recycling in such a way that it goes into known products, going to known customers, having assurance certified and providing disclosure statements around those products to particular customers. I have no doubt Bahrain will meet the 30% by 2035. Definitely are an agile nation when it comes to change, and we have very good government support, very good institutional support. I think there is an obvious connection around not just company level but Team Bahrain level, so that we actually do get together and discuss these things quite often, and these are the sort of ways that will help it come a 30% reduction by 2035, something that's near and obtainable.
True. Thank you everyone for coming on the stage and talking about ESG. We've learned one thing, it's not compliance for them, and therefore it comes from inside. They report what they do right. For 10-15 years they've been reporting on this. I think compliance is for the newcomers who are actually reporting based on requirements from Central Bank of Bahrain or Bahrain boards, but then you're doing the right thing. There are challenges for data. There are challenges around how do you convince your board, at times your shareholders, on ROI. If you want to implement the ESG initiatives, how do you convince them? It's not an easy task. That's been a challenge for you anyways. But I think the biggest three companies in Bahrain are doing a great job. I think a round of applause for them. They have done very good right now. I would invite questions from anyone in the audience. Yes, there. Can somebody get a mic to him? You need a mic over there for Nikhil. Yeah.
Hi, good morning.
Yes,
I'm Royavan Palkiola from Balexco. One question to Arvind. I think KPMG had said that there is a carbon emission fees which was announced in the budget last year, or rather in May this year. What is the latest update on that?
Carbon emission fees.
Yeah, along with corporate income tax, this was one of the things which was said in a KPMG newsletter. So,
Was this in Bahrain?
For Bahrain.
Carbon emission fees. I mean,
I can help. Hi, how are you?
Hi, fine.
Previously,
yes,
quite often. Look, what's occurring in, we don't have an emissions trading scheme in Bahrain, but we know that we have an opportunity, because one of the pathways around CBAM is having our own emissions trading scheme here in Bahrain, where we keep the taxes here and develop, and that money goes towards the decarbonising pathways for Bahrain. So I think your question's relating to this. It is not, although the framework exists and it is on the table with government, and we are meeting with ministry representatives right now around how we might put a solution that allows for a company like yours that might be exporting energy intensive materials into Europe, for example, keeping the taxes for that here in Bahrain.
Yeah. One question for you is, what is the recycling target which Alba is looking at going forward? Is there any targets?
Yeah, look, what we, let's say the last 3 years of recycling volumes are in the order of 25,000 tonne. It's become very popular to get recycled metal out in the market. It's high priced. You'd be lucky to be 10% lower in cost than primary from London Metal Exchange market. So for us, recycling in that 30% by 2035 reduction for us, it's about 3% contribution. Sounds small, but it's all about actually getting the raw material inputs, and some of our customers only want 2% of their product to be recycled metal. It can come with contaminants. Some customers are more acceptable up to 30 and 50%. So we work directly with the customer, and we are prioritising recycled metal to those few customers that want it most. And then for the recycled materials that's left over, we are banking them in that carbon bank, which we have 230,000 tonnes of CO2 savings in, and we're allocating that to customers that want a specific carbon footprint in their product. So very much customer and market driven. Some percentages are there for you. We want to bring more, but of course we're not going to bring scrap and recyclable metal all the way from Europe back to Bahrain to recycle it. So we work with customers like yourself to bring back your scrap, processed scrap, back into the system and claim the decarbonising from it.
Thank you. The last one for Mrs. Tahini.
All questions from Raymond. Anybody else has a question?
Bahrain,
two more. We'll take one more after Raymond.
Bahrain is running out of gas, and I think the industries have been told that Bahrain will start importing LPG. So is there any update on that?
Yeah, so the mandate for Baku Energies is to keep the lights on for Bahrain. So, you know, our oil and gas reserves are coming, all of them are coming from the Bahrain field as well. And, you know, all of our gas is declining actually in the Bahrain field. Until we find more secure, sustainable solutions to provide energy, you know, we will have to import gas from outside. So we started importing this year, some amounts, but obviously, I mean, this is a cycle, because the more efficient that we are in using the gas, the less gas that we have to import from outside as well. But the government realizes that this is an issue that is going to get more and more aggravated in the future anyways, and we are working to find alternative sources of energy. But you have to remember that these alternatives, these mega projects does not actually happen in a year or two. They need planning. So, for example, UAE as an example, I mean, now 40% of their electricity is coming from nuclear, and they didn't have that, I think, 4 years ago. So it just happened at once because of one or two projects, 2-3 projects, major projects that they've done. It will be of a similar trend for us in Bahrain. It will not be, we will have to import, substitute with imported LNG, and up until a point where our renewable projects or alternative energy projects kick in and replace that demand.
Okay, thank you, Tani. I think we'll take one more question. Nikhil's hand came up first. We'll go to Nikhil first. Can you get the mic to him? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So I would like to hear from the panelists, what is the finance cost saving being ESG compliant? Because in recently, one of the syndication from our group, we negotiated enormous saving of 30 basis points for being ESG compliant. I don't know if this is an industry norm or you have something better so we all can get benefited.
It's an industry norm, right?
Look, accountants always like to make cost savings, right? But on the other end of the seesaw is a growth in value generation. And frankly, it's 10 times the cost saving. So for us, if we don't bring decarbonised products to market, we will simply, our supply into Europe will decline over time. And they will take products from elsewhere and other suppliers that are decarbonising at the same or greater rate than us. There's already decarbonised metal in the world. It comes from hydropower primarily. But for the rest of us, it's about just moving with our customer expectation. And there, we achieve our highest premiums from the European market, and we are achieving in the order of a 5% increase on our decarbonised product going into Europe. And that's worth far more value than we can save on any ESG related savings, in my view.
And if I just add to that, so obviously what Clint was talking about, the efficiencies that you bring from across the operations are really great as well, because you see them and you can't always turn those into dollar value, dollar savings. But if you looked internationally at the stock market, for example, the Fortune 500 companies, most of them are the forefront of ESG and sustainability performance. There's indexes only for, social performance companies, and you will see that the value of their stocks are rising because they're viewed better by their customers, and therefore their value is increasing. It might not be easy to do it here in Bahrain, to drive this and find out what's the direct contribution to the savings of the company that ESG does. But from what we learn from around the world, there is one, and it will be there. But we just have to get to a certain level of maturity to be able to unveil that. Anyways, yeah.
Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you for the insightful session. We'll take more questions offline during the lunch. I now request our chairperson, CA Vineet Maru, to join on stage and felicitate the speakers. A big round of applause to the panelists, please. Token of appreciation to Ms. Reem. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. last but not least, a token of thanks and appreciation to Mr. Arvind Sharma. A big round of applause, please. Now, we have got something interesting for all of you. So we'll have a 10-minute fitness session to warm up and re-energize. To take the session forward, we have Yasmin Janahi. She's a fitness first instructor and she's going to lead a light warm-up and stretching session. Over to you, Yasmin Janahi. Are you all ready? So we don't need to put tremendous efforts in this. We can just sit on the chair and take it forward.
Is it on? It's not on. How do I turn it on? It's on? Okay. Thank you. Hi everyone, good morning or good afternoon. My name is Yasmin, as they just mentioned. I'm coming to you with a very small session, just something for you to relax as an icebreaker. So I don't know if your space is a bit small or you cannot really reach to the side. So if you're stuck to the person next to you, just make a bit of a space. So by pulling your chair back or to the side. And make sure you're facing me so you can see me very clearly. You're going to sit in a very comfortable position. And we're just going to start with a tiny bit of breathing. These are exercises you can do in your office if you want to take a small break in between. So just relax both of your hands, palms facing down on top of your knee. Feel free to close your eyes or to gaze down on the floor. And we're just going to take a couple of deep breaths. So take a deep inhale from your nose. Hold it in for a second, and then exhale it out of your mouth. And we're just going to repeat the same thing 5 times. So try to inhale, big breath, and exhale out of the chest and mouth. Really good. I can hear you breathing, so try to take a deeper breath. Inhale. Really good. And exhale. One more time. And now try to hold your breath just for one time a bit longer. So inhale. Try to expand the chest and the ribs and the diaphragm and just hold it in for a second. And try to empty out your lungs. Really good. Let's start with a gentle rest movement. So maybe you're typing all day long, so extend your right arm straight and just pull on your fingers backwards. Just very gentle. Make sure your shoulder is down and relaxed. Take a big inhale and exhale. Really good. Change the position. Pointing down. Really good. Same thing on the other side. Try to take a big breath in. Really good. Inhale and exhale. Very nice. Now just interlace your fingers, squeeze them together and push them out. Really good. Try to take a big breath as you pull your arms all the way up. Fantastic. And then exhale, bring it down. Let's do 2 more. Just inhale. I know some of you are wearing suits. I hope this is comfortable for you. So bring it all the way up. Really good. and gently relax. Let go of your hand, keep it to the side. We're going to work on the neck. So just bring the right ear to the right shoulder. And feel free to take your right hand, place it on top, apply gentle pressure. And as you move, just take deep breaths. Turn your neck just slightly to the side and apply more pressure on the top, so you can feel the stretch to the side of the neck. Really good. Let's do the same on the other side. Just exhale. Turning your neck to the side and pull it down. So place your hands on the side of your head, ideally next to your ears, and you're just going to lower your shoulder down and push it back, trying to open the chest after maybe a long day of hunching down. So just take a big inhale, and then exhale, bringing your arms together or your elbows. Let's do 2 more. Inhale, exhale, 1 more. Big breath. And exhale. You're going to turn your palm down, place it on your shoulder joint, and try to do a small circle, just a small one. And every motion you do, you try to push your shoulder away from your ear. Really good. And in the opposite direction. Fantastic. Very good. Very nice. Relax your arms. Something for your posture. You're going to inhale and just close your shoulder blades to the back. So you're pulling both of your shoulder backward and release. 4 more. Inhale and exhale. In and out. Really good. Now upwards. So you're going to inhale, push your shoulder down, and then exhale all the way up to the ears. And bring it down. 3 more. Really good. And last one. Now we're just going to twist. So you're going to take your right arm and place it on the chair. As you twist your body to the side, trying to look behind you. If this is already comfortable for you and you can do more, maybe you can take your left arm and place it behind the chair. And gently bring yourself back. Let's do the same on the other side. Left hand on the other side of the chair and twist. And gently come back. Now, we're going to take the right leg and just keep it in front of you. You're going to flex and point your foot. So you're inhaling, flexing, and exhaling, pointing. If you want to make it a bit deeper, lift your leg a bit higher so you can feel your hamstring. You always inhale in with your nose and you exhale out. Last one. And if it's possible for you, see if you can reach your right arm all the way to the toes. No? Oh my goodness. Lift it up. Or pretend anything. This is why you need me here for this. So take a big breath. And slowly release. Let's try the other leg. Maybe it works better. Try to lift it, point, and flex. Inhale and exhale. 1 more. Now if we can lift it a bit higher and reach. Really good. And lower. We're just going to do a deeper twist for your spine, just to give your spine a bit of blood, big rush of blood. So take the right leg, cross it on top of the left. Hopefully this is fine. And push your left hand on the outside of your knee as you twist. Now, if you're like me, my back cracks quite very quickly. So you should get a very good crack as you twist. And come back. Release your leg. Let's do the same on the other side. Change the crossing of the leg. Pull to the side and twist. Really good. Release your legs. We're going to do 1 more breathing exercise and then I'm going to let you enjoy the rest. So place 1 hand on your chest and the other one on your stomach. You're going to control your breath by taking a big inhale from the chest. And then when you exhale, you're going to expand and bloat your stomach with the air. So it's almost like a wave motion where one side is a bit higher than the other. You inhale and exhale. Let's just do 3 more. Big breath in and out. Releasing your hands and just keep your palms facing up. We're going to, I'm just leaving you with the small thing. We're going to do a mental game. So you're going to bring your thumb and your pinky finger together on the right side. And then on the left is going to be the opposite. So your thumb and your index. So they're not the same. And just try to walk both of your fingers along without them looking the same. So you don't need them to look the same. This helps a lot with memory loss and with working your brain in your work break. So just try to move your finger along for a few seconds. Really good. I can see some of you trying. Not great with my eyesight, but I can see. Okay, just relax your fingers. Take a big breath. Roll your shoulder back. Inhale and exhale. So let's bring our hands together. We always do this in the end of the session. We warm up the hands and we place them on our eyes and cheeks. And we just try to set an intention or a goal for the rest of our day. And then we bring our hands together and namaste. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yasmin, for that refreshing session. I hope we all are refreshed now to take forward the sessions. Okay, dear all, let me ask you a question now. How many of you know the 2 characters of Mahabharata, Arjuna and Karna? Yes? Yes? Not many? Okay, I would like to share a small detail here. From the day Karna appeared in Arjuna's life, Arjuna was constantly on his toes, upgrading and improving his skill set. But when Duryodhana appeared in Karna's life, he told Karna he was an expert and who needed no improvement at all, but whom the world needed to recognize. So Karna chose to keep proving, while Arjuna chose to keep improving. In the same spirit, I see many Arjunas here among us, people who are constantly learning, upgrading themselves, and bringing out the best in the team and among themselves. This well-organized conference is a perfect example of that. Let's give a big round of applause to the organizers. Moving on to our next session is a panel discussion on scaling AI in an organization, opportunities and challenges. Before diving into the session, we have a brief presentation and talk by Mr. Gaurav Mehta, who is the Managing Director of Productivity Middle East. I request Mr. Gaurav Mehta to join on stage to deliver his presentation.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Did you heard me? The state team? Yeah? I think there's something. Let me define that this is Gaurav Mehta, a living human being, not thinking human being, and live human being presenting to you today on the topic of scaling AI in your organization, opportunities and challenges. Team, friends, this is not about the future. This is where we are today. I would like to thank Vineet for allowing human to talk to human, or allowing human to teach to human that what we can do together. Thank you, Vineet, for that. I know the day will be soon there where the voice will come from the backside and say I'm version 12.8, fully updated and emotionally intelligent. So thanks, Vineet, for allowing us to present this session And with that, at least let's celebrate now what is the collaboration of human intelligence and artificial intelligence. So before I go to the presentation, I think we have got very 60 minutes power pack tight agenda, where initial 10-15 minutes I'll be talking about setting some context about the AI, where the world is moving, numbers, statistics, some more information to throw to you, and post that immediately I'll be inviting our expert panelists to have the insights and views on this topic. Some technical glitch. So by the time it's coming on the slides are appearing up, I think we all know that how the AI have been moving, right? And I would like to set some of the context in terms of the what is happening across the world. So today's session will be covering winning AIs and of course about the challenges, the risk and the opportunities for us, all of us. Let's talk what is happening across the world on the AI side. You can see across the world there are news is somebody is saving millions and millions of dollars. Somebody is investing in billions and billions of dollars into investing into the infrastructure. All countries, all organizations, everybody is into the rate race. So what are we here for today? To understand more about how can we scale up our organization. What is the roadmap? We have been talking last 2 days in terms of AI, the technicals, but actually there needs to be a roadmap. There needs to be a strategy. There needs to be an insight. There needs to be a human brains to sit together and work on this strategy. So we'll talk on more about that. But it is not that easy. AI is not that easy. AI is equivalently scary. Look at this, what AI is doing to our world. You may soon see that people will say, I would like to marry an AI created partner because AI created partner listens to me. AI created partner is more efficient, or maybe rather in our chartered accountants language, AI created partner is generating more ROI. So this is what also this is being doing to our world, and we need to be scary about this. This is a recent survey. It shows that all Gen Zers would prefer to marry AI created partners rather than the human partners. And it's not more. Maybe before I jump on, I would like to show you something. And let's take your view after this.
Welcome to Bad Airlines. Please pay attention to this safety briefing.
Insert the metal tip into the buckle and tighten the strap. Don't worry, it's not that hard.
If oxygen masks appear, pull down and place over your nose and mouth. They say you'll only need it once.
Please locate your nearest exit, even though statistically it won't help you if things go wrong.
Under your seat, you'll find a life jacket. Put it on and hope you won't have to use it. Not that it matters at 30,000 feet.
Follow the floor lighting in an emergency. If you see a red glow, well, good luck.
Please turn off all electronic devices, or the spirits in the cabin might get restless.
The safety card is in your seat pocket. It has no answers, only questions.
In case of evacuation, leave all belongings behind and abandon your sense of reality. Thank you for flying Bad Airlines. May your soul remain intact after this flight.
So, I'll just take a pause here. Any guess in the audience that video like this, the next video which you have seen, how much it will cost to any organization? There are 8 to 10 actors, backgrounds, shooting, everything. Any wild guess? Sorry, can you pass on the mic please? How much somebody said? Maybe in dollar terms you can say 1,000, 5,000, how much? $10,000? $10? Maybe zero also. Who said zero? Sir, you are right. It took just few cents and 10 minutes to create this video. That's what is AI for us. That's what the AI, Vinit is saying, where are we spending the cost? Why we didn't use Protivity to create these videos? Thanks, Vinit. So with this, I would say that
Welcome to Bad Airline.
this is what I was trying to say, that AI is not easy thing. Any technology advancement comes with their own pros and cons. But having said that, we are not here for discussing the downside of AI. Let's discuss what we need to do to upscale the game in our organization. And most of the time, things comes with, since majority of the population here is a chartered accountant, the things will start with the budget, cost, ROI. So somebody asked me that how did you get the budget approval? And you say the word AI and the budget is getting approved. We know the AI is a budget, AI is the new buzzword, right? We need to create from hype to the hardcore numbers. And you'll be amazed to see some of the numbers across the world where it is moving. How the funding is coming, how the approvals are coming across the world when the AI is there. You look at the numbers in terms of growth. The market is planned to be around 757 billion global market. AI healthcare itself is around to be 46 billion market. AI mainstream captures the 88% of the global market. And these users will keep on going and increase and increase and increase. These are the numbers which we are going, and no organization is now an exception, or nobody has a choice that not to adopt the AI. With this, I'll just take one simple question with all of you. Can you just scan the barcode and please put your answers on the screen so we can immediately see your answers. What do you believe that which function will have the highest ROI from the AI adoption in the next 3 years? You will have a link, you will have the options, start submitting this. I hope everybody is getting. Yeah, we are getting the answers on the screen. These are the live answers. Lovely. This is the poll from this people sitting in this hall. Customer service, marketing services, yes, undoubtedly the front-end services are getting more and more advantages from the AI. But you still see there seems to be a doubt on finance, risk, talent acquisition, which one of our fellow colleagues mentioned in the morning. In order to understand more about finance and procurement and talent acquisition, we have our panelists, they'll be talking around that. Let me talk to you that this is not the new concept. The AI has been encoded with us in 1940 with the human intelligence. And that's where the AI birth took place. Till the time that any technology is hype, we will consider as a new thing. But soon the AI will become a routine, or AI become a part of our daily life cycles. With that, I will just skip the slide because today morning our fellow colleagues has covered that. What are the types of AI and the categories? I'll skip this question as well. But why now the AI? Because AI is transferring the work, your knowledge, the way you are living the life, your sustainable competitive advantage, and more about how your customers are feeling, how the market is getting transformed, how you are generating the new revenue stream for your organizations. And people are already, I would not say people, China has started teaching AI to the kids in the school. UAE has started AI as a mandatory subject to the kids in the school. Now, we will move more on how we upscale the game and what are the challenges. But let me give you some real life perspective that what exactly the C-suits are already saying. What the C-suits wants when they are going or landing upon their AI journey or AI transformation journey. You can see one of the shared service CEO mentioning that how can I leverage AI to transform my call center operation? We are talking a volume of 3 million calls a month. Imagine the kind of human power going into this particular activity. From there, applying an AI and responding to the customers without even a single human word, the efficiency that with AI is bringing into a place. There's another bank which says that, we want to map our existing workflows to an opportunity. This is more about The bank which already had 1100 bots across 2,000 processes. And the bank wants to upscale their game by bringing the AI. There's one more that, how to modernize in our automation strategy by integrating agentic AI and place legacy RPA tools. Same here, the banks are coming up with the more and more and more areas where they can implement, and these are the part of boardroom discussion. These are the part of strategic discussions which they are working around. I would just maybe I will take this one more question with you, that what are the biggest barrier to scaling AI in your organization? Can you please one more time scan the barcode and give one word in terms of what are the biggest barrier in your organization from scaling the AI? Wow. Mindset, ethical use, budget, cost, data integrity, capex, tech integration and data integrity. This is the real-time data that we say we are future ready, but look at the problems and the challenges which we have. Fear of losing the data, inexperience, data quality, use case, user capability, security, adaptability, and so on. I think this is what exactly we will also talk in our panel discussions. Thank you very much for your input. And these are something, the real life problems lying in the boardroom, lying with the C-suite table, and lying with the business to sort out and to solve these problems. I will just quickly touch upon, for any organization to have their AI roadmap, there are a couple of elements which they can work upon, or they need to look into right from the board of director endorsements, which is the first and prima facie key. Unless the boards are on top of this game, this will not get in success or get a push for a business or the risk or a control guy to work upon it. Second is AI COE. I will talk more about an AI Center of Excellence in the upcoming slides, that in order to drive, there is no 1, 2, 3 member team who can drive the AI. It has to be the COE formation within the organization. Third one is the AI strategy, most and critically important of the 6C framework, where you need to work on the constitutions, the capacity, the funding, the powers, the cost, ROIs, the capability in terms of availability of skill set, the people, the experts, technology, your culture, whether your culture adopts this kind of transformations, and the last is the compliance, which I think we will not have a choice, and the last one is the constraints in terms of the language. We have been talking about that. Still, again, going back from there to use case study and the AI implementation. These are the 5 or 6 major blocks I think any organization will have as a roadmap for the AI adoption or the AI transformation journey, but we will listen more about from our expert panelists what have been their experience or how they have been transforming the AI journey in their systems. I will not talk much about it because in the today morning sessions we have understood what are the challenges, what are the data. But I think in my view there is only one challenge, that most AI roadblocks are not the technical problem, but they are more about discipline problem. So I would say the governance, the data, the discipline are much larger problem than the algorithm creating the problem for us. We will soon see that in how to implement the AI in the organization. This is a quick one on how you can always have something at the front and back, but a strong COE will help you to drive the AI strategy and implementing the AI within your organization, starting from the people to platform, and most importantly, the AI community. What do I mean? AI community, right from the board, CEOs, AI champions, department heads, department people, everyone. There has to be AI community within the company, otherwise the concept will never sail in the organization for a long. I've spoken about that. The last few slides, and then we will invite the panelists. The most important building blocks for the AI transformation strategy are in terms of strategic alignment, data quality, their use case studies, partners, governance, innovations, KPI, and ROI. Imagine this building blocks integrated with the center of excellence. That's the kind of strategy the organization need to have in terms of implementing their AIs. We have spoken enough on the risk and challenges faced during the Gen AI, but I'll just take one example. How many of us are here Chief AI Officer in the room? How many of us here are the AI VP, AVPs, Senior Officer, Director, Senior Director? Leave it. How many of us AI Manager? No one. We are saying that we want to get future ready, but this has got the problem we are going to face. Skill set. So I'll come on that how misconcept, I mean, these words are being used in the panel discussion, and that's what one of my question also. So I'm saying, yes, there are challenges, people are landing upon this journey, but from the cost till skill set to data, everything is a challenge. And of course, every challenge has the solutions. Some of the use case I would like to throw it in terms of to relate with your industry, and you can see where you can implement the AI and work around this. I hope this was a quick snapshot to set the context before I invite the panelists, and this was useful to you. With this, I would like to invite our panelists. I would like to first invite Mr. Umair Murtaza. Umair is a seasonal finance leader with 20 years of experience in the Middle East and Australia. He is an ACA from England and Wales. He is a CGMA from UK, and he is a graduate from Australian Institute of Company Directors. He possesses extensive experience in leading finance functions, business partnering, and leading complex transformation programs. Let's put a huge round of applause for Umair Murtaza. Our next panelist is Mr. Maitham Abbas. He is a head of business development at Khaliji Bank. Maitham Abbas has accomplished his banking executive with extensive experience in strategy, innovation, and execution. As a head of business development at Khaliji Bank, he leads initiative that drives growth and market expansion through new products, business lines, and strategic partnership, including acquisitions. We welcome Mr. Maitham Abbas on the stage. Huge round of applause for him. Thank you. Our third speaker is a person who has given his 2 decades to the field of governance, risk, and compliance. I would like to invite Arvind Benani, who Country Managing Director, ICAI Bahrain. Arvind is specialized in internal audit, risk management, and process consultancy for the government and the finance sectors. He has been instrumental in driving this governance excellence for our last 2 decades in Bahrain and across the Middle East region. Welcome, Arvind. Thank you. Welcome again, all the panelists. We all have been experimenting, we all have moved from rather experimenting AI to be dependent on the AI. Organization claims that, they have started landing on the AI journey or they are working on the AI journey. However, I believe the reality is there, they are layering the AI on a legacy structure or fragmented data ecosystem, or I would say the old decision model. With this, Umair, what are your views in terms of that decisive, structural, or leadership decision that allows an organization to move towards the AI transformation journey? What are your views around that, or what's your take on the AI transformation journey, even before somebody lands on that strategy?
Thank you, Gaurav, and pleasure to be here. Part of the answer is embedded within the first few slides of your presentation while you were talking through that. I also heard there was a question from one of the tables at the forefront about digital transformation, touching upon digital transformation as well, perhaps, and how does that interface with AI. Just wanting to answer this in a way that just break down any transformation initiative, whether that's AI driven or it's digital transformation, to good project management principles: people, process, technology. First and foremost, something which we as an organization are currently going through as well as we embark on an AI journey, AI adoption journey, is the people element. Have digital first capability and capacity built into your leaders, people. These are people who are driving different departments within the organization. They are leaders within the organization, and this goes right all the way up to board, because you do need that executive sponsorship and endorsement over there. This emanates from creating workshops, understandings, bringing excellent case studies like the ones which you showcased right at the outset of the presentation, showing both the opportunity on hand and the risk of inaction. Process is another one, something which we found out that as we had a town hall of all of our leaders in the organization, including our chief investment officer. And the first thing was, let's look at our process landscape. How much our processes are efficient, cohesive, and commonly understood across the entire organization. And the understanding was there is either documentation gaps, there are gaps in shared understanding, shared ways of doing things, shared ways of appreciating things. And then it's a pleasure to share that working with Productivity, we are addressing that element of standardizing our processes across the organization. The third element, the most, I think, the enabling level is technology. Often people, something you mentioned about layering AI on top of disparate, broken systems, I'll raise my hand, take ownership and acknowledge this is a common pitfall. You want to implement AI on getting a fancy dashboard, real-time insights on a broken ERP. That just doesn't happen. You really need to invest into foundational level systems so that there are all elements in place before you go on to something like that. Something which we found in our discovery journey was we did not have proper data governance. Enterprise architecture was found lacking, and there was no AI policy even. The immediate things done was where we developed a 6 to 12 to 18 month window in terms of our transformation of how we're really going to strengthen our technology pillar. We, on war footing, something which had to be done was we need to have an AI policy. People, for heaven's sake, stop putting things, confidential, proprietary things on Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, and other platforms. Everybody was given an enterprise level Microsoft Copilot platform, registered to our email address. We are a Microsoft organization, so we use responsible AI, and the do's and not to do's were also communicated across. This is something, we are in the process of actually developing an AI policy, responsible use of AI policy, and learning and implementing that across. As an organization, one thing we very recently launched is a smart chatbot, and it was very interesting working with our human capital team to embed ethical dimensions into the smart chatbot. What questions people can ask, and we're remaining within both ethical and legal boundaries to appreciate that. It's been a tremendous learning journey. Gaurav, you talked about the pre-steps. I think there is a lot of self-discovery. The best thing which AI adoption is doing is compelling us to address questions which we thought we already had answers of, but we actually didn't. There's a lot of foundational work, which in itself is the biggest benefit to come out of any AI adoption journey. You become ready to confront and solve and take these questions head on, and by doing that, you unlock value. Obviously, we have things like a data lake in place, having a data engineer and a data scientist which will be brought on board. But the reality when it dawned on us is that we are so far away from that. So let's get our foundational pieces together to really benefit out of, the true power, transformative power of AI, like you shared.
Thank you. That's really insightful. Just building upon that, Maitham, at the hindsight, what do you believe that what capacity organizations should start scaling across the board to scale up the AI game while we are on the transformational journey?
Okay, thank you, Gaurav. And I'd just like to first thank you and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for having me. It's an honor. We've been following this institute. We've had several members of our staff who are members of this institute, and we're very proud of the work they've been doing. And they've also been showing off to us about how well they're doing as a Bahrain chapter of the overall organization. So thank you for having us here. I think, building on what was said, what we're seeing here is that organizations that were well managed and run as systems, organizations that built themselves out as systems are much better prepared to leverage on and take advantage of AI than organizations that tended to be run based on people or transactions, right? So typically we had, I don't know, maybe from 10, 15 years ago, a journey towards looking at database decision making. And as part of that journey already, we were beginning to see the transition and the importance of understanding your data, institutions implementing things like data dictionaries, looking at getting data consolidated across silos, etc., so that they could then build on top of that an analytics layer. And at the time, we used to call it business analytics. Then we started talking about data science, and now we're talking about AI, but AI in some form has been there. The early AI models were basically decision models, almost workflow-like, that you could only build out if you had defined decision bases, defined criteria, processes, etc. Then we started building out scoring type models, which were statistical based, so this was particularly, at least in the banking sector, prevalent in your credit risk scoring, etc. And now we're beginning to see implementation of things like machine learning and generative AI for these solutions. But for example, if you want to train out a chatbot and your organization has not defined, for example, even for your existing customer service agents, have not clearly documented what appropriate responses are, what the criteria are for providing, services to clients, it will be very difficult for a chatbot to be trained on anything to be able to take over that task. I would say one of the things that needs to come out as well, if you want to get buy-in from the organization, is to understand that the implementation of AI is something that should be seen as a value addition, not only from a cost savings efficiency perspective, but also from a growth business model value creation perspective. Then number two, probably you're looking at your data preparedness, your data foundations that we've covered slightly. Number three, you want your cross-sectional support. So ideally, these initiatives need to be business-led, IT supported, and your control units putting up the guardrails, whether you're talking about IT security, compliance, etc. Finally, anything we do, we need to bear in mind that we only exist as organizations because there are customers who are willing to buy things from us. So it has to be customer-centric throughout. So I'd say these are the kind of primary elements you want in place from a preparedness perspective.
Thank you. That's really insightful. Vinit, do you believe that, the data and AI will become our CEO and the boss's judgment will be on probation with HR? Okay, so Vinit answered, my next 5 years bonus is secured, so thank you, Vinit, for that. Maitham, the second question to you on this. As the organization moves from isolated AI pilots to an enterprise-wide upscalement, I think there is also a shift in the conversation from AI just considers as a technology enablement to, and I would say, a business accelerators. Definitely from a business development perspective, AI is not just an operating efficiency, enhancement in operating efficiency or increase in productivity. It's more about expansion in the market, customer values, I would say, ROIs, I would say the revenues and so on. In this context, what do you believe that, what is the most critical strategic step an organization should take while navigating to upscale their AI games from a market accelerator, which will ultimately result into the market, business development, and the product enhancement?
Thank you. So from a business development perspective, I think, generally we would start off building out the business strategy. Now, as part of any business strategy, you're always going to, or typically you would have your pest analysis, right? So you'd have your overview, political environment, economy, sociological, and technological. I think everybody, presumably, when they're doing their strategy now, are taking AI into account when they're looking at the technology part of that analysis. Now, the way I try and approach these things with different types of technologies is to often try and think of how things will behave at a boundary. So for example, if you're talking about the fact that you've been observing energy costs going down, you may say, well, what would the world look like that had zero energy costs, right? And if we're looking at AI, it's almost as though you're saying, what would the world look like where I have perfect data, completely contextual, and have the ability to make super intelligent decisions on that instantly and freely, right? You can then take that and apply it to your sector to just start reimagining what would the business models in that sector look like. And the business models in that sector I would take, across kind of three primary parameters, right? I'd start saying, what would value propositions be like in such a world? What would service models look like in that world? And then what would sector dynamics become, right? So if I apply it, for example, to my sector, which is banking, would say, okay, what would value propositions look like? So, if you can imagine, for example, let's take a world for SMEs, where we know they typically don't have access to CFOs. We saw some people go out there with the concept of fractional CFOs to deal with this, right? Well, in a world where you've got super intelligence available, integrated into your ERP systems, integrated into your payment data, etc., you could imagine having digital CFOs which could completely support people in terms of liquidity planning, looking at contractual versus behavioral, thinking about your credit, thinking about what kind of products you should be focusing more on, what kind of products you should be pulling out of inventory, etc. Across the board, all of these decisions are not tremendously difficult to make, but who has the time, who has the effort, who has the money, who has the data, and especially in an SME context, right? So the potential for value creation becomes massive. When I think of this as a bank, I would then say, well, whoever can do that, he's going to dominate, right? Yes. So the question is, what would my role be there? Would I be the one who could step in and say, yeah, well, liquidity issue, proactively. So, instead of today where we do reactive products, you come to me, you apply for a liquidity, I proactively say, you've got this issue, here's your solution, right? Here's your liquidity line, you've got excess liquidity, here, put it into this money market fund, put it into this call account. You need to understand credit, well, I've got credit history on these people, I can tell you, maybe stop, reduce your credit limit to this customer, increase it on that customer, etc., right? So building out value propositions becomes something that you can start imagining what it could be. Looking at the service model by which those value propositions come out is then the next level. So in the world I've just described, for you to be able to provide that value proposition, you would need to be able to have not only integrated across the data silos within your organization. We're now talking about getting at data silos across organizations. Because now what you're saying is, I'm creating value for this client. And to do that, I need to have access to all data relevant for his decision making. A lot of that's going to be sitting in ERP systems. So then your service model may not be as a traditional bank going to them, but offering embedded services through these platforms or ERP systems or whatever the case may be as one road, or another road going and building out your own ones so that you can have access to that data and build out that proposition. So Once you've understood now, you've got an idea of different kind of value propositions, you've got an idea of service model, and you've begun to see how sector dynamics are beginning to be impacted in terms of competition, not only amongst banking and finance companies, but the fact that these ERP providers and platform providers are going to become critical players, either as being clients who become your channel to be able to do the provision, and so really they will become your primary clients because they're going to be the, the border guards, or you're going to have to find a way of getting into that business, right? Now, this is all great, but it's a little bit theoretical, right? It's a little bit out there. When you come into a strategy, you want to do something practical. But lining your organization up for where you think the market might be going becomes important. You then look at your more immediate medium-term value creation. So for example, if you want to build these propositions into your existing products and services, which is how you go and solve things for clients, right? You know, fundamentally your value proposition is either helping a client get a job done or solve a problem, right?
Yeah.
So building out these propositions, say over a 18 to 36 month plan, would go into your product development. And there you can think of soft uses of these AI in terms of, for example, we're launching our corporate prepaid card next week, right? We've seen a lot of shift in payments onto card rails, even in the B2B world. And we're saying if it moves similar to the B2C, it will go more, so we go do that. Well, you know, today you have a basic proposition, but the only way you can attract people on it is by giving, for example, rewards. So you go from, say, a 2% margin, you're giving away 1%, or a 1.5% margin, you're giving away 1%, you're going to end up with 0.5. You create the value through your analytics layer on top of that, showing them how they can do their expense, expense analysis, etc., right? So you can create these medium-term propositions, and then you have immediate-term propositions. So the most immediate way most organizations can benefit from AI is by simply utilizing solutions which already have AI built into it. So for example, as a bank, we've been looking at fraud management solutions. So our fraud management solution already has AI built into it, which means we get to immediately start leveraging from that and benefiting on it, which then also enables us to improve our service offering on our remittances, right?
That pops me up with the word, because lots of insight you have shared, and Omar also used the word ethics. So frankly speaking, it's always been out of my understanding, how can we have ethical hacking or ethics? So I mean, what's your take, building upon the earlier two responses about ethical concerns around the AI decision making? How can we decide there is something ethical or non-ethical?
So I think this is something which we talked about even yesterday, even when, the first inaugural session when Jamal was speaking, he also talked about, bringing governance, bringing regulation into the piece of AI first. So I think this is something which we are seeing across. You will see board discussions where people are talking about implementing something new, but some companies, some of the banks, some of the organizations already went and started doing some implementation, and now they are taking a break. They are saying that, okay, first let us get ethics in place. Let us get a framework in place. As EU has come up with the first framework, which is a 790-pointer regulatory requirement, even the regulators are basically trying to shape up here. Regulators are trying to make something which can be implemented across all organizations. Again, it is a very, very big ask from regulators also, but ethics, setting the right framework, setting the right governance, and matching it up with the requirement of the national transformation strategies of each and every organization. What we do in Middle East, in 5 years, the world has done it in 50 years. Look at the way UAE has transformed itself. Look at the way Saudi Arabia has transformed itself from 2017 to 2022, 23. So ethics is something which is of the paramount importance, and it's coming at every board level discussion today, where they come back and tell that, okay, let's take a step back, set up the ethics, set up the governance framework, even if the regulators are not doing that. One of the recent board audit committee meetings, which was a very large, banking board again, and the finance, the CFO and the chief of audit were presenting, and that's where one of the board members actually stopped them and I said, okay, you are already in process of implementing AI. What are the do's and don'ts of AI? Can you please tell us so that we at board level can also understand this? So building that ethics culture within that particular understanding of that particular ethical standards within the board itself is going to be a very difficult challenge. That's where you need to bring in, or you need to invest in people, what we talked about, Omer talked about people, investing in people and getting the right person at even a board level to understand and ask the right question is very important.
I'm slightly a radical thinking. I mean, as Arvind was talking, and in my earlier example where, the AI is coming and giving a session in the conference, I think Vineet will also put asterisk mark, only ethical AIs are allowed by invitations. So this can be also the possible scenario. But having said that, I think in my view, scaling AI will only yield the results when it is fueled by revenues or the market penetration or the customer value creations. And otherwise it will just become one of the more the automation or technology available with us. Right now the biggest problem which I see that the way technology is moving, the speed at the pace which the technology guys are moving, I think the business and regulators are not moving across the same speed, which in itself create a kind of question to how can we govern this entire ethical dilemma of AI. While technology is moving, others are pacing up. And I'm pretty sure that board members and the boardrooms are already discussing this matter. On that note, Arvind, what do you see from the boardroom perspective? I see whether we should have AI or we should not AI, and not have the AI is no more a question. The question is that are we shaping AI or the AI shaping us? With that perspective, what is the boardroom perspective and how boards are taking this entire thing from the AI implementation perspective?
So boards, if you look at the boards today, boards are in a big dilemma. If they don't do anything, they will be considered as hampering growth. Because the way AI is being projected, that it is going to enhance productivity, uplift excellence in an organization, maybe diversify in the product portfolio itself. So if they are being too conservative, they're basically blocking the entire chain of growth of the organization. Whereas if they are actually, going ahead and implementing these, AI bots and tools, across all the, business lines, it might be too risky. They might open the organization to a reputational risk. So operational risk is definitely there, it can be managed somehow, but again, reputational risk. So it is very important that the organization is looking at the, the culture within that, not only at the board level, but even at the detailed people level. You talk about AI implementation, the just use of Google and ChatGPT is not AI implementation. So that is where the understanding has to come in very clearly, that how these boards shaping up, and it has to be done at the same time. They cannot sit and not do anything. So that is the biggest dilemma boardrooms are facing today, that whether to do it or whether not to do it. And what's the straight away answer to that? There is no straight answer to that. The boards have to come up with their regulatory mandates, what they are going to bring that, we talked about ethical governance within the organization with respect to AI. So boards have to be strategically bold, but I'll say governance anchored. That is something which has to be done at a board level.
So I think one of the, I was talking to one of the C-suites person, and he was also mentioning the same thing. But I think, Omar, have you started using AI for calculating your ROI? On a light note, Omar, can you please help us with understanding this ROI question? This is a big challenge, big dilemma. I mean, Maitham said a journey of immediate, long-term, short-term. Board are under still discussion stage. Ethics still needs to be decided. How as a business I would work on the ROI part of it. I mean, being the finance person, you're the best one to throw some light on this.
Yeah, thanks, Gaurav. I think sometimes we get limited by, there was a question on, the previous session was really interesting on ESG, which also talked about, are we getting, how many basis point reduction are we getting from sustainable financing? And I really liked Clint's response that look at the transformative impact of that. There is a bigger risk of losing out a revenue stream if we do not address ESG, let alone the benefit we get from, the basis point reduction. A great question, a very great example given as a response. Bringing it into the AI world, I would say return on investment, it can be gray at the start. We have conversations at, our C-suite level, our all C, like our, at our chief investment officer, our group CFO, and others, our group legal counsel as well. And the question often is that the ROI is not necessarily immediately tangible, but this is something which we necessarily need to do, look into. And I think that's the precursor and the drive for having people like leaders in an organization which are digital first, digitally literate. I would not shy away from saying just on the drive to this place, I got to know what ChatGPT actually stands for, generative pre-trained transformers, right? We use ChatGPT instantaneously. Everybody in our over here has a, in their pockets we have a phone which has GPT, but we never knew. And every component, G, P, and T is a world in its own. Let's try to make that small effort of getting digitally literate, AI literate, and then we can also look at in the investments and all. But Gaurav, I won't dodge your question. I'll just showcase with an example. We have developed technologies, within the AI spectrum in terms of, having a smart chatbot solution I mentioned some time back, but more recently, we did workflow automation for contract reviews within the organization, and we developed a system solution for that. We have a lot of contracts which come through, they go through a compliance and a legal check and all. Now we have a repository of more than 1,000 plus contracts. A very good question came in terms of how do we now use this rich database for immediately building intelligence? And we have been exploring the best fit AI layer which can sit on top. The possibilities are very fascinating, whereby you want to look at a particular clause, a non-compete clause, a marine particular clause, a clause which is on food, health and safety, and you immediately retrieve that. What that allows is a lot of fast tracking of the time of the compliance people who review the entire contract, because they can learn from their own prior experiences what has been reviewed, a similar contract which has been reviewed in the past. It allows the legal people to immediately cross-refer to a provision they did in contract number 564, now that they're reviewing contract number 1100. But the best part on the ROI is we are actively thinking of commercializing the solution now, because we have a very large data set which has proven to prove a lot of value. Once we have an AI solution on top, we actually want to market the solution, and that should, in itself solve the ROI, the return on investment element as such.
Anyway, any finance guy will convince that there is
Gaurav,
ROI. So
let me add it here that very interestingly you asked the question that ROI, are you calculating using AI? In fact, we've been asked multiple times across various industries and across, at board and board risk committees level, that what is the ROI on the AI itself? So, are these projects, are these, AI related projects which companies are doing, are these getting materialized? You saw the results of the survey that 95% of the AI projects have actually failed. And it is not something that only we as consultants or we as, chartered accountants have this information. Even the board members, when they come for the meeting, they also do the ChatGPT and get this information. So even when they come and say the same thing. So unless you move a project, AI implementation project, into a platform, and finally moving from a platform to profit, it is not considered as a successful project. So from an ROI perspective, unless is a ROI on AI is measurable, AI has to be repeatable and scalable. These three are very, very basic parameters of, measuring ROI on AI itself.
I think I purposely nudged on this question because for chartered accountant, something which it doesn't reconcile, that doesn't exist. So, so that's the reason I have this question. Thank you, Arvind, for your insight. With that, my last question to all three of you. We spoke on strategy, we spoke on transformation, we spoke on ROI, risk, and what AI can do. And that's what I think which the audience would like to know, but at the same time, how they would like to understand from the leadership like yours that what principle the one should hold for the next 5 years in terms of 3 years, 2 years in upscaling their AI game in their organizations.
Yes, Gaurav, I think I have recently come across a fascinating book, which I'm happy to share later, in a breakout lunch session, written by a chartered accountant, having worked in shared services and finance for a long period of time, of what he sees as a priority of what all finance professionals should need within the next 5 years. So, that I can share some snippets from that, is being digitally and AI literate. That is one very big thing which all of us finance professionals need to do right away now. In terms of the view of 5 years, I think how much AI actually impacts our roles is something which would interplay with both ethics and also with human resource capability itself, whether that sits in finance, HR, customers, business development, anywhere else. Understand the power, promise and potential of AI now in terms of strategizing and developing a strategy and a roadmap, something which Maitham really nicely identified. You need to have a business strategy first and your AI strategy follows on that.
Perfect, yes. Yeah. Maitham, your view on this?
Thank you. So I think we need to get the buy-in at the top, right? For me, at least in my bank, my board were very explicit. They expect to see something on AI in the strategy, right? I would say one of the things I still see from the board, and remember, board members today are, a different level from what they were, right?
Yes.
So many of these board members have their own companies where they've already implemented. So they're sitting there saying, hey, we know this is doable, right? If you can't do it, go speak to this consultant. They helped us out, right?
Agreed.
But one thing I would say I continue to see is that when people talk about AI, I don't know if all organizations are like ours where it's been made explicit this has to be done. The focus is still on efficiency. And I would just take a step back and go to that whole discussion on linking your AI to actual growth objectives, to value creation objectives. Efficiency is great. Again, you can get immediate benefits if you're already using a CRM system like Salesforce, you're already using, systems like ServiceNow, fraud management systems. A lot of these global vendors have already developed strong use cases within that particular technology. You immediately start benefiting from it on implementation of, if you've already implemented just through activation. And that's like a very nice short-term gain that you can, these are the low-hanging fruit that you use to justify the more long-term investments. But I'd kind of jump back to what I said at the beginning. If you don't have those 5 things in place, it's not going to happen. You need to get the board involved, get those 5 things in place. And one thing that's maybe more relevant for companies such as yourself, in my bank we have executive and board training sessions, to meet our CPD requirements, etc.
Yeah.
And we've had sessions on AI. And what I've seen is that they continue to be these kind of Harvard Business School case-based sessions, which is fine, right, if you're trying to sensitize. What I've not seen being presented to the boards is a framework, right? Here's a framework for thinking about this, a framework for creating value out of it, and a framework for implementing it, right? And I think there is a need, and there's a thirst there, because they're only asking us to do this and taking part in these things because they are interested, because they do want to do it. But I think they just need, in fact, all of us just need someone to try and say, look, we've seen where this has been done successfully, and these are the kinds of frameworks that work, right? An ABC thing that everyone can remember and kind of go, oh, have we done this, 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 this? Yes? Okay, great. This is our plan.
So, Arvind, I think the ethics, capability, framework are still taking the top words. What are your principles? You will give it to the audience.
What I'll say is basically, I agree with all of you, what you said. But I'll try to take it as today we are maybe using 1 or 2% of the what capability of AI is. I'll take it to, let's say, 5 years ahead from today. Definitely I see AI as a growth accelerator. However, being a chartered accountant at heart and as a risk professional, I would say it has only scaled up if, as risk professionals and chartered accountants, if we also are able to keep the risk discipline, is able to keep the velocity of growth as same as the velocity of innovation. That will prove that yes, AI is scaled up. And second thing, which I would say that whether the test, whether AI is scaled up or not, is today we are looking at AI and we are doing all these discussions last 1.5 days. We have been talking about AI across, except for the nice break of ESG. You know, we have been talking about investment in AI or spend in AI or whether it's good or not good. So today we are still looking at it as a discretionary spend. Unless the mindset moves from a discretionary spend to a structured investment, till we don't reach that, it means we have not scaled or we have not actually started using AI at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvind. I think that was the last question. We will not come in between lunch and you, but maybe we can take 1 or 2 quick questions if anybody from audience has.
I think there has been overdose of AI already.
There is 1 question at the last. Can you pass on the mic, please? Yeah. Please pass on the mic there. Maybe you want to come in front, I'll pass on the mic to you.
Hello, my question is to Mr. Benani. This is on the consulting space. I mean, we as consultants are using AI. Our professional building model is based on number of hours we spend multiplied by the billing rate. So this model of where we give a solution to the client faster and he solves his particular problem, but in the other sense that he says that, okay, you have solved our problem faster, so we have to pay you less. So how is this consulting model going to change, where we provide good quality solutions using the advanced tools, but still we get paid our fees? Thank you.
Very interesting question, Arun. So, and this is something which directly hits my heart. Okay, so what I'll say is that, yes, when it comes to using AI and AI responsibly, even providing consulting services, yes, the benefit has to be passed on to the clients also. So if we believe that there are only few problems to be solved in the world and in the organizations which consultants can help, I am sorry. I think every organization has lot and many problems, and as consultants we can all help, solving multiple. Maybe we are able to only solve 1 or 2 today using the time and availability of time, but with the help of AI we'll be able to do lot more solutions in much lesser time. So we'll always be relevant when it comes to that, and we will definitely be able to make our fees also. Yes, the cost of delivering that particular project has to come down by responsible usage of AI. I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other question? So thank you. You've been lovely audience. I will close the session with the remarks that, my dear friends, AI is a Ferrari, and everybody would like to have Ferrari, but they need to know how to drive, technician, speed, etc. Otherwise, that Ferrari is a chaos. So I leave it to you how you want to drive your Ferrari in the future journey. With that, whether AI is being myths or mystery, or whether it's hyped or hardcore numbers, it will come soon. We'll meet next year and we'll talk more on the AI topics. With that, I would like to thank ICAI, Vinay, and you being lovely audience for these things. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gaurav. And it's really interesting to know that we are using just 1% of the AI. You know, the scope is far more beyond what we can use. And you, friends, use of ChatGPT and Google is not AI. That's what is clarified by Mr. Anand. Thank you very much. I now request our chairperson, Mr. C. Vinith Maru, to join on stage to felicitate the speakers. A big round of applause to the panelists here in the session. Thank you very much. Bahrain, Artha Bharat Investment and Wealth Advisors from India. We would like to felicitate the sponsor. There is a raffle draw of 2 grams gold coin. So let's see who the lucky winner is. Please join on stage. Artha Bharat Investment and Wealth Management Advisors.
Hello everyone. Since we are starting with a gold fund next, so that's why we thought giving a gold coin would be a good raffle prize, a 2 grams gold coin. And as Artha Bharat investment managers, we are very happy to be here in ICAI Bahrain conference and a wonderfully organized conference. 3 cheers to the team here at ICAI Bahrain.
Some last minute requests from one of the members. If you can. Anybody else would like to put their card?
And the lucky winner is Mr. Anshu Prakash. What?
We will take the next winner. Anshu Prakash is around. So congratulations to the winner. We request you to kindly stay on the stage. Request our chairperson, Sri Vinit Maru, to join on stage to felicitate sir. Thank you, everyone. I just have a couple of announcements. There are a lot of sponsor stalls in the outside the conference room, so please pass by the stalls and you can scan the QR codes and kindly put your cards for raffles. There is a special iPad raffle draw by GT. You can visit the stall and put your cards. There is a free BMI test by Fitness First stall. And from Europe Card, there is a grand prize for Oman trip. So you can put your cards and try your luck. And members, please do not forget to collect your conference gift towards the end of the day on producing your badges. And we resume with a 30-minute lunch break. We will resume exactly at 1:02. So have a nice lunch. Thank you all. Signing off. A quick reminder for those who are present in the hall after the lunch break will only get the raffles. So please be on time. Thank you. All the women in the conference room, women CAs, please join for a group photograph. Request Chairperson CA Vineet. Request our Chairperson CA Vineet to join on for a photograph. Kartika, please join for a photograph. Request Vineet Maru, wherever he is, to please join for a photograph. Sri Bharti, if she's around. Bharti Maheshwari. Nikita, XCOM.
Indian civil servant, Mr. Gururajan Krishnamurthy, Colonel Rajiv Mr. Sachin Pa.
Moore is different. At the heart of Moore is our unique and vibrant culture, a caring community of professional services firms, centered on our desire to lead, to inspire, to grow, and to have a positive social impact. We are ambitious and we want to help you grow. We want to help you transform your firm with our solutions and our shared knowledge. Our dynamic and collaborative approach to sectors and services will help you provide for the needs of your current and future clients. Quality is at the heart of all that we do. That's why we're focused on our ever-changing regulatory environment, so that you and your clients can be confident that our firms operate at the highest possible standards. We are ambitious for your people. People who join a Moore firm have access to the very best training and talent development programs. We invest substantial amounts developing leaders at all levels of the organization. Each month, we uniquely bring together a community of over 2,500 new and emerging managers from across the world to support their journey to becoming transformational leaders. Through our bespoke leadership program with Harvard Business School, we help your succession challenge, that critical transition to the next generation and the long-term sustainability of your business. But Moore is also socially ambitious. We prioritize social ambition alongside our growth ambition. As well as serving our clients, firms are also committed to the communities where they grew from, working individually and as a network to make a lasting difference and help people as well as businesses to thrive. Over 300 ambassadors globally are focused on Moore making a positive, sharing generously to inspire others. Moore is the ambitious network, and we can help you, your clients, and your people thrive in this ever-changing world. So why not join us?
In a world where capital connects economies, insight drives opportunity, and regulation anchors trust, one name stands at its intersection. We are Arth Bharat Group, an international fund management and financial services group. Together, we manage over $750 million in assets across multiple jurisdictions. We provide global investors with access to alternate investment funds and portfolio management services, both discretionary and advisory. A trusted global alternative asset manager, we aim to create long-term value by combining disciplined research with active risk management across multiple strategies. Our fund, Artha Global Opportunities Fund, delivered 6 times returns in 2 years, and our flagship, Artha Global Multiplier Fund, delivered over 14% returns within just 3.5 months. And through our other funds, we're driving innovation across geographies, assets, and time frames. We are guided by a singular phase to create wealth beyond borders.
Hey lovely people, at Sumiram Sai Realtors, we don't just sell properties. We build relationships and create investment success stories that cost a lifetime. With an exposure of 15 years in real estate market, we feel proud to consult for renowned Gower Group, Mahagun Group, and projects like Core, London Mart, Galactic City, and we have served more than 1 lakh happy families. Soon, a thrilling new address of 20 acre is coming soon in one of the versatile sector of Noida, Knowledge Park, Greater Noida West, a township comprising luxury residential, enriching commercial, techno plots, and a food hub with entertainment and fitness zone. Now let's see what makes this property an apple to the eye. Surrounded by inhabitants of more than 1 lakh residents, nearby public interest facilities, including schools, universities, and health sectors, 4 to 8 lane road connectivity, proposed metro, JWAR airport, and exposure from all three sides make it appearable to eye. Overall, it's a win-win deal.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting the sponsor felicitations soon, so we request everyone to please take back their seats.
Long before independence had a name, a quiet idea began to take root. In 1806, the seeds of something enduring were sown. With the Bank of Calcutta, not just to serve trade, but to shape trust, it became the Bank of Bengal. Then came Bank of Bombay and Bank of Madras. Three pillars, one idea to...
Our greatest achievement is not only what we built over the years, but it is also scores of people we stood by. Every milestone of the nation has had an SBI footprint behind it. From a rural road to a global scale refinery, from the first savings accounts of a school child to the bold dreams of a startup founder. And today, with more than 1.6 lakh customer touchpoints and presence in 29 countries, we remain India's largest bank and one of the world's most trusted. Because for us, banking has never been just about transactions. For us, banking is all about transformation.
The future doesn't wait to be found. It's built by those who see it first. That belief drives every blueprint at BMW Development, the largest private developer in the Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah, with a 22,000 G valuation, and Elvin Makasi with Fashion TV. These collaborations symbolize the perfect confluence of brand ethos and BNW legacy. Because true success isn't measured in square feet, but significant BNW development.
You are only. Request everyone to please take their seats. We'll be proceeding with sponsor felicitation in a minute. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all had a refreshing lunch and some great networking sessions. Welcome back to the post-lunch sessions of the 17th Annual Conference of ICAI Bahrain Chapter, Future Ready, a celebration of excellence, innovation, and inspiration. The morning was truly enlightening, wasn't it? I promise you, the afternoon continues to be just the same. We saw some very happy raffle winners this morning. Some walked away with prizes, while the rest of them, like me, wondered, "Mera bhi din aayega." But it's now time to honor the people who make such moments possible for us, our amazing sponsors. May I call upon our chairperson, CA Vineet Maru, and Vice Chairperson CA Vinod Rathi onto the stage to felicitate our wonderful sponsors. We'll be starting with our first sponsor. Can we have Mr. Ashish and team from GBM, please? Mr. Ashish and team from GBM. Requesting the GBM team to come onto the stage. Requesting Mr. Gururajan Krishnamurthy from Zoho, please. Ms. Zainab Abdullah from Solidarity Insurance. CA Panchu from YBA Kanu. CA Panchu, are you in the room with us? Okay. Mr. Gopakumar and Mr. Sameer Jain from EK Kanu. Can we have a round of applause for all of them, please? Can we have team STC, please? Do we have any representatives from STC? Mr. Arvind Sharma and Mr. Dhaval Shah from KPMG. Can we have our moderator of this morning, Mr. Jatin Karya from Grant Thornton, back onto the stage? Mr. Jatin Karya. Mr. Anshul from RSM. Mr. Anshul from RSM. Mr. Arvind Benani from Protivity. Miss Chandana from Ecovis. Can we continue the round of applause? Thank you so much to all our sponsors. Mr. Mani Lakshmana Murthy from MCA. Can we have CA Panchu from YBA Kano? Do we have any representatives from Standard Chartered? Standard Chartered? Any representatives from EY? Yes. Any representatives from EY? Mr. Abhishek and Mr. Swadik from Anand Rathi. Mr. Subhash Chandra from Diyar al-Mohrak. Mr. Nitin Sharma from Flus. Mr. Nitin Sharma from Flus. Can we have a round of applause, please? Mr. Shabir from Pi. Pi is also our payment partner. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Mr. Arun Das from Cube Innovators. Mr. Arun. Mr. Sanat Agarwal from Simplify. Mr. Chirag as well, please. Mr. Guru and Mr. Arun from Amex, please. Mr. Guru and Mr. Arun, please have a round of applause for them. They are from American Express. Mr. Jacob Matthew from Sadhguru Travels. Mr. Ravi Mehta from AM Group. Mr. Raghu from Tally. Can we keep the applause going? This event wouldn't have been possible without all of them. Mr. Arun from Via Cloud. Mr. Rashid from Palacio. Ms. Chintana and Mr. Mohammed from Budget. Can we have a round of applause for Budget? Mr. Ajit from Convex. Mr. Hassan Juma and Mr. Madhumohan from Moore Stephens, Bahrain. Do we have any representatives from Kailash Parbat? Mr. Rushabh Dedia for Fitness First. Mr. Sanjeev and Mr. Ravi from Sumiram Sai Realtors. Can we have Rushabh back on stage for Homebox? The most profitable member of the committee. Miss Saira from Europe Car. Can we have a round of applause, please? Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram from Xerox. Do we have any representatives from SBI? SBI? Do we have Mr. Anshul from RSM? Mr. Anshul from RSM? A huge round of applause to our wonderful sponsors. Our pockets definitely feel heavier because of them. But it's not over yet. because our sponsor, Tally, has something in store for you. I call upon the Tally team who will be sponsoring an Apple Watch, requesting the Tally team to please come onto the stage. No, please do the honors. Let's see who I'm going to be lucky for today. CA Vivek Gupta. It's not rigged, I promise. Is it going to be a conflict of interest? Yes? How many say yes? I hear a big no from them. You have a huge fan following. Come on. Quite a lot of admirers. Yes, you're right. A big thank you to all our sponsors again, and congratulations, CA Vivek Gupta. Now, to begin with our first session of the afternoon, it's my privilege to introduce our esteemed moderator. But you know what, before I begin, let me see how many of you know your members well. So I'm going to drop 3 hints, and let me see whether you can guess the name of this member. Hint 1, she is a 2-time committee member of the ICAI Bahrain chapter and has been actively associated since 2008. Do we? Shri Bharti. Any other names? Only one name. Hint 2, beyond her professional achievements, she is also trained in Carnatic music. Shri Bharti. Any new names? Shri Bharti. Hint 3. This will be a piece of cake for whoever has attended our Onam session. She is an accomplished Veena player. So, on the count of 3, can we have her name in unison? 1, 2, 3. Who is this? Yes, that's right. Can I please welcome our very own CA Shri Bharti Mahesh Kumar, the moderator for today's session. Vivek ji, she has a higher fan following than you. With our moderator all set to lead the conversation, it's time to introduce the person we're all excited to hear from. A story that has touched millions of lives across the world. A tale of compassion, innovation, and the power of human will. The story of how a simple thought grew into a global movement. One that transformed lives, restored hope, and redefined what humanity can achieve when driven by empathy and a compelling vision. At the heart of this remarkable journey stands a visionary who dedicated himself to uplifting those who lost more than just a limb, those who lost independence, confidence, and opportunity. Through relentless effort and an unshakable will, he helped build an initiative that stands today as a beacon of hope, the Jaipur Foot. Please welcome the visionary founder whose work has given mobility and dignity to millions across the world, Padma Bhushan D.R. Mehta. Can we please have his AV?
D.R. Mehta, born 25 June 1937 in Jodhpur, Rajasthan, is a former Indian civil servant, best known for his role as chairman of the Securities and Exchange Board of India from 1995 to 2002. He earned graduate degrees in arts and law from Rajasthan University and further studied at the Royal Institute of Public Administration in London and the MIT Sloan School of Management. D.R. Mehta joined the Indian Administrative Service (IAS) in 1961 and held several senior positions in both state and central government. Before his appointment at Securities and Exchange Board of India, he served as Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of India 1992 to 1995, Director General of Foreign Trade 1991 to 1992, and held key roles in the Ministry of Finance and in Rajasthan State Administration. Beyond his bureaucratic career, D.R. Mehta is deeply committed to social work. He founded the Bhagwan Mahavir Viklang Sahayata Samiti in Jaipur in 1975, an organization that provides artificial limbs and other aids free of charge. He led the development of the Jaipur knee, a prosthetic knee joint created in collaboration with Stanford University, later recognized by Time magazine as one of the 50 best inventions of 2009. His service has earned him numerous honors, including India's Padma Bhushan, 2008, the Tech Museum Award, the Rajiv Gandhi National Sadbhavna Award, 2012, and the Rajasthan Ratna.
Can we have a round of applause for this panel, please?
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being here with us today. It's our privilege, and we are honored and blessed that you're here with us.
Thank you.
Before we dive into the conversation and get Dr. D.R. Mehta ji talking to us, I think he would like us to play a video that will encompass and showcase what BMVSS is all about. So, no, sir, you sit down, sir. They will play it.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but
So
I wanted to make some initial comments.
Yeah, please, you can sit there and say, sir. You can sit there and say.
Chairman Mr. Maru, Vice Chairman Mr. Vinod Sethi, Ravi Mehta, and all other distinguished members of this august body. First, let me tell you that Indian Institute of Chartered Accountants is a very respected body in the country. And I had the opportunity of interacting with it, using its services. When I was the chairman of SEBI, the new regulations for the corporate governance were formed. And the most important chapter therein was about the accounting policies of the companies. The president of the institute, Dr. Malagam, very distinguished chartered accountant, was the most famous person, respected one in India. They helped us enormously. Now today you see the corporate governance of the Indian companies has increased or improved so much as comparable to the best in the world. So thanks to this institute. And Bahrain chapter is again, I'm told, is very active. Let me also say that as I've been here for a few hours, I reached here at about 11 or so, and I'm overwhelmed with the kind of hospitality and the affection I've received here. I'm so grateful to you. It has been my privilege to be associated with this institution, which incidentally happens to be the largest in the world, at least 10 times larger than second largest in the world. And that also for 50 years. It's a journey of joy, journey of fulfillment. like to give you some visual idea of what the society does. Because talking is one thing, and seeing things for yourself is another. Because the last thing I would say, even at this stage, that large number of you are from Rajasthan, even if you are not. Please visit Jaipur Fort. Don't go by my word. Accountants, auditors are not known to be accepting the words of the people. They always verify. Please come and verify.
Yes, sir. In God we believe, the rest we audit. So that's what sir is saying. But in order to know what BMVSS is all about, let's have the video played so everybody can get a glimpse of the organization and the work he does.
This was the United Nations, they invited us a few months ago, and I gave this presentation there. I'm just repeating it here.
World's largest NGO, BMVSS, has rehabilitated 24 lakh disabled since its inception. BMVSS has 35 centers all across India, and it has held...
This number has now gone up to 2.5 million, and the number of the 2.5 of this number, 800,000 are the people who got artificial limbs. And we held, just hold on. And we held, by now, every month things are going up and up. Now we have held 120 camps in 50 countries of the world.
44 countries around the world. All artificial limbs and other assistive devices are given free of cost. Our administration...
Hold on. I deliberately mentioned this point there also, and here I am repeating it with greater emphasis. You are in the field of auditing and accounting. Now tell me how many institutions or NGOs have 3% administrative overhead cost. So the whole idea is that we run on donations, and that is a trust money, and every rupee has to be used properly, no wastage at all. It's our moral duty, it's a legal requirement. Go ahead.
Administrative overhead cost is just 3%, perhaps the lowest in the world. How Jaipur foot or limb is so advanced. Jaipur limb for below-knee amputees. Functionality: walk, sit, squat, run, swim, dance, climb a tree or mountain, ride a bicycle, drive a car. Made of superior quality material. Light and flexible, durable with high impact resistance, high tensile strength, easy to make, can be fitted in 1 to 2 days, can be used.
Hold on. You know, Jaipur foot has some very special features which the Western design doesn't have. It has the ankle at the movement at the ankle. Now, particularly for Oriental cultures, that is very essential. Second point is, and I'll tell you how. Secondly, if one wants to wear shoes on it, otherwise not. The Western design, there is no ankle, no movement at the ankle. Now supposing, and with shoes on, supposing I'm in a Muslim country. Now supposing somebody wants to, a Muslim, having lost his limb, after getting the limb, Western designed limb, wants to go to a mosque. With shoes on, he can't enter the mosque. If he wants to kneel and perform namaz, the Muslim prayer, he can't do it. Same is true of Hindu. He can't enter a temple. The lifestyle of Buddhist, all lifestyles are such where sitting on the ground might be essential at times. That's not possible in Western design. It's the beauty of Jaipur food. It's an innovation of India, purely of India. Government is talking about Paper Bharat. 50 years ago, we did it. Not even a pin is used in imported. Second point is about the time taken. We take just 1 day to make a limb, below knee limb, and 2 days for above knee limb. Would you believe? In the Western world, it takes several weeks, if not months. I was talking to, when I was in Iraq, we held a camp there. We were told that there could be no survey, but I was told that rough estimate was that there could be 100,000 people who might have lost a limb in Iraq. Now if you take 4 weeks to make a limb, and if you place all the prosthetists of the world in Iraq, would they be able to make even few thousand limbs? So maybe 90,000 people would just die without getting limbs, which is their basic necessity. This is the beauty of Jaipur food, and that's why we are so popular in these countries, as you will see. Next one. Next one, go ahead.
With or without shoes. Not possible with the Western design using sedge foot. Many of the functions can be performed by above-knee artificial limb user. Danny walks in BMVSS workshop with crutches. Gets artificial limb. Runs with artificial limb, can cover a kilometer in about 4 minutes. Can now climb a tree. Even rides a bicycle. Todagmal comes crawling to BMVSS. Starts walking after getting artificial limbs. Dhanamveer, using below-knee prosthesis and works in our Jaipur foot section. Balram, using above.
Now, I have a friend from Sri Lanka. He got Jaipur limb in Colombo. He is here. He'll walk.
He is Mr. Ruksan, who got Jaipur foot in Sri Lanka, and he is one of the recipients who is now able to lead a very normal life. He plays, he rides, he can drive. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You are so happy seeing him. Imagine my situation, present situation. If I see daily 50 people like this coming on crutches or crawling in, getting limbs and walking like this, how much joy one gets. Just imagine that. Next one.
Knee prosthesis and works in our Jaipur limb section. Sudhama, one of our abled technician, dancing using Jaipur foot limb. Jaipur foot has all India first BIS certification license.
You know, just a minute. BIS certification is a very difficult proposition. It involves so much of testing daily. Every bit of rubber, every batch of rubber we make has to be tested, tensile strength and other things. Then the cycles which a foot piece can take, that is tested. And the only foot in India which has this. So we are very privileged.
The world-famous Stanford University, USA, working with BMVSS, developed a new 4-bar linkage polycentric knee joint for above-knee amputees, called Jaipur knee.
Stop. It's an Indian innovation, But our idea is that we must get the best technology available anywhere in the world. We are giving everything free. Out of these 2.5 million people, not a single person has been charged a single rupee. Totally free. But the idea is not that since you are giving it free, you can pass off anything to the person. You have a greater responsibility. You are handling the poor. 95% of our people or 90% of people are below the poverty line. 15% are such who don't even have 100 rupees on them. Our limb cost, presently average cost is 6,500. Because the American cost is $10,000 for a similar limb of a different technology though. But our duty is that when you handle the poor, give them a better product, not inferior one. Otherwise, you are not a true social organization. So that's why we are collaborating with the best of the institutions in the world. Stanford, entire Silicon Valley centers around it, MIT. I went there because I was on the management side, Alfred Stone School of Management. Asked them how many Nobel laureates they have. Would you believe? More than 100. India has just 8 by now. Single institution having, that institution is also helping us and for free. Now this knee joint, which is mentioned here, was developed by Stanford University. A Pakistani American is my friend, Mr. Imran Rifat. He was a very senior official, I think vice chairman of JP Morgan Bank. He wears a limb, having lost his limb above knee, costing $70,000. I invited him to India twice. I said, Imran, tell me, which limb is better? Your limb is better. How much is your cost? That time it was $70. So 70,007. The point I'm making is, kindly appreciate this, that we are not focused only on sentiment. Sentiment is essential, otherwise why we should be there at all. But sentiment has to be coupled with science. That's our fundamental principle. Go ahead.
Hailed by Time Magazine USA, 23rd November 2009, as one of the 50 best inventions of the world for the year 2009. BMVSS fitted over 30,000.
Its cost is just $20. Time Magazine says, and mind you, Time Magazine USA is one of the most famous journals of the world. That says that this is Jaipur knee, they called it Jaipur knee, as one of the 50 best inventions of the world for the year 2009. And it further says that the cost of Jaipur knee is $20, whereas the cost of a similar joint in America, made of titanium, we are making it of oil-impregnated nylon, is $10,000. We are 500 times cheaper.
St. George to amputees. BMVSS has partnered with a Japanese company, InstaLimb, to fabricate 3D total contact socket for more than 800 patient fitment.
There's another point. World is moving toward digitization. In the social sector, how many have done it? Luckily, a Japanese company came on its own. Since we are the largest, and they have made a new product, they wanted its verification. So they have set up their machines. And we have by now 1,400 sockets have been made through 3D printings. And we are now trying to go ahead further, make the total socket with this. It might take some time, but again highlighting the point that our focus is equally on science.
Most advanced and fastest 3D printer available in the country. BMVSS has an ongoing project with world-famous university, MIT USA, development of a new energy storing foot.
They made a new foot. It's called MIT Jaipur foot. It's under trial. It took 5 years. They claim, the professor of MIT claims that this is going to be the best food in the world. It has all the features of Jaipur food, all the functions, all the fractions, and also energy saving. Next one.
Camps organized by BMVSS in foreign countries. No one is too young for a Jaipur foot. Tanzania. Young girl dancing in Jaipur foot workshop. Nepal. Young boy playing football with the use of bilateral Jaipur
Both
limbs.
guys gone. And he was fitted, lived in Vietnam, and now playing football.
Vietnam.
My Lankan friend does. He plays football, you play football?
He plays cricket. Ruksanji plays cricket with his foot now.
Next one.
No road is too difficult with Jaipur foot. Congo. Jaipur foot can take any kind of weight, even if it is above 160 kilos. Lebanon. No load is too much. Lebanon. Smile of the abled is our reward. Iraq. BMVSS partners with International Organization for Migrations, IOM, a UN agency. Iran. BMVSS dared to fit 450 limbs 3 months before the war broke out in Palestine. Most respected Indian product, Jaipur foot in Afghanistan.
In Afghanistan, we had 6 camps. 5 times I went there. Very dangerous conditions. Once our team had to be airlifted.
That's what I was planning to ask you this. I'll ask you now since that you paused it. Aren't you scared when you go to Afghanistan, these kind of countries? You know, I mean, like when there's a security issue, and what keeps you going?
About Palestine?
About Afghanistan and...
3 months before the war broke out, I was personally in Palestine, leading my team. Our system is, in foreign countries, when you hold the camps, we send our material by ship, equipment by ship, and our technicians by plane. They go there, same day they set up a temporary workshop, and from the next day work starts. The patients come, assessment made, measurement taken, and limb made the same day, and they walk out. In Palestine also, we were at Ramallah. We wanted to go to Gaza, everything had been settled, the government had agreed, but the difficulty was that the Israelis were taking about a month to check the equipment. So we could not have stayed that long, so we had to come back. We are ready to go there right now. Hopefully something would happen. And
in Afghanistan, sir?
Afghanistan, believe me, is so much of respect for us. You just can't believe. This time, after the new government has come in, Talibani government, Government of India sent our team there. Small camp. Our team went. 3 videos were there on the YouTube. Would you believe? A fellow got the limb, started walking, tried cycle, he did it. He ran, did it, and came and hugged our team manager. I could not go, I had gone to UN with. And would you believe? That video had been recorded to Google, seen by 6 million people world over, America, England, Pakistan, India.
Wow, great. And sir, I've known that...
You know, these are in Pakistan I went twice. Let me narrate the story. For 2 months, we did not get the visa.
Without
Mr.
visa.
Kasuri, the foreign minister of Pakistan, came to Delhi and we had a dinner meeting. So I said, Urdu में मैंने कहा साहब हम भले काम के लिए आ रहे हैं और आप इजाज़त नहीं दे रहे हैं. कह रहे भाई जयपुर क्या करेगा, मेरे पास इंग्लैंड और अमेरिका और जर्मनी से पैर आते हैं. मैंने कहा साहब इजाज़त मैं तो कुछ कड़वी बात कह दूं, क्या बोलिए. मैंने कहा साहब मालूम है आपको जिस पाकिस्तानी एम्प्यूटी की बात कर रहे हैं मदद करने की, उसका क्या हाल किया आपने? कि न तो वो नमाज पढ़ सकता है, न मस्जिद में जा सकता है, आपने उसको मुसलमान नहीं रखा. Hit him like a bullet. He rung up the High Commissioner in my presence. We got the visa. We held 2 camps, one in Karachi and Islamabad. You just can't believe the kind of reception we got, the affection we got. There was no Hindu, there was no Muslim, there was no Pakistan, there was no India. It's just humanity.
Humanity knows no borders. Yes. And sir, about you, personally, you have been to Afghanistan many times.
5 times.
5 times. So, what about, aren't you scared when you go there? What keeps you going?
What?
Aren't you scared when you go there? What keeps you going?
You know, very simple. In this work, nobody would kill us.
Nobody would kill you.
Nobody. Accident that can take place in Jaipur, in Bahrain, that is separate. And secondly, forget me. For me, of course, at my age, I have to go quickly. What would happen? Instead of going 2 years later, you go right now. So no difference. But my point is, basic point is, I am a believer. The divine forces, they help us. Never let us go down the turn.
Sir, do you want the video to continue or can I go on with my questions?
Finish. Syria, just show.
Syria. Even though being a dangerous country, BMVSS organized 2 camps. Congenital disabled with all 4...
Same day. Just go. This is Myanmar. All the 4 limbs underdeveloped. Came there, got the limbs, 2 legs, 1 hand, other hand could not be fitted. For the first time in 18 years after his birth, he picked up a glass of water by his own artificial hand and drank it. First time he walked.
Underdeveloped limbs, walked after 18 years and drank water on his own for the first time. Myanmar. Dancing with joy after getting the Jaipur limbs. Malawi. Young children smiling and playing after getting Jaipur limbs. Madagascar. BMVSS's ambition and inspiration. No one who wants a limb should be denied it. Lines should become limbs.
All over this. Just think at least. Keep it there. Repeat. Go back. Go back.
Though being a dangerous Jaipur limbs become limbs.
Just think of this. Millions of amputees are there all over the world, particularly in Africa and Middle East. Millions. What is that thought? Would they ever get a limb? That's the basic desire, basic need. And most of them are without them. For various reasons. One, the cost of the Western designed limbs are very high, beyond the reach of most of the people. And a person, if he loses limb, he loses his mobility, loses income, loses his social status and self-confidence. 4 disabilities he suffers from. And my grievance against international agencies, I have recorded it, is that they are not even thinking of this. With their design, few thousand people would get the limbs. Most of these countries get limbs 400, 500, 200, that's all. In the entire country, in the entire year.
Thank you, sir. That was an amazing video, we could see the glimpse of BMVS's work and Sir's mission all here in this time. Thank you, sir. Thanks for sharing that with us. Now that we have seen what work the organization does, just a few questions to Sir to understand his journey. So starting from the beginning, sir, you've held posts, you've worked with SEBI, you've worked with RBI, you've been in the governance, you are an IAS. So what was that turning point, or what happened in life that shifted your focus to this humanitarian cause and for this mankind?
First my mother's impact. She's a very compassionate person. I still remember something which happened 80 years ago. It's etched in my brain. We were traveling together. I was just about 8 or 9 years or 10 years old. And in Jodhpur, in June, sweltering heat, tarred road, and 2 children, who were boys, were pulling a cart. Mother saw that, stopped the car. They didn't have their shoes. Might have been blisters on the soles. She immediately gave her chappals, slippers to them, and some money to the others. Now, a small amount, but the thought was so great. Then my guru, then when I was in the hospital for 5 months, I read Mahatma Gandhi का भजन है सब वैष्णव जन तो कहने के ये पीर पराई जाने दे. A virtuous man is one who senses the pain of others. I read Mahavir. For 5 months, nothing else to do. My legs were up, head was down. For 4 months like this. Real hell. But except for reading, I couldn't do anything. I could not even toss. Now, they impacted me. And equally important was the influence of Dr. Albert Schweitzer. He worked in Africa and Congo for 50 years. I think he was as great as Mother Teresa, perhaps better to my mind. Sitting there, would you believe? He was a vegetarian in Congo. And he wrote a book on Indian philosophy. Beautiful book. He would often say, and that's what he did also, let's join the fraternity of those who bear the mark of pain. उनकी जमात में शामिल होइए जिनके दिल में दर्द है. These are the influences. And if I worked in government, I worked in RBI, worked in SEBI, that was for my living. Now, what is for your soul? All of us have to depart. What would I take it? What else anybody else should take? Acts of good karmas.
That's profound. What do we do for our soul? I think all of us should have, to take back this question to ourselves. That's really profound, sir. Thank you. Sir, moving on to...
So let me tell you, of course, that was not the time when I first decided, but lately, which confirmed this idea. Mark Twain, you heard of? The biggest, the most famous humorist writer in the world, an American. He said, the 2 most important days in one's life, man's life, are the day he is born and the day he realizes why he why he was born. One must have purpose of life, meaning of life. Otherwise what? एक वो फिराक गोरखपुरी का एक शेर है साहब. शरुनी का मैं उर्दू नहीं जानता, पर उससे ही कहा, that applies to persons like me and like you also. उसने कहा कि पूछा क्या कारण हमारे घर गए, क्या किया तुमने? मैं गलत भी बोल सकता हूँ, मैं नहीं जानता. तो कहा कि पैदा हुए, पढ़े, बीए हुए, नौकरी की या प्रोफेशन किया, रिटायर हुए और मर गए. Clean slate. This is what we are not realizing.
Yes, sir. True, true, very true. We just live our lives. Are we adding life to the life that we are leading is a big question. So, sir, now about BMVSS, the forming that organization, and then to give you information, as he said, everything is done free of cost there. It's an NGO, so it runs on charity and donations that are given. And in that organization, they have, and he believes and follows this policy of no cup of tea policy. So I would want sir to explain this policy and why that policy.
Nothing unusual about it. Point is, we run on donations. Presently the cost of a limb, say, average cost above knee, below knee, is 6,500. Now supposing, madam, you have given me 6,500 and I drink a cup of tea there, it would be from your money. Would it not be a breach of trust? Would it not be sin? Trust money is sacred. How can you even divert 1 rupee? Secondly, let me also tell you, there is also a practical reason. When the donor knows this, that there is not even 1 rupee which is wasted, we get donations. You know, for a social organization, if you don't have a high quality of credibility, donations would not come. So for that reason also, it helps us. Today, if last year my expenditure was how much? 65 crore is kitna hua? 65 crore, 1 year. Everything came from donations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, now to another technical question. So we say that Western prosthetics often cost 100 times more than the cost of Jaipur foot. And then the model is kept, because administrative costs are kept very less, so that's why you're able to work on this model. So 2 things is, how is the cost kept very low? And second is, despite the cost being very less, why has the Western countries not endorsed this, or why have they not picked up on this?
The fundamental reason for this is that Jaipur technology is very, very frugal. Secondly, in the Western world, if the things are produced on large scale, which is their normal ethos, then the per unit cost comes down. Number of limbs that are fitted involving manual labor, the cost goes up. Thirdly, the arrogance. They think that their product is the best in the world. Not willing to, not easy for them to accept that even today. And if you say, talk of Indian product, they would say no good. But what about what is happening in space today? And lastly, they have a kind of mind which is one track. I'm sorry I'm making these comments, which means that one fit is good for all. Our design is the best one.
Clear, sir.
And what was your other question? Why are they not accepted?
No, my first question was, how do you keep the administrative cost less or low?
Yes. You know, for example, we are using, I'll give you an example. Socket, they are using oil impregnated, carbon fiber impregnated polyurethane, polypropylene. Cost how much? We are using ordinary pipe used in your garden for agriculture, for irrigation purposes. Now that cost maybe 200 rupees. That cost 2,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees. It's like this. And there's no fancy about it. And then no markup.
So there is nothing fancy about it. We just need to be frugal. That's the takeaway. We just need to think what is practical and do it. That's what has been done. Perfect. Sir, next question.
Matter. not barely practical, just
practical and best.
Best.
Yes. So next question is on this Gandhian engineering. Gandhian engineering. Dr. Marsh Keller calls Jaipur Foot as Gandhian engineering, where we do more with less. So can you elaborate a bit more on that, sir?
Dr. Mashwelkar is one of the leading Indian scientists, and he's a great supporter of Jaipur Foot. Virtually from USA to Chile to China to England, he delivers almost 15-20 lectures a year. In every lecture he talks of Jaipur Foot as an innovation. His point is that with such a low cost, you have such a high quality product. So it's more with less. And that is what Gandhian philosophy also meant.
Amazing. So here we have learned that practical and best, let's be frugal. And just to give you a perspective, when Sir was talking about his journey of when he got into this and the accident. And in his accident, which happened near Pokhran Jaisalmer area, I think his foot or his leg was broken into 40 pieces actually. And that is the time when he realized that, and he was in the hospital, as he mentioned, for 4 months, that this thought of, okay, he could be back on his feet. What about those who can't, came to his mind. So when I was having the privilege of discussing with Sir a few minutes before the event started here, I was asking him, many people go through accidents, but not everybody has his thought. So it's because of his thought that BMVSS was born. Sir, next question is on the technology front, the 3D printing which you mentioned and the ambition that you have for the future. With all this rapid technology that's coming in, do you think it's going to be more beneficial or it's going to be increasing the cost?
Not much increase in cost. Say, for example, this 3D printing. Now my cost goes up by 500 rupees. And the other factor of the cost is also, I must tell you frankly, so our auditors, they have the habit of checking things. That our capital expenditure, that does not, the interest thereon is not factored in. So, but that's a small amount again. Most of all the capital expenditure we have is virtually to donations. So that's another reason. To be honest,
Sir, next question is what, because we as CAs, we always deal with numbers, we like to crunch numbers. So, and usually in the profitable area, we always look for ROI, return on investments. But on the humanitarian social side, what is that one thing that keeps you going and you want to do more for it? What is the return that keeps you going? No, what I was saying is, as chartered accountants, we look for return on investments. But being an NGO, what is that return that keeps you going?
My return is beyond imagination. A person, as I said earlier, crawls in, he gets till him in 1 or 2 days, walks like you and me. When he enters, he is full of sadness. When he leaves, he is all smiles. This journey from sadness to smile certainly has helped him. But that is infectious. And the kind of joy we get, the kind of pleasure we get, is I mean, it's हिंदी में मैं कहूँ, मुझे पूछा ये कि कितना मिलता है आपको आनंद, वसीम, कितना चलेगा, खड्ड है, इसकी क्या कीमत है, ये अनमोल है।
True. So
ऐसा आप सुनिए, इससे बड़ा क्या लाइफ में हो सकता है, ऐसा आनंद और हर रोज का आनंद।
So as Sir said, his return is the smiles on the faces of the people, the millions of lives that he has touched. So the smiles are immeasurable, invaluable. Definitely. Sir, one more question on the free of cost model. Many NGOs, they are of the belief that anything given free is not appreciated enough. So what is your take on making it free of cost?
It's a question I'm grilled all the time, and rightly so. The normal, and it's a valid point, that if you don't charge, then how do you survive? How are you sustainable? An American professor studied us, and he very frankly told me, Mr. Mehta, sorry, you are not sustainable. Because unless you charge, how do you buy the material? How do you pay your staff? Office bearers can't take even a single rupee, but staff you have to pay, and adequately. So, supposing you say you are getting donations, you get less donations, you get more you get no donations. Would you close down? I said we have survived for 50 years. So what more evidence you need for the sustainability concept? Secondly, the world has enough compassion. Even if 1% of the population is compassionate, compassion is dormant maybe. But if some people see and give money, we will survive. We'll survive for 100 years. And we have survived for 50 years at least. Thirdly, if you charge, then are you really maintaining your social character? A poor man, he comes, we say, give 6,500, he doesn't take 100 rupees on him. So what are you doing? You say you get out in a way. And the most important person for you is who? The most poor, the most needy. By this policy, the most important needy person is taken out of your system. Are you a true social organization? And then we have models. Difficult to appreciate though. What did Mother Teresa do? Did she charge? What did Albert Schweitzer do? Did he charge? Salvation Army, does it charge? It's a very famous institution in Pakistan. ED Foundation. Great institution. I personally talked to him. Unfortunately, second time when I went to Pakistan, he died. I went to his house. A small slum type house. And he is the greatest social worker of Pakistan. He never charged. Apna Ghar in Rajasthan. 17,000 abandoned homeless people. No charge. Point is, if you do good work, my feeling is, if you help the poor, help him for free. And help him without an agenda. The world would help you. Of course, it takes time to establish your reputation. But once it is done, I don't think this would be a problem.
So you're saying, thank you, sir. So you're saying help when we do charity, he doesn't expect appreciation. We're doing it because he wants to do it for the mankind, for humanitarian purpose. Yes. So sir, now looking back, if there is one biggest learning that you have had, both as a public servant as well as a humanitarian, what is that one learning that you would say that you would keep for your life?
If you are a human being, which you are, and if you realize that you are, be humane.
Be humane. As simple as it might sound, I think with all these wars, everything going around, I think the one thing that we lack as humans is being humane, and he rightly touched that on. Thank you, sir. Thank you, really. Sir, one more thing is, if there is one principle that you would like every one of us here to take back home that would make a meaningful impact to our society, what would that one principle that you would want us to imbibe?
There could be several ways, but what I think is that according to your desire, according to your capacity, please help the needy. They are also our brothers and sisters.
Thank you, sir. So he says, please help the needy. So with that video that was played initially and our conversation that we had, we have been honored to get a glimpse of his journey and Mehtaji's contribution to the mankind today.
Please listen, please listen. I'm just, somebody gives money, somebody receives the benefit. We are just intermediaries. So nothing beyond that. So not my contribution, please.
So they say when a tree grows huge, the branches, jhuk jate hain and they're always humble. So that is an example of how humble he is. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. So your vision and mission has ensured that lakhs of people for whom future seemed lost and bleak, they were made future ready, not just for themselves, but their whole family, and the people who are dependent on them became future ready. So thank you very much, sir. And in a couple of years, he'll be celebrating his 90th birthday. So a person, a person who's around closer to 90 years of age, who is so much active, who is every day on the ground, and his passion is just making the best or giving the best to mankind, and his humanitarian cause is something, if we are able to take back 1% of his passion, I think we would be giving him much back in return. So for all in the audience who would like to know more about the organization and support them, you can visit their website. And sir is available here today later on in the break and coffee break. We can definitely catch up with him. We would love to continue and have a long discussion with you, sir, but just for the paucity of time, we are having to kind of complete it here. But thank you so much, sir. We are truly blessed, honored to be here, for you to be here today. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for reminding us that true success lies in serving humanity, or like you said, be humane. Your vision, commitment, and humanitarian spirit have set an example for generations to follow. I request our chairperson, C.A. Vineet Maru, and vice chairperson, C.A. Vinod Rathi, to please come onto the stage to felicitate Padma Bhushan D.R. Mehta and our lovely moderators, C.A. Sri Bharti Mahesh Kumar.
In last 1 hour, I felt emotional. I felt sad at looking at those photos. But by seeing the amount of work which Jaipur Food has done and millions of lives it has touched, it was really heart-touching, heartfelt. Thank you, sir, for coming to Bahrain. I belong from Jaipur. My city is known for palaces, forts. But if it is known for Jaipur Food, that is a huge, huge proud moment for me and for my country that in Africa we are serving. Jaipur Food is helping people in Africa, Nepal, Sri Lanka, so many places, Afghanistan. So truly a moment of proud for all of us. For this great cause, we announce a donation of 1 lakh rupees from chapter to this cause. Any other member who is interested in this noble cause can connect my treasury team, and then we will make a joint donation from chapter to this great noble initiative. A round of applause for Padam Bhushan D.R. Mehta.
A round of applause for our moderator as well. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Our theme for the 17th annual conference is Future Ready. Let me put this question out there. What are some of the words that come to your mind when you hear future ready? Can I hear a few responses from the crowd? Robots? Anything else? Only robots? AI? Sorry? I can't hear you. Open-mindedness? I can hear answers just from this side. Anybody from there who would like to volunteer to give an answer? Yes, yes, sir. Agility. I see a few people raising your hands there. Yes, sir. Yes, I see you. What is your answer? Being humane, yes. Yes, sir. That's an interesting approach. Anybody else? How about technology? My bad. So what were you going to say? What were you going to say? Sorry? Embracing the spirituality, yes. How about technology? Can we all agree on the word technology? It's fast-paced, it's dynamic, and so should we be. Moving forward in our journey to be future ready, we now shift gears to the world of technology. In an age defined by the fast-paced digital transformation, how do we exactly prepare for this future? To share insights on how Zoho is one step ahead of us and is future ready, we have with us the very own Mr. Gururajan Krishnamurthy, Business Head MENA region from Zoho, a brand that has revolutionized business productivity globally. I request the team to please play his AV.
Mr. Gururajan Krishnamurthy, popularly known as Guru. With more than 2 decades of experience in business application software, Guru has been a driving force in technology adoption across the Middle East, India, and Africa. He works closely with both government agencies and corporate organizations, helping them navigate regulatory needs and embrace digital transformation with confidence. His deep understanding of statutory and business requirements directly strengthens the Johor financial suite, ensuring the platform remains aligned with real-world needs and keeps businesses truly future-ready.
Please join me in welcoming Mr. Gururajan Krishnamurthy from Zoho.
Can I have the pointer? Slide changer.
Can you switch it on?
Good afternoon. I think people are still thinking about artificial limbs, so let's shift the gears to artificial intelligence. Okay, can we have the presentation on the stage? Yeah. I know the time constraints, I know we are running a little bit short on time, so let's try to do it a bit faster. Today's session, I'm just going to take you through how we can be future ready and how technology can help you to be future ready. That is going to be my agenda for a brief 20 minutes presentation. When we look at future ready, we meant sorry for that. Okay. I think the technology here is not helping me in shifting the slides. Doesn't matter. When we look at, it's okay. I know I'm pointing, but it's not. Okay, now it's okay. I don't have a crystal ball to look at the future, to be honest. But we have the technology tools which can help you and as well as your business to be future ready. There are three aspects we look at it. One is as a business, whether you are modern. See, I'll just take an example of say 20 years back, 15 years back. I think many of us are in business. If we are told like e-commerce is going to be one of the big things, the way of doing business is going to change like with e-commerce, probably many of us would not have agreed. But now e-commerce is a real thing. If your business is modern, then you can easily shift it to the future. Another key thing to look at is the scalability. When I say scalability, your business can go up. Maybe in COVID times, we have seen the scaling down of the business. So whatever future holds, you need to be adjusting to that. And last, on the compliance part, some years back, you could not have imagined, even in a country like Bahrain, e-invoicing or even for that matter, ESG reporting. We have not even thought about it. But again, if your business has to be future ready, you need to take these elements into consideration. So generally, if you look at it, what are all the things make people or businesses future ready? One is you need to anticipate what's going to come in the future. That you need to look for change. As a business, you need to look at it. Second thing is, if there is some changes are happening, you need to adapt it very fast. If you are not adapting, probably your competition will adapt it and then they will be taking the advantage of that situation. And third is, if you are, for some reason, you are not done these two things, then you need to stay resilient. So if there are some things are happening, then you need to be strong enough to withstand the storm. So these are all the three major things generally people are expected to do to be future ready. But from a truly technology or a business perspective, if you look at it, we look at 5 things as the major requirement for businesses to be future ready. Whatever information you are getting from your software or any technical systems you are trying to find out, whether it provides a real-time visible information, you need to look at it. In terms of day-to-day workflows also, for example, a very simple example, how the competition is responding to your business requirements and then how you are responding. If there is an automated way of handling things, then you are mostly future ready, you can say. Similarly, for security and compliance, the changes that are happening in data security, because ultimately the business data, what you hold is your IP for your business. You may be in whatever type of business you might be, but the IP rights are with you for that business. So whether you are there to handle that securely and as well as comply. And most importantly, how easy you are able to adapt the modern technology. A new technology might come, but as a business, whether you are able to adapt to that situation is a key factor to look at it. From Zoho side, if you look at it, we are actually with future ready with stability. Why I am taking the word stability is any business, I am using Zoho as an example here, any business which is there for long years, we have been there for more than 27 years now. So we are ready for future always. With the stability, what it is required is what we provide from Zoho. And philosophy is another key thing. We are not looking at, say for example, privacy of data. Very important that we give that important thing of privacy as not as a policy but as a philosophy. So any data, whatever information you are keeping in Zoho's system will be secure. Nobody can access it. So that kind of philosophy what we have. In terms of future readiness, I can go one step further. We look at R&D as core, as an aspect for our day of doing business. It is not just the software applications what you see. A deep amount of R&D work has gone into Zoho so that you are able to stay ahead of the curve. It's not just on the software side. Of course, technology and software has been our main thing. But even in terms of electric vehicles or for that matter MRI scanners or robotics, in various areas we have been involved in R&D efforts so that we are always future ready. So you also can look at in your business or functions whatever you are performing, how you can invest in R&D and you can be future ready for your business. Sorry. Of course, we have 55 plus apps starting from CRM to finance. We have all the apps. From a future ready perspective, all these apps act as independent. But if there is a requirement, the underlying technology remains the same so that one system can talk to other. You can go for a one big bang solution which can do all these things. It's not a difficult thing. But the approach why we have taken this is, if there is a change or expectation in one particular business function, it is very easy to alter that rather than going for the full-fledged change in the system. So this is the approach we have taken in this, and all these 55 plus apps are interconnected quite easily, so you are able to be ready for the future quite easily. So I will just take two products here which are, at least in India, have become a big race. One is our Zoho payments. So this solution actually helps to do the complete payment process, money in, money out, and as well as disputes, chargebacks, whatever you can call, related to the complete money management for a business is quite easily handled. We are helping the business to grow and collect money from wherever it is, whether it is apps or it is websites or even a physical store. We help the businesses to collect the money and as well as pay out quite easily. In terms of processes, if you look at it, this payment stack is completely built in-house. All these processes, whatever you are seeing, if you can look at it, a typical financial institutions might have all these processes. We have already built all this. Our payment stack has all these elements so that tomorrow if there is a change in any of these processes, be it regulatory or the business side. See, today you are settling things through instruments like bills or bank accounts. Tomorrow it may be through crypto. Already I think it is some places it is started. So our systems are future ready to equip to handle all this. So that is from the payment side. And again, it's just the beginning. More services will be there from Zoho Payments. subject to regulatory approvals. As we speak, this is available only in India and US at this point of time, but we intend to make it available to across the globe over a period of time subject to the regulatory approval authorities. One thing, very good thing about Zoho is, in terms of payments also, the processing cost or cost of moving money is very, very less. I'm not here to give a commercial session, so I'll just give a skip to that. Another key future ready thing is about Aratai. I don't know if you are from India, definitely you would have heard about it, that it's a messaging or a communication app where it has got channels, stories, meetings. Why I am talking about this in this finance conference, you might think. It is just a communication platform, correct? Of course, it is end-to-end encrypted now for a direct communication, etc. Moving of money from business to business is mostly addressed by most of the solutions. But in terms, if you are going to be B2C environment, if your business is there, collecting money from one's point of application becomes easier. So instead of selling the product through online and then asking them to go to your website or app to collect the money, rather if you are able to go to the app, whichever they are using for communication, it becomes easy. So this is the way we are looking at Aratai now. If I look at modern tech, we all know from since morning we have been talking about artificial intelligence. And from Zoho's side, we have a tool called Zia, Zoho's artificial intelligence tool, which can do all of this. I'm not going to take a session on all of this. What we are going to restrict here is what are all the things a Zia can do. It can be a assistant. It has got, Zia as a tool has got lot of functionalities. Our product on all the 55 plus products, I can say most of the products have been imbibed with this functionalities. You can create, ask AI, like that means you can ask a conversational things and then you can get the information from that. And as well as you can create an agent and do a certain tasks in all our applications. So my endeavor today is to quickly take you through how Zia is doing in Zoho Finance Suite. Please note that this is still not available in public domain as we speak. This is the first time on a big stage we are showcasing this. So some of this is still in early access stage. It's not yet fully available to the general public. One key element we are interested to showcase is anomaly detection. So if you get into any report, Zia will automatically find out, understand the context and provide you expert opinion on that. Depending on the past data, it will find out what is the difference here and why such difference is also given. Say the fall in long-term value is driven by increased cancellations. And then it not just giving the cancellation, why did it, which are all the products contributed to it, all those kind of information, it understands the context and it will be able to give you upfront that particular thing, whichever report you are in. Most of the reports will have this facility. Revenue forecasting, of course, this is slightly old information for you. Many of you might be used to it, but the difference here is context sensitive. It is not just the more the data it will become, the band will become much narrower if you have more data. So depending on your past information, the system can predict how much revenue can happen in the future. Now with the agents available as one of your user, the system is able to find out who is done what activity. The audit trail, not just that one of your user has entered data, it is able to give you. It is also able to give you what information is entered by the agent. I'll just have one video to show you how this particular agent is in practice. Can we have the video number 1 here? This is about invoice creation, which is a very standard process in any organization. One can create the invoice, but the process of manually creating the invoice, especially if you have large volume of transactions, is a little bit challenging. So when you are creating an invoice, you need to look at the tax implications, the right amount is charged. There are multiple things required for that. Now our Zia agents can understand the nuances and create the right invoice with prompted facility. Can we have the videos, please? The first video, please. So the benefit of this kind of agent is the times required to spend to enter the data can be reduced substantially. Yeah. Video 1. Sorry about that, keeping you on wait. See, this particular thing we are doing just because for the fact that I was not able to set up in a demo environment. Yeah, I think it's there. Yeah. Can you play that video? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. No, not this, the first video. Video 1. Yeah, you can see the create invoice. You can create the invoice, but there is a finance agent available. A person is able to enter a prompt for create an invoice for John for 2 bikes at a particular price, etc. And then it allow you to proceed. The system will open an agent, create an invoice creation screen, enter the data, whatever required. It will find the context which John we are referring. It will automatically find out and apply to the necessary tax treatment also. So you can see all the systems are automatically filled in. And just see, there is also an option transferring control. Like somewhere when the invoice is created, I find that some changes are required, some adjustment entries have to be passed. So I can just take the control of the system and I can enter the adjustments figure, and accordingly the system will, see now you can see I can manually entering the adjustment and I'm able to save the invoice. So this kind of framework we are introducing. This is just one example. The type of the job, what you can assign to an agent can be easily done without any technical knowledge. Again, this solution, what you are seeing is only one glimpse. We are not looking at a very high cost environment. At an affordable price point, you can have this type of solution ready. Can we come back to the presentation? Yeah. Moving on, you can also find real-time fraud detection. I think the system can easily understand at the time of passing the transaction itself, if there is some fraud detection requirements has to be applied, one can do that. Similarly, AI summary, you can see here the AI summary, the system is able to automatically understand the AI summary and find out what are all the insights that are required for this. Invoicing agent, we have seen already, the invoicing agent can do all the additional tasks. So it can find out what type of tasks are required to be performed by an invoicing agent, and system will automatically set reminders, send alerts, emails, all those things it can be done practically by the invoicing agent. I will just take one example of asking Zia. Can you play the video number 5 here? So it is basically a context sensitive ask Zia video will be there. So context sensitive, you can query the system about any information that is available. So the system will automatically understand, you can give any financial operations, maybe profit and loss or any information if you give, the system will automatically understand and then show you the result with. I think okay, fine. If it's not playable, it's fine. We can move on. I will show the next other video. Maybe we can move on back to the presentation screen, please. Can I change the? Yeah, this video we will play and show you. This is a very good example of agentic Zia in play. One can create any tasks. You can say, for example, I have taken a very simple example of asset tracking. I think all of us have the option of finding out, issuing assets to your employees, taking it back. This is a very standard process in most of the companies. So you just assume that your software solution doesn't have such functionality and you want to build your own module for that. Without knowing any programming, the system can create a module, bolt it on your Zoho application and execute it as per the requirement. I think we'll play this video only. We can blueprint generator, I think the last video there. Can we? Blueprint, yes. Okay. So this is a asset tracking. So I am creating a new module using Zia. So I am just giving the status is the main point. Just can you hold it? Okay. So I have just given a prompt mentioning what are all the things I am expecting to do with asset creation. So the system understands the context and automatically generates and shows you a blueprint which is required. So you can move on, please. So if you want alter any status or any of these conditions, you can do it. It will be a completely easy process, no need for any programming here. One can, what action should happen when it is in-app notification should happen, or somebody has to be emailed or somebody has to be informed. You can create the process the way you want, and the system will, once you are ready with that, you can publish that. That will be automatically available as a custom module in your application. This custom module, this is created by Zia and it is deployed for usage. So the usage, how it will appear, you can see you created a simple form and with the action and controls, whatever required for your typical business process, you can do using Zia and you can implement it. Now why we are talking about this type of systems and processes, because in future we do not know what could be there. So your software should be able to handle all these requirements. So you can see the notifications, you can understand if there is an asset has to be returned, even that also can be done when it was asset returned. If it is linked to fixed assets, you can also compute depreciation based on asset usage. There are multiple use cases are available here. The limited point being, you will be able to create any kind of modules, and then without any programming, you are able to do this. I think, can we come back to the presentation, please? Yeah. Similarly, it is not just for accounting, it is for any of these processes, be it payroll, HR, or any of these financial processes. We have these AI tools available, and then you will be able to easily use it. So I will wrap my presentation with just one or two points to look at it. We did a survey last year, and with the solution going with Zoho, the organizations have seen substantial benefit in terms of usage of time, their resources, and their cash flow. I am talking, since it is a finance oriented session, I am talking about this. They have seen substantial improvement in their cash flow and real-time visibility. That is where Zoho comes into play. All of the things are held with privacy and security. So the data, what you have entered in Zoho server, even though we are using for NVIDIA for data chips for processing, the data is kept only at Zoho data centers. It is not shared with any other third parties. So you can be rest assured that though you are using Zia LLM, large language module, you are rest assured that your data is not gone outside. That confidentiality we can assure you of. And you can get all these benefits. And that is why we feel that Zoho is a platform to grow with and to be for future ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's truly fascinating to see how Zoho continues to empower businesses and professionals to stay ahead in this digital era. I now request our Vice Chairperson, CA Vinod Rathi, to please felicitate Mr. Gururajan Krishnamurthy. request our chairperson, C. Vineet Maru, to join us. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, from being future tech ready to our next speaker, who is someone who has been battle ready his entire life. Discipline, focus, and resilience. These are not just the hallmarks of soldiers on the front lines. They are the defining qualities of leaders, high performers, and future ready professionals in every field. And today, we have the honor of hearing from someone who embodies these values in the most inspiring way. A man who led with courage, motivated with purpose, and transformed countless lives through his entire leadership and insight. Please join me in welcoming the remarkable Colonel Rajiv Bharwan. Can we please have his AV?
Colonel Rajiv Bharwan, fondly known as Mamma Sir, is a retired colonel of the Indian Army, renowned for his exceptional leadership, discipline, and mentorship. Throughout his military career, he commanded units with distinction, earning respect for his ability to inspire and guide those under his command. After retirement, Colonel Bharwan continued his service to society, founding and mentoring youth training programs, particularly for SSB aspirants. He also works closely with underprivileged youth, single mothers, and veterans, focusing on building resilience, leadership, and a sense of purpose among those he guides. His philosophy is rooted in transforming challenges into opportunities and approaching life with discipline, purpose, and a commitment to service. Through his guidance, hundreds of young people and adults have been empowered to overcome obstacles and achieve their goals. Even beyond his military career, Colonel Rajiv Bharwan continues to make a profound impact, proving that leadership and service extend far beyond the uniform.
Can we have a round of applause for Colonel Rajiv Bharwan, please? So before you start, I just want to say, while your AV was being played, I automatically went into attention pose just by looking at you.
That's very kind of you, but not required to do exactly. Thank you so much.
Stage is all yours.
Jai Hind, everyone. I'm so sorry, but I'm little hard on the hearing. I said Jai Hind. Abhi bhi thodi si awaaz to aayi hai, but I'll request we can do much better. Jai Hind. Thank you so very much. And if you're thinking, kisi ne bhi, if you're thinking anything about me in your heart also, same to you. Okay, Jai Hind to everyone, I'm Colonel Rajiv. Before I commence with my presentation, two things I would like to say. First of all, my heartfelt gratitude to ICAI fraternity and every member associated with the association for making me feel at home. Very, very kind of you for having me here. I'm really very grateful to each one of you. Second, I think Mr. Mehta is not here, but one thing I would like to mention, it is really an honor to listen to Sir today. And with artificial limbs, Sir said there are people who can walk, who can swim, who can walk, and they can dance. In my personal life, I know three people. One, a mother of two grown-up daughters who lost both the limbs while saving someone in a road accident. And she is a artificial limb runner today, and she had established records at the national level, and she is going to participate at the international event very soon. Another is one Major, an army veteran who lost both the limbs during Kargil war, and he is a marathon runner today, and he is really inspiring the youngsters. And third thing, which specifically I wanted to bring it to the notice of Mr. Mehta, not only walking, swimming, climbing the trees, dancing or anything. There's one boy from my command who lost his one of the leg, left limb,
when he lost his leg in a anti-personal minefield. But within 3 months after putting the artificial limb, he was there with me before I was leaving my command with one request. He said, you're moving out of the command and my last wish is, before you go, sir, we are going for the jump and I want to jump along with you. So beyond walking, swimming, sir need to know what magic he had created, his organization has created. There are people at the speed of 800 km per hour of the aircraft with 100 kg battle load on the back, and from an altitude of thousands of feet, people are doing para jumps also using artificial limbs. And it's great work done by sir and his organization. Can we please start with the presentation? Next. Okay. The topic that has been given to me that I can touch upon today is uncertainty and the army way of a future ready mindset. Personally, if you ask me, I had always been making this statement, whether it is the present and future, there is only one person who is going to make a difference, and that is you. Present also has no value if we don't work. We are talking about the only one thing which is in the present, that is my definition of future is, it's all about change. Look around, whether it is a weather, whether it is climate, temperature, the lifestyle, dietary habits, anything and everything is constantly changing. And that is what future also means to me. And if you want to bring any change, it is always the man behind the machine. That's all what I have been following. So what kind of future we want in the personal and the professional life, I'm going to decide for myself, you are going to decide for yourself. Before I touch upon the topic per se, I would like to take you through a small clip of about 3 minutes to give you a glimpse of the life I have lived in the last or more than 2 decades in army. Can you please play the video? Can we increase the volume please to the mix? Request if you can increase the volume. There's just a half strength of the battalion and not even a single unfit guy in there amongst them. Couple of months back I used to kill people for my living, and these days I am on a break. I started having first-hand experience in '99, the year I joined my unit. The unit that time was in Kupwara. So that time it was an amazing team of my seniors, the great, wonderful CEO, Tiger General Ravi Torge. So that was the year I got a hang of it in Kupwara, and thereafter the raw of it, what I saw was in Manipur. This is something which I always felt I am best when it comes to combats. The second best thing that I feel I am good at is training. It is always the men behind the machine. Our boys are the best, no doubt about it. And most of the time, whether it was the unit or with the deputation, I've been involved in action only, and that suits me. Most of my service, I have been into counter-insurgency operation or counter-terrorism operations. Jimmedari bahut zyada hoti hai, and there is a lot of responsibility on your head. There is a lot of difference between real life and real life. The moment we kicked the door and opened it, the guy was bloody standing with his weapon in his head, and he just put it on the head. And when you face situation and you go black, I went black at least that time, for a moment. It is said in our fraternity that we don't exist so that you can. This is the environment I have seen, Indian Army dogs are not allowed. I have seen Pakistani flag, Pakistani board. And you dare not go to places like Lal Chowk. Today you see, there is a Tiranga at Lal Chowk. The perception changes. In airborne unit, you will find every single guy is capable to come out of the aircraft at the speed of 600 with complete loaded with the weapon and everything. In airborne, every man who is walking on the ground is capable of jumping, irrespective of the terrain. There was a place, Abai. Which country? Sudan. Now it is North Sudan, South Sudan. I have seen people mad for no reason. They had nothing to eat, but they had sophisticated weapon with them. Finishing people for no reason. Life had absolutely no value, and it was one of the worst places to stay in. 100 or 1,000 kilometers you will travel, you will not get one glass of water. Oil you want? Yes, you will get. I have seen early morning people, taking out blood from the cow in a bowl and they are serving to every family member so that they can just take care of their thirst.
The terrains like the Sahara Desert.
Absolute barren. No productivity, zero. No business, nothing. Nothing to eat, nothing to drink. Water was costlier and oil was cheaper.
Wow.
For one bread, people could get killed or they could have killed someone. It was as simple as that. I've been to garbage disposal area where I've seen people eating boot polish, eating Odomos, medicines. Something should go inside. And people are outside and they're looking, even if you throw shit and we'll eat it. We say in a save water campaign and all that. Those who really don't understand, send them to that place only for 1 week. They will get to know what is the importance of water and what is the importance of food.
Have you ever lost somebody who's close to you?
Lost 14.
14.
14 from my own coastmate who are not with us today. 14 of them, that's quite a number,
Yeah.
14 of them, and somebody was just newly married, went into ID blast. Somebody had just a baby of few months old, again mine blast or an ambush. 14 of them are not with us in our coast end. Every year we have a get-together, and whenever we have a get-together, the first table that is reserved is for 15 guys. And with a note for them, we'll marry up again for the drinks up there, and I'll just wait for a while. Now, this is just a glimpse of the life I have lived in last over more than 2 decades, almost 22 years in uniform. The best years of my life I have spent with my boys in uniform, and now I am playing my second innings. And honestly, if you ask me, I never thought my future it is going to be so unpredictable. Today what I am doing, it is far more challenging than what probably you can comprehend and what you have seen on the screen. So much. I was not prepared for this future. But they adapted very, very fast. I'll tell you what I'm doing. But before I say anything, I would like to ask you a question. You have seen in the clip, one of the clipping where in snow-covered peaks, people were jumping. The total friction of time and what we get to get out of the aircraft when the door opens, it is 0.7 second. It is like this, total 42 people in the aircraft, in an aircraft like Mi-17 V5. And the speed and the tempo of exiting from the aircraft, which is flying at the speed of 800 kilometers, is like go, 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 go. And couple of seconds, 42 people, they are out of the aircraft. Now my question is, imagine a scenario, we are jumping into absolute virgin unknown territory and not so very friendly territory. Thousands of feet, speed 800 kilometers per hour, about 100 kgs on your back, helmet and a weapon on your shoulders. And there is a big pack on the back, reserve parachute on the front. There are 2 bags, one between apna hip line to the knee and second from knee to ankle. You can't even take baby penguin steps. And the temperature is minus 35, 38. And you have to jump outside in fraction of seconds. What do you think? In this scenario, from thousands of feet, if you are going out, what can be the future? Any answers? Dark, uncertain? Any positive thoughts coming in the mind? Anyone? We were talking of the technology and all. Purpose? Absolutely. That is the only thing that helps you. 2 things. One is your training and second is purpose. And having commanded a paratrooper, very elite unit, our planning parameters were before we touched the base, 40% gone. If I'm gone with 100 people, I never made my plans on 100 people. It was always on 60. 40 are not going to make it by the time we touch the ground. That's for sure. But 2 things still. One, very confident about the training. The harder you prepare yourself, the better is going to be the future. And God has been very kind in the command. There have been more than thousands and thousands of jumps and operations we have done and not even a single casualty. And second thing that keeps you going is mission. If your purpose, sir also spoke about that, everybody needs to find the answer to why. And I keep telling people, whether it is personal or professional, you find the answer for why, how is much easier in life. Now, today we are living in a very digital age, and we talk about 21st century, digital changes and all that, but only two things that comes to my mind. One, change. Change is not coming, it's always here. It was always here, it is here, and it is going to be there. This is the only constant in life, change. We were young sometime, then we were adult. Now we are growing up, and one day you are going to do line tour from here. We'll vanish from the canvas. So change was always there, nothing new. It is only the ways and methods and technologies and these small things. But I don't think, if we know our job, we know how to do it, nothing much is going to change. The purpose and the mission is not changing. And people say disruption. No, I think it is the new normal today. We are so much used to it, whether it is kids' behavior, whether the technology, but we have been adapting to it, And three things what you see on the show slide, One is, change is always going to be unpredictable, dynamic, and most importantly, it is going to be absolutely unforgiving. If you don't change with the change, then nothing is going to change. One question. If you're going somewhere and you think your map is not leading you in the correct direction, what is that one thing you're going to follow? How do you lead when the map keeps changing? Instinct. Okay, we'll pen the answer for a while and we'll cover it toward the end of the presentation. People talk about the leadership, future. Out of these two things, I think they both are complementary to each other, but in any organization, be it army or anywhere, I always say all good things and bad things, it flows from the top. If as a leader, if I know my job and I'm competent, I'm confident about certain things, my team is going to be my reflection. So all I need to do is first I need to prepare myself. My commander is going to be my reflection, so it's not a very difficult thing. But fourth thing I have understood in my experience. Number one, people follow trend. I believe in setting the trends. Most important value, एक हिंदी में कहावत है कि आप बड़े जरूर बने लेकिन बड़प्पन के साथ बने. One need to stay very firm to the roots, the core values, which every organization has got, which decides the overall fiber of the organization. So one need to be very, very grounded rather than following the trend. Someone else or some other organization is doing this, we will also follow. I don't believe that one should follow the trends, one should establish the trend, yet stay very, very grounded. As a commanding officer, I never had any shame. I could have meal with any of my boys in his tray. I did exactly what they used to do. In field conditions, to the extent I would say, you see two posters onto the left, that much space, and we were 8 people. We stayed in this much space constraint continuously for 10 days. Not even for poo or pee, we had gone outside in 10 days. Life can be very difficult. 10 days. Not even for the water or for anything. How are you going to sustain? I was very comfortable with my boys. If they can do it, I'll do it. And if I do it, there's no question that they are not going to do it. You won't believe it, little difficult unless somebody has done it on ground. But believe me, we used to use condoms, for the basic rituals, going for poo and pee. One after another. A lot of precision is required, a lot of patience is required. And then you wrap up and keep it in one corner. And ensure that it does not get pricked. Otherwise, you are in hell. So we have been trained in that manner, and I feel this is one of the most important. You should be very, very grounded. Today, everybody wants to be number one. But number one in terms of, the followers, subscriber, or there are so many parameters. But I feel the one who is strongly embedded, whether it is a weapon, motor, or when you're firing a shell, if you're embedded strong in the ground, you are going to be very, very productive. Second, agile in actions and calm in storms. Seems to be a very simple statement, but I'll give you an example. I mentioned about a boy who lost his leg in the anti-personnel minefield incident. I was sitting in terms of time, I was sitting about 12 hours away from that boy. When I got the news, he said, this is what has happened. I put him on the video. When I saw there was a young officer, there was JCO and a couple of Jawans along with them. I saw, and all I could see was only threads hanging below the knee. Very difficult. Show me, zoom. I took precisely 3 seconds and my first direction was, chop off his leg. The officer was shaken. He said, so what? I will not repeat again, and this is the last time I am telling you, just chop off his leg. Officer was not able to do anything, then I called the JCO. मैं साहब मेरी बात समझ में आई आपको? बोला आ गया. मैं execute. 4th second he was executing it. I said, be absolutely ruthless. Then officer came on the video call again. He said, sir, how can you do this? He's your boy. But don't try to teach me my job. I know my job. But you are a very selfish guy. You want piece of leg or you want your boy? He says, a boy. But then cut it. If you are too sentimental, you are going to lose the boy. That's for sure, guaranteed. And I can't afford that luxury as a commander that I'm ready to lose my boy. Until unless I chop off his leg, I'm not be able to save him. It is not easy, but throughout the day I was busy with this operation. In the night, all officers, they came and they said, something happened in the unit, but nobody is aware. Absolute normal routine is being followed. We just got to know that you are doing this thing single-handed. You need to stay very, very calm. Whatever may change, you don't change. If you're strong, stay strong. Third, a learner before a commander. I'd always believed in this. When I went for my probation and para jumps, so I could see that hesitation in the ustad, the instructor. The commanding officer has come for the training, so he was busy, sir, this way, that way. I said, see, I'm going to assume my command after 1 week. And the duration of the course is about 1.5 months. I don't have that luxury. Within 6 days, I need to wind up, and 7th day, I need to jump. Still, there was a lot of hesitation among the instructors. So what I did, I removed my appellates, my rank and everything, and I kept in front of the instructor. But now I'm just as good as one of the Jawans, and you please beat the shit out of me and train as hard as you can. But the training should be completed in 3 days. And today also, post-retirement, what second inning I'm playing, I always keep telling people, don't use fancy words, celebrity, social media influencer, YouTuber and all that. No. I consider myself as a soldier, a teacher and a student of life. A very, very important aspect. The moment one starts feeling, I know everything, believe me, you are in the wrong room. One should never let this thing get onto the mind. And before being a leader or a commander, it is more important to be a student so that you can learn maximum and you can execute better. Focused and control, two important aspects. Most of the people where I feel it's about the change in the leadership people go is people try to gain too much of control. And I firmly believe power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, You can't hold everything so very tightly. You need to lose your hand. Whether it is a sand, whether it is a relationship or anything in life. It is more important to stay focused rather than being too much into control. That never pays off. Now, I have seen both the sides. Best years of my life after joining, 22 years in uniform and thereafter in the corporate. Not exactly in the corporate, but yes, in the civil domain. So, few parallels and analogies I will give you. One is the patrol. Whether it is corporate or it is army, that's for sure. A leader always lead by the self-example. In patrol, in operations, the jump video that you have just seen on the screen, that is an unwritten rule in paratroopers. You will always be the first one to jump. And I always say, when it comes to the operation, especially in the combat zone, I was very clear as a company commander, as a commanding officer, whenever it is a danger, you will always be the first one to walk into the combat zone. And when it is time to exit, you will always be the last one. Most of the way, people, sometimes they turn it upside down. Whenever it is comfortable, I'll be the first one to go. And whenever we are in danger, I'll always be the first one to go. No. Same way in the corporate also, I feel there are people whom I know who follow this thing. Everything starts with me. Whatever portfolio one is holding, whether it is in HR, whether it is in finances or anything. All we need to do is, as leader, we set a good example. The patrol definitely is going to follow to the last T what the leader follows. The ambush analogy, you're absolutely into dark. Most of the time people say we are not being able to meet the deadlines, we have not been able to complete the project and reasons are far too many. And I always tell people no reason is a bloody good reason, If the task has been given, no reason will work. Ambush is one of the classical thing. We are talking about the change, we are talking about the future. Future definitely is uncertain, but it cannot be more uncertain than ambush. When you go for ambush, only thing you know is somebody is waiting there for you and waiting only to kill you. In future, there are no scenarios like this. Only technology is changing and a few modus operandi will change, but you're not going to die, that's for sure. But here you step into the dark, absolutely to unknown, not familiar with anything. But there are sometimes cases, zero probability of coming back. I remember I have signed a certificate couple of times where I have declared in case something happens to me or I get compromised. And both the probabilities I never existed in this organization. Disown me. Even my family was not aware. Even till date, they are not aware. Now that is the level of uncertainty, you know, when you go into the ambush. But then again, if you're focused, you're calm, you're adaptive, nothing is very important. Perfect information. This is a big, big issue. I train a lot of people who are getting trained by me, those who are defense aspirant and want to become officers in Indian Armed Forces. Day one, I make a statement and tell them that I'm not looking here for Mr. or Miss Perfect. There's nothing called perfect in life. There's only one song by Ed Sheeran, and it's a lovely song. You must listen to that. Beside this, there is always scope for improvement, but there is nothing called perfect. 70% of information, I'm absolutely okay. Even if I have 10% information, I will still go for the job. 90% I'll collect the information, but I need some information to start the work. That's it. The SAN model. In Army, what we do, the size of the stage you see here, almost double the dimensions. When we plan some operations, we carry out a, SAN model exercise. Just before me, the speaker had mentioned about 3D. Mehta sir also mentioned about 3D design, It is something like that. We see it from all the angles, from the top, left, right, center, whatever. We see. So that we carry out the in-depth analysis of the terrain, about the enemy, about the unforeseen contingencies, and do a threadbare dissection of the reality. So that we can prepare well. And thereafter, there is no looking back. Same way I see in corporate, a lot of people, they are working about the future technologies and other things. They do their homework really very well. They do anticipate, they do adapt, and they bring the required changes. And that helps a lot. Line of balance analogy. I'm sure in movies, in real life, you must have seen military convoys, irrespective of which country, which army. But then they walk, whether it is the men or it is the convoy. There's a particular fashion, absolutely very well spaced out, in terms of speed, in terms of distance. The same thing, it works in corporate also, I just mentioned a while back, it is all about maintaining the balance. One need not have too much of control and you need not lose it too completely, you lose the balance. I always say there is a very thin line and a difference between giving a pat on the back and giving a kick on the butt. One should know. What is the difference between, being absolutely, free with your team and being firm? It is as on required basis, so that maintenance is absolutely required. Third is buddy system, trust before talent. Very, very important. Gone are the days where, based on the resumes, people used to hire people in any organization. Whether it is in terms of sports, whether it is in terms of, corporate or army, trust. And what better classical example than from an army and that to a paratrooper life? It's always the commander, the first guy who exit out of the aircraft and thereafter there is no looking back. Once I'm out of the aircraft, I never had to look back to see whether somebody is inside the aircraft or they jumped. People are too scared, many of them, but they don't look back. Samne wala banda chala gaya, all I need to do is just follow the footsteps. So trust is very, very, very important. Regimental spirit, great thing. Now today, one common identity when I'm talking to you is, which is binding everyone, is ICAI. Isn't it? Yes or no? In army, if I'm wearing a tracksuit, there will be name for every individual on the chest, on the right hand side. It will spell out the name. On my track, it was written Colonel Rajiv Bharwan. But at the back of my chest, and bold capital underline, it was written the name of the unit. Always first. Very important factor for everyone to realize and understand. What is written on your chest is irrelevant. But what matters more is what is written on my back. The organization comes first, always and every time. If you go to IMA in the Chetwood Credo, there is a Chetwood Credo which says, it is my country and my countrymen which come first, always and everywhere. And then comes my men. And the last priority is me. This is one principle which is applicable in your case, an army or any other organization. You know, if you get connected to this regimental spirit, what we call the buddy system. Buddy I have used because, just to give an example, one person in this organization, in my organization, fully knowing bullets are coming and he's going to die, he will not hesitate to pull the guy in front of you and come in the front so that he can save the other guy. You always look after the guy onto your left, right, front, center. You are secure from all four sides. So it is very, very important to revive and make this regimental spirit very strong in any organization. Last is after action review. I don't know what it is called in your parlance, but whether it is a success, whether it is a failure, in both the cases, after action review is very, very important. Where people generally go wrong after any mission, any target or anything, people talk more about the good things. And why they had done, what different they had done, what are the success parameters. But believe you me, in all my debriefings, I always had spoken in only one word. When it was about success, I said shabash. And I had focused and spent more time on the lessons learned. Where we can improve, whether it is in terms of operation, training, logistics, finances, documentation, or any damn thing. Because that helped me to perform better in the next task. The faster we learn, the better we perform in future. The first line, people say, you know, uncertainty, and certainty. This is one common word which is commonly related to future. But I always say, when it comes to leadership, it never weakens a leader. And it always revealed them, whether the commander was weak or the commander was strong. Take a classical example of 71. You know, somebody was telling, sir, so much of uncertainty. And no uncertainty. People were talking about the creativity. Creativity? 11 days. 11 days. And in the war, all you see is chaos. And in that chaos, see the creativity of the armed forces, we created a new nation. You still call it uncertainty? No, we were very certain what we are going to do. The slide, what do you see where uncertainty is written? I'd slash the first two alphabet, UN, because I'm not ready to see that. Even if I look at it, I only see the balance part, you know. At the end of the day, whatever may be the situation on personal, professional front, one thing is for sure. इंसान को लाइफ में exactly वही दिखेगा जो आप देखना चाहते हैं और आपको वही सुनेगा जो आप सुनना चाहते हैं. Whatever I speak, you are going to capture and absorb only what you want to, and you are going to witness and see through your eyes only what you perceive. It's not your eyes, it's how you perceive things. So in uncertainty, the only thing I see is certainty. And that is related to these four things. One is clarity, second is courage, third is character, and fourth is conviction. You know? People ask me, say, how you are so confident about anything and everything. But because I prefer to keep things very simple. You know, I don't put load on my head. What is there in the head, the same thing you will see in the eyes, same thing you will see in the conduct, same things you will see here in my voice. I keep all things aligned. And when you keep all these things aligned, you will never have any doubt whether it is present or it is about future. I'm confident about present. When it comes to future, future exactly will translate into reality the way I want to see it. I'll work hard for it. And I'll decide my future. No one else other than me can decide my future. Whether it is about me, whether it is about the people whom I am training, or it is about my organization. I give you two case studies related to the future. I don't know how many of you have heard of this word, Cambrian petrol. But let me tell you, this is one of the toughest competition in Indian Army. I got to know it in 2008. I was posted in Manipur. I came back to my regiment. And then I got to know that there were 3 teams at the brigade level. Brigade is a higher organization than an infantry regiment. 3 units participated. Our team was the last. I was surprised. Now, how come we are last and 1 officer and 5 jawans were in ICU? Now, only for a faddu reason that you could not really complete 30 kilometers with 32 kgs weight. But not acceptable. Then the last line I was told by one of a very senior officer journals, he said, Gurkhas can't do it. Sir, you may call it a professional arrogance, but this line is not acceptable to me. Gurkhas can't do it. I'm a Jat by community, but I don't believe in that. I have been born and brought up amongst Gurkhas. Somebody telling me it cannot be done is absolutely not acceptable. And the future had to be decided after 1 year. Because it is, this entire competition carries on for almost 365 days. He says Gurkhas can't do it. First thing what I did, all my t-shirts, I got it painted, I got written Gurkha Jat in front of my name. I said I'll not use my name, but write Gurkha Jat. Gurkha should come first and then Jat should come. So he said cannot. Again, I could see only the first 3 alphabet. Gurkhas can do it. I looked for volunteers, there were none. They knew I'm going to really be ruthless with them. I motivated them, I prepared a team. I wanted 10 boys. I prepared a team of 30 people. And believe you me, it was never like this. We'll go for 10 kilometer run, 20 kilometer run. I just used to tell them one city. We were in, that time, Firozpur. The boys used to say, where we are going for run today? We are going to Ludhiana. I said, Ludhiana? Yes. Next day, sir, where we are going? Amritsar. Third day, I saw they are doing something on the map. What are you doing? Sir, we are seeing all the cities in the vicinity and taking the distances. They were so scared. I used to take them for 100-kilometer run to develop that mindset because I knew future is not going to be easy. More than 300 regiments. And I made a bold statement, we can do it. I had to prove that. So I used to take them for 100-kilometer run. Anything that was blocking their action and thought process, and I was running 2 steps ahead. One day they said, it has been 1 month, every day we are running with 30 kgs weight, 32.5 to be precise. Nobody is working that hard. But then, sir, tomorrow no pitu, please, no bags. Okay, done. No pitus. Everybody was very happy in the morning, they were very happy. Yeah, no weight today. I said, okay, stand in 2s in buddy pairs, as per your height and weight. The first one in the front, sit down. The person behind, mount. They said, why? Why? We are going for a run. They said, but bags? We said, no, this is not a bag. He's your buddy. He said, sir, bag was 32 kgs. This burger is very 75 kgs. We are doing with this. I followed your instructions, you follow mine. And whatever you're thinking in your heart and mind, same to you. That was my Brahmastra, I told them. I don't know what all things they said in their mind, but I trained them then. Then they said, the strap is, pinching. May I remove it? He said, no, I'll manage. No, you remove it. It was more difficult. Then he said, the second one, sir, may I remove this also? Then he was putting it on the head. I took them to a level where they were absolutely quiet about anything. This guy, will not listen to anything. Whatever we say, at the end of the day, it is finally what he says. And we, believe you me, we trained for 365 days, motivated them and trained so very hard. There was a guy from Charlie Company, Suman Kesi and Agar. One day before the competition, when we had subsequently cleared all 5-6 stages, he said, sir, Agari is not feeling well. Without telling anyone, he had gone for an operation, got it done for the appendicitis. He is bleeding from the side and he had put a lot of bandage. And he has requested me not to tell to you. Why? Then I spoke to him, you might die tomorrow while running. He says, sir, not an issue, but I have worked very hard, I was very weak. You prepared me, I trained very hard. And we have come to this level. I'll prefer to die for the unit, but I'll complete this run. We kept on our training for complete 1 year. After 1 year, we defeated and we were declared the army champions. A unit was slotted to go to London in Wales to represent the Indian Army. That was not a big achievement. The bigger achievement was I defeated 2 units. One, the unit which was consecutive winner for last 2 years. And one unit was Jat regiment, which I was told, Jats can do it, but you can't do it. And that was one strong team who had in the previous station, while competing for this run, for this competition, they lost a Jawan because of exhaustion, and they carried the dead body and yet finished first. We defeated that team, that strong team. So, future is all about how much effort you put in. I always say, agar aapko kheer meethi chahiye, jitni chini dalenge, utni zyada meethi hogi. I had put my heart and soul along with my team. It took 365 days only to get that moment. Another good example one should take in life is the people who are preparing for 100 meters in Olympics. What is the world record? 9.5 something? Imagine a person prepares so very hard, day, night and out, 4 years to perform only for 9 seconds. And once you become a world champion, you again undergo the rigorous training only to retain your own title for 9.5 seconds. Unbelievable. One is working so very hard to create a future after 8 years in a just frame of 18, 19 seconds. What better example one can have in life? If people can work for 8 years to perform and set a record in 18 seconds, I think whatever we do is less to have a better future. Again, during that journey of 365 days, I'm telling you in personal, professional life, whether it is about the present or about the future, if we want to be ready, we need to change our perception. The slide says disorder, but that's just a word. I see order and disorder. Impossible also says, I am possible. Now, 3 things, 3 A's, very important. Anticipate. People are very wise. We have got artificial intelligence, a lot of technological development. And, we can anticipate. But whatever the environment, the digital era or the technology tells you, at the end of the day, it is again we, man behind machine. Self-awareness about your own self, about the environment of the organization is very, very important. So one need to anticipate. It's not all about technology. More than technology, it is about the people. People should be able to get the best out of the technology. I always rely more on people and less on technology. You give me 2 men, I'll wind up the job. Without technology, I might survive, but without good team, good people, and one not. So one need to be very, very aware about own self, about the technological development, and more importantly, about the environment in terms of people. Second is adapt. Don't resist. Flexibility is the survival. In the photograph, you see target 0 kilometer. Is it visible in the last row? Okay. When I took over, this milestone had some other words. It was written, the name of the target, and it said 1300 miles, not kilometer, 1300 miles. First day when I took over, I banged my vehicle into it, broke into pieces, got a new one made, and then wrote it myself. My target 0 kilometer. And believe me, just 1300 was removed and I wrote 0 kilometers. Overnight the perception changed, I could see the boys like this. They looked at the board, they smiled. Any difference? Well, sir, a hell lot of difference. When the task is given, you have written outside the unit, task taken, task given, task done. Task taken, task done. No questions thereafter. In terms of time, I have less time, I'll manage my time. If I have less resources, I'll prove that I'm better resourceful, Change of perception and mindset is very important. And underneath it is written that we go into unknown to do the impossible. That really worked very, very hard for me. Very well for me. And third is act. As I mentioned a while back, never look for a perfect thing, whether it is a perfect data, perfect environment, or perfect resources or anything. If the task you have taken or it has been assigned to you by your organization, no reason will be a good reason. It has to be done. Purpose is something that gives you, that fire. I keep telling people, I see people, somebody met with an accident, unfortunate, you lost someone, people cry. And the cry has no end thereafter. People can keep crying for as long as they want. Why don't you look at army? 10 people have taken on a mission, bullets coming, 8 guys down. But the 2 guys fully knowing their life is at stake and only 2 left, they still go ahead only. And they put the flag there. Because it fuels us. 8 people, they cannot go down the line just to say we died for no reason. No. They need to inspire people. That is the power of purpose. So 100%, there is nothing in life which is 100%. Whether it is personal or profession. Whatever we have in hand, make best of use. Because if you've got a clarity, clarity will always bring you life. And if you look for perfect thing, it will always be fatal, lead to death. Couple of lessons. Pressure. The best example that comes to my mind is the pressure cooker. Everyone seen pressure cooker? At the base, what do you see? What is there? Can't hear you? I see fire is very less here. Fire is on that table a little bit. I'll ask again. What do you see at the bottom, at the base of the pressure cooker? Fire. Okay. Fire. And on the top, the nozzle, again, it's choked, blocked, isn't it? But when it comes to purpose, pressure cooker is doing amazing work. With hot temperature at the base and nozzles blocked on the top. Still, what pressure cooker is doing? Musical sound and good sound. At the end of the day, what it serves you? A good, well-prepared, nourished meal. Pressure mein, that should be the performance level. Take pressure cooker as an example, I'm telling you. Whether it is fire at the back or nose choking on the top, results will be delivered. And that is all about leadership, whether it is present or it is future. Order versus ownership. I believe in ownership, whether it is about an individual or rank or anything. At the end of the day, it is all about ownership. If there is some credit, I always used to say my team has done it. If there was something which has gone, it is disaster, again my hand was up. Not to be blamed, maybe probably I had not briefed, I had not supervised, I had not guided, I had not done it myself. It is soldiers, the team that execute orders. But when it comes to, leaders, it's all about the outcome. Good or bad, irrelevant. But you need to have the ownership. Trust, I had mentioned 2 slides back. The last line that makes relevance. If we are strong as a team in any organization, in army, corporate, any organization, team will always perform miracles. When they trust leadership, not the slides. There are many people who are fighting the warfare on the slides, in army also. But that doesn't lead us, way ahead. But when you come on ground and people follow you, it's all about the trust. Jaisa neta, vaisi praja. The last final message I would say, clarity, compassion and character. These 3 things are very, very important, whether it is about present, future or leadership. You need to lead with the clarity your team. You need to have a lot of command in your compassion. Mistakes will take place. There's nothing perfect, I said. Sometime ignore, sometime accept, sometime rectify. And then finally, whatever you do, whatever is, mission statement, you need to finish it with a lot of dignity and character. Leadership, again, it's personal choice. Position or presence. I prefer presence. Good, bad, at all times, I will always prefer to be with my team. And that too in the front. Many people, they prefer position. That doesn't lead you anywhere. But presence is very important. Mr. Mehta, sir, is one classical example. He said, it's not about me, It's all about what you can return to the society. It's presence matters more. It will always give you more. 10-second rule. 10 seconds actually on the plus side. But believe me, it was just 1 second to kill a guy. Of course, a bad guy. When you're in operations, if somebody has taken more than a second to decide and act, you're gone. Biggest fear, waiting for the perfect data. Never ever do that. Failure, I said, one has to accept. Personal, professional life, failures will be there. It will constantly work in the loop. But if you take it as a lesson, that is going to set the next decisive manual for your victory in the future. Excuses. Doesn't work with me. It never worked till date. When I train students and people, I tell them, I read what is written in the class at the back. No reason is a bloody good reason. Give me one good reason. People are not able to give good reason. And ultimately, the last point is the most important, that is accountability. It's always life in accountability, whether you see as your father, son, husband, whatever portfolio you're handling, in personal life or the professional life, it's all about accountability. If we take our accountability and do with shiddat whatever task has been assigned to us, you will never have any issues, whether it is present or the future. What photograph you see on the foil on the left hand side, it has been taken in an area where even the gods and the devils, they rarely visit. Minus 38 degree temperatures, no thermal innerwears, only dress combat, maroon beret and Ray-Bans. That's it. And I had given 10 minutes to the team. But I want everyone, and if you look at, if you see here, from top to bottom, you will be able to gather that it is a 90 degree feature. Like Ibex, everybody is standing there, and minus 38, without any proper clothing, 10 minutes. What is more interesting is what is written at the bottom. It says, and that is my message. We are talking about the future ready leadership. It says, we have done so much for so long with so little that now we are qualified and capable to do anything with nothing. I don't want anything, but I'll do everything. You just give me the task, rest I will see. Either I have, if I don't have, I will produce it with my boys. And I had worked on this thing, it has never failed me, never ever. Last thing, future again will be, very dynamic. Things will change. Lot of surprises life will throw at you. But as long as you are breathing, jab tak saans aa rahi hai, all possibilities exist. Anything can be done and will be done. Now, can we go back to the last slide, please? Now, we talk about the future. I'll take a moment here. I believe more than future and more than past, and what is more important is present, where most of the people we miss out, generally in life. So it's not part of the presentation, but this is what I do very often with the people, and I would like to take you through that journey. I'll take a minute and then we'll go ahead with this. For your information, in second innings, I'm dealing with people. I got an institution, I call it Soldier Unplugged. Soldier because I said I don't believe in rank and positions, Soldier is good enough. Unplugged because I'm absolutely raw. When I speak, what I do, absolutely raw. That's why Soldier Unplugged. If you talk about the name, I had one name that my parents had given, Rajiv Bharwan. Organization gave me a rank, Colonel Rajiv Bharwan. And today when I'm playing my second innings, I've got more than 100 names. But generally people call me Mama Sir. Ma, Ai, the synonyms. If you ask me address, somebody today morning was requesting for my visiting card. But it will not lead you anywhere. There are only 2 words on the visiting card. It says, find me. Honestly, it says only, find me. There is no link, there is no address, no phone number, no posters. But people all over the world, they reach out asking, showing on the phone, where you find this man. And they tell you, keep going in the jungle. Well, where? Just keep going. You'll see a lot of Tibetan flags and a lot of voices coming, sir, we love you, you'll find him there. In terms of people, the youngest student I had in my campus was 9 months child, girl child, Shri Vanya, 2 months, 2-year kid, Rudraksh, and people up to 100 plus professionals. Somebody who's going to die in 3 hours. People with chronic disease. Life run in 3 stages: earning, learning, and returning. Mr. Mehta, sir, is one example. He is in the 3rd stage of returning. Sir said, you should find your purpose. God has been kind enough. I have been assigned some task. I have found my purpose. Somebody who came crawling and is running on who was paralyzed, is running marathons today. Somebody who was going to die in 3 hours, I'm holding on to that guy, is working very good for the last 2 years. Somebody, who had gone through physical abuse more than 100 times, looks nothing less than a model, speak fluent English, he was working on a dhaba. The life has so much to offer. And what I realized, whatever had happened in the past has happened. Future, no one knows. No one means no one knows how it is going to unfold. But most important is to live a moment in the present. So we will do a small exercise. I'll play something here. I will request everyone to please stand up at your seat. Now, basic thumb rules. Number one, the person who is standing next to you, irrespective whether you know someone or not, please hug each other. Yeah, I could hear, wow. I think husband and wife are standing together. Okay, Neni, it's not that way. You're giving shabashi, okay, done. You have to keep holding, okay. Now I can hear loud, louder, huh? Wow. Neni, okay, wait. Can I request someone? Ankit, can you please come here? Can I request you? See, basic 3 rules, believe me, you will feel something. Please come. When I say hug each other, you have to hug in this manner. Okay? Again, he is doing the same mistake. You don't have to tap. You don't have to move your hand. Just lay and keep your head over the shoulder, like this. No. I don't know why he's feeling so shy, as if he's meeting his girlfriend in the public. Come on, damn it. It's not that difficult, believe me, and it's not going live somewhere, okay? Don't worry. Please give a hug, 1, and keep on holding till the time I ask you to release. Okay? Second thing, not a word from your mouth. 2, and third is keep your eyes closed. Please, just allow me 2 minutes, you'll love it, I'm telling you. Can you please switch off the lights? People will be more comfortable. Nani, you don't have to tap. I'll request, no, you can't have a group hug. It is only in buddies. No. Yeah, if you're 3, yes, it's okay. You can do. Can we please switch off the lights? Okay, it's a humble request, please. It has to be in buddy pair, please. और आपने ऐसे नहीं खड़े होना, एक दूसरे को मिल जाना गले अच्छे से. पीछे टैप नहीं करना, आवाज नहीं करनी और आंख प्लीज क्लोज कीजिए. So please, can I request you? Guys, please, just allow me 2 minutes. Please close your eyes and don't speak a word. Can you please play the music but at the full volume? Full volume, I request. Please don't talk. Okay, you can release now. It was nice? Okay, good. Kindly take your seat. Please settle down. That is because you are hot. Okay, one last thing. Whatever has happened, that's a past. But genuinely from my bottom of my heart, for each member who is sitting here, every member who is sitting here, and to your families and your loved ones, I genuinely wish and pray for a very, very good and happy future for each one of you. Okay? And future jaisa bhi ho, but you must spend some time to connect with yourself and your loved ones to at least live a very happy present. That's very important. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. I'm open to any questions you want to ask. Please shoot. अब तो हो गया. चल बिल्कुल लो उसमें कर दीजिएगा. Any questions? I'm more than open. Please shoot. Can I request a mic to be given? And we can reduce the volume. वॉल्यूम थोड़ी सी और कम कर दीजिए, हल्की सी, थोड़ी सी.
Jai Hind, sir.
Thank you, sir, for this loud voice. That was very much required. Yeah.
Thank you. Sir, this event has all been about future ready. And for the last 2 days, we've been talking about AI, robotics, technology. So, there are 2 questions. We are searching in a website whether robots is going to take away our job. So, what do you see the role of robotics and artificial intelligence when it comes to modern warfare? So, human life is precious, whether it is ours or whether it is our enemies. And we don't want life to be lost in fighting and defending borders. So are you expecting in the near future robots and modern military warfare to be replacing?
Absolutely big no. I will say it will be very handy. It is being used, but only for the information gathering, for processing information to convert into actionable intelligence. And that is the end of it. I would prefer to be there on the line of the defense, not taking any chances rather than relying on a machine. The person who's there, machine, I don't know how it is going to function. But you know what my heart is going to feel? It is not going to feel for the man who's standing next to me. Machine can never replace human beings. Machines also being created by us only. But when it comes to, some work related to the office work, gathering information, processing information, these are very handy. Maps. Initially we used to have only 2 maps, meter and quarter meter map. Today we have got, satellite maps, hydro maps, so much of clarity. It really helps us a lot to plan our execution. But at the end of the day, when it comes to army, machine can go wrong, in handling a weapon. A trained person will never go. He knows what is right, what is wrong. That moral obligation. For example, I give you I had made this thing in public sometime. I had went for an operation. The moment I entered, there was a guy who pointed a weapon at my forehead. He tried 3 times. He could not do anything. But initially, I never anticipated aisa kuch ho jayega, but it happened. So I went blank. But within 3 seconds, by the time he could do anything, I was on him. And almost that guy was dead. I would have killed him that time. Weapon was cocked. My finger was on the trigger. I would have pulled it. But I realized his wife was there. And I could make out that she is on family way. And then I got to know that her delivery is due within the next 48 hours. And she developed that labor pain seeing her husband in that condition and very scared. I took decision. I took that lady to the hospital, did the documentation part, Milton's wife. Got her delivery done. And then after 1 month, that terrorist, and I surrendered, came to the main streamline, and along with his wife and kid, he had come with a request. Ki, sir, iska naam aap rakh dijiye. I want you to name my baby. I could take that decision. Machine is never going to take such decision. You know. We are, of course, better than machines. Haji.
Just one question. Jai Hind, sir.
Jai Hind, sir.
Colonel Rajiv, this is C.A. Vivek Gupta. You spoke about two things. A good leader and our perception that as a human we can perceive just the things which we want to. My question is, we are 200 plus professionals here and we all are leaders in our mindset. Good leaders. But when it comes to true leadership, how to identify whether what we are thinking of ourselves is correct? Are we actually good leaders? Or how to change that mindset? How to find that gap?
Vivek, I will suggest you two ways to vote. One is one should go and stand in the front of the mirror. Best thing ever designed by the men. You know? That is a different thing. Today we have made a lot of lenses that don't show the reality. Otherwise, you can lie to anyone in the world on this Mother Earth. The only person one cannot lie is yourself. You ask yourself, are you being genuine with the people? Are you actually leading from the front? Are you doing a good job? The answer will be crystal clear. Because you only are the question and you only are the answer. That is one. And second thing, whenever somebody is in leadership, it is not when you are in chair. The actual real value in the feedback only you will get to know once you are outside that gate and you are out of that chair. You know, when I left my command, I didn't know because I have grown up in the organization looking at people, long speeches, thank you very much, you were there with me, blah, 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 blah. I was short of words, a guy like me, you know, what to say, how can I say that thanks enough to them? You know, maine bola jump, they jumped. I said go, go. Whether bullets coming, whatever, they never asked me a question. How do I say? There is no speech etiquette to say thanks to them, you know. So I told them, before I leave the gate, if you want my kidney, you tell me right now, I'll give it to you. But once I'm outside the gate, I'll be helpless, I'll not be able to do much for you. And how I thought, I'll say thanks to them, you know, I came on my knees and bowed in front of my men. I don't have any votes, man, thank you very much. But after leaving Fauj, after 28 years, the guy who was my buddy today takes a pride and I tells everyone, the moment I get a call, I don't even have to look at my screen. I say, Mahavi, Krishna, Kastonocha. He said, Jai Saab, Jain. Somebody says Jain. Without looking back, I tell their name, about their family details. So that gives me confidence. So I know my value when people acknowledge, and after 28 years, you know, sir, we were buddies together. I served with you. So I think that is what I earn. What Sir has said, Mr. Mehta. Sir said, imagine you are going to sleep with so much of, you see 50 people coming, crawling, take a limping, and then they go walking, dancing. What else you require? This is how you get to know your value. What you see in front of you and how you feel about it. I'm seeing this acknowledgement on daily basis from a child to a person who's going to die and elderly people. Nobody gives you validation, but we are good and we seek validation. I don't seek validation from anyone in the world. Not dependent for my happiness or anything on anyone. I am the reason for my own happiness. I'll create it if I want more.
Jai Hind once again.
Jai Hind, sir.
The biggest fear of the world is of the most certain thing. The biggest fear of the world is the most certain thing, the death.
Sir, no, sir. I don't agree, sir. I'll tell you.
Let me come.
Sir, it is wife. Okay, sir, go ahead. I'm sure you will agree with me.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I have to give a call to ma'am then.
Okay. You are saying that because you have conquered that fear. Now the thing is, when was the first time that you felt that you have conquered the fear? Because as a soldier, you people encounter death so many times that we cannot even dream of, right? So when was that first moment that you felt that you have conquered the fear of death?
No, sir, I would honestly tell you, fear of death doesn't appeal. Many times people, they ask about death, near-death experience. I always tell them, you know, death is, one thing is, it is permanent, it is fixed. And the second thing which most of the people, they miss out is, death is, you know, momentary. It will happen like this, in fraction of a second. And life is so vast, full of opportunities, but we don't focus much on life, but we are scared of death. Why should? Everyone who's sitting in this room will disappear in their own time, their own ways. Then why do talk about it? Why do focus on this? Life is so big. So let's focus on something which is permanent and not on something momentary. So jumping out of the aircraft, never thought about it. Going on operation, never thought about it. Never ever. डर है वो सिर्फ एक चीज से लगता है कि I pray to God, I should not divert in a manner what I speak and I'm not doing on ground. I hurt someone in front of me, unintentionally also. I should not bring any kind of I should not be the reason for causing any kind of hurt to someone. गलती से भी वो नहीं होना चाहिए. Besides this, I'm not scared of anything, other than my wife, of course. हाँ जी.
Jain sir. Sir, my question is on, in practice, we have our consultants working. तो हमको तो मन है तो हम पूरा दिन काम करेगा, but consultants को वो mindset नहीं है. How do we balance this in a way that is fair to both the consultant and us as practitioners? कि काम करने का है, but balance भी होने का है, but how sometimes there is a lot of work to be done, and how do you know that balance is crossed? Because आपने भी बोला है कि sometimes people even die completing a race, but is that fair in the scheme which has happened? So thank you.
Okay, we just carried out an exercise. I said कि we must focus, we should take out some time for ourselves also. We should connect with ourselves and with our loved ones. The basic requirement, whether it is a consultant and one of the employees or the team member or anyone, are same. Human needs are same. Things need to be spelled out. Every day cannot be a fire alarm. Every day cannot be contingency. Every day cannot be it's very urgent. Every time it loses its essence otherwise. But I keep telling my team, and I used to tell everyone, I tell today also people who are in the campus, in life there is nothing for free. You have to work hard. Only two things I expect from my team, I always expected. One is they should be happy and they should be motivated. Now what I used to do, first I used to ask them, what do you need? Tell me. The clerk would tell me, sir, I need a new table. Okay, given. So chair, given. Basic things, pen, paper, computer, TV, whatever you require, you take it. Now all I need is result. I'm not interested somebody is working 24 hours. You are productive, you are good, you deliver me in 3 hours, it's okay. But when it comes to organization, balance need to be, personal expectations can be different, depending on the nature, behavior of a person, But organization requirement are a must. No concession there. I'm absolutely firm when it comes to organization requirement. I tell them in advance, I used to stay with them, I used to lead them, guide them, take some share from them, And sometimes exception has to be made. कोई बात नहीं, time पे नहीं हुआ, as I said, you have to accept the mistakes also. But then one guy who is perpetual defaulter, not working, always coming with excuses, and I'll do away with that guy. I'm not ready to consult to a guy who is not performing job on time and the way it is required to be done. Where job has to be done, only done. Till the time somebody is complaining or giving excuses, will not be able to create anything in life. And someone who wants to create something will never complain, come what may. I know the difference. So I need a performer, not a guy who's a crybaby every time. That is not acceptable, non-negotiable at all. And somebody who is a performer, I'll accept 10 times also. Person to person basis.
Thank you so much, Colonel. I know a few of you have some more questions to ask, but I'm so sorry to cut you short.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One last thing, sir. My name is Colonel Rajiv, sir. I believe you were not there, but initially I said...
Introducing himself, or he wanted to say something to you.
Sir, please, sir, आप बैठिए, sir, please, आप बैठिए, sir.
Please.
Sir, नहीं, आप, sir, I will feel bad. Sir, आप बैठेंगे तो मुझे अच्छा लगेगा. Thank you, sir. Sir, I just wanted to tell you, sir, it has been an honor listening to you and learn a lot of things from you.
Thank you.
And when you were telling, sir, that people come crawling and today they walk, they dance, they sing, they climb on the tree. Next time, sir, whenever you speak, sir, you must tell them there are people using artificial lamp. One of my boys lost his leg in a minefield incident, sir. Came with me and at a height of thousands of feet out of the aircraft with 100 kgs weight of people do jumps also, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Colonel.
Just a minute. Colonel Sahab, just a minute. Our association with Army is immense. Would you believe that every year 7-8 camps are held in the border areas of Kashmir? Army takes care of all the things, logistics, and we send our team. The result is your Sadbhavana program. अरे बाबू साहब ये गलत बात हुई सर, सद्भावना program जो है, would you believe, generally the impression is that people in the valley, of course they are maybe not very pro-India, in the border areas also except for Rajouri or Punj, most of the people in the border areas are highly appreciative of Army. I personally went to Parkyan Gully, 9,500 feet. Stayed there for 3 days. Went to this Ganga, Venasab Nadi, नाम भूल गया अभी, नहीं border पे, बिल्कुल border पे, ना Kishan Ganga, वहाँ गया. I went to Ladakh. जनरल मेनन साहब थे, जनरल पांडे थे कश्मीर में, तो उनसे टाई अप हुआ हमारा. तो अब तक 60 कैंप हमने कर दिए साहब. और एक सेकंड जितने एक्स सोल्जर्स है, कम से कम 5-7 रिक्वेस्ट हर साल आती है, कितनी व्हील चेयर्स, इतना ये इतना वो सब जाता है उनको. आज तक किसी को मना नहीं किया. तो हमारा बहुत अच्छा है सब. और आर्मी का सबसे पहले आप तो जान देने को तैयार हो, you must be getting the first priority, no question about it.
Can I please invite our Vice Chairperson and Secretary onto the stage to felicitate the Colonel, please? I request everyone to please come back to their seats. We'll be beginning the next session in a minute. Good evening, everyone. Shri Sachin pilot session is going to commence now. I request everybody to please come back to their seats. We'll be having a coffee break once the session is over.
आज हम 2 किलोमीटर ज्यादा भागेंगे. कुछ करिए, नस नस मेरी खोले, हाय कुछ करिए. कुछ करिए, बस बस बड़ा बोले, अब कुछ करिए. ओ कोई तो चल सिद्ध फड़िए, बेतरिए या मरिए, हाय कोई तो चल सिद्ध फड़िए, तू बेतरिए या मरिए. शक दे इंडिया, शक दे इंडिया, शक दे इंडिया, शक दे इंडिया. लड़ती पतंगों में, भिड़ती उमंगों में, खेलों के मेलों में, पल खाती रेलों में, गन्नों के मीठे में, खद्दर में छींटे में, ढूंढो तो मिल जाओगे तपता वो ईंटों में। रंग है समाज निखरे और खुल के आज बिखरे, मन जाए ऐसी होली रग रग मचल के बोली। टस है ना मस है जी, जिद है तो जिद है जी, घिसना यूं ही पिसना यूं ही पिसना यूं ही बस करिए। कोई तो चल जिद फड़िए, तू बेतरिए या मरिए। हाँ कोई तो चल जिद फड़िए, तू बेतरिए या मरिए। चक दे हो चक दे इंडिया, चक दे हो चक दे इंडिया, चक दे हो चक दे इंडिया।
Request everyone to please take their seats and settle down.
हो चक दे इंडिया।
Please settle down. Our next session has created quite the buzz, as you could have seen. It's truly one of the most awaited highlights of our conference. To guide this session, we have with us a moderator whose clarity, depth, and ability to bring out the best in every discussion makes him the most perfect choice. He is none other than our chairperson, CA Vineet Maru. Can I request CA Maru to please come onto the stage? We now turn to a leader whose presence commands respect, whose clarity of thought inspires action, and whose commitment to public service has made a long-lasting impact across the nation. A leader known for bridging generations, a thinker who combines experience with youthful vision, a voice that resonates with integrity, purpose, and a progressive governance. I request the stage team to please play the AV for none other than our guest of honor, Shri Sachin Pilot.
Mr. Sachin Pilot is a prominent Indian politician known for his impactful leadership and reform-driven approach. At 26, he became India's youngest member of parliament after winning the 2004 election from Dausa, Rajasthan, and was re-elected in 2009 from Ajmer. As a union minister, he handled key portfolios including telecommunications, IT, and corporate affairs, where he played a pivotal role in passing the Landmark Companies Act 2013. This act introduced major reforms, including mandatory CSR, which now contributes nearly 250 billion rupees annually to social development. He also led initiatives to modernize the postal system and expand broadband access to 200,000 village headquarters. He served as president of the Rajasthan Congress 2014 to 2020 and later as deputy chief minister, overseeing public works, rural development, science and technology, and statistics. Currently, he is MLA from Tonk and serves as National General Secretary and CWC member of the Congress Party. A commissioned officer in the Territorial Army and a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader, he holds degrees from St. Stephen's College and the Wharton School.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute privilege to welcome the Honorable Member of the Legislative Assembly, Shri Sachin Pilot. I request our Vice Chairperson, CA Vinod Rathi, to please escort him onto the stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Marhaba. It's an absolute honor of us to welcome Mr. Sachin Pilot to ICAI 17th Annual Conference, Future Ready. Mr. Pilot, when we see you, we see a rare intersection of youth, experience, policy formulation, and policy implementation. In a word, an ideal politician. Welcome to Bahrain.
Thank you very much, indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Other one. You have to do it up. It's working. Yeah, it's working now. To our audience, are you future ready? Yes. Are you future ready? Yes. Is India future ready? Yes. And that's the topic of our today's discussion with Mr. Pilot. Is India future ready? Today, we hope to go beyond headlines and discuss on structural reform which we can see in India, which we see that how to improve India, and what is your viewpoint on those policies, particularly on India's growth model, policy challenges, demographic, and emerging opportunities. Thanks for joining us. Let me start with first question. India's economic growth is strong, but we still see challenges in states regarding GST compensations, other fiscal pressures, rising centralization. Particularly the major economic state, producer state and southern state, having these challenges regarding the allocation of expenditure and revenue to those states. What, as per you, is the best ideal center-state fiscal relationship?
Okay, first of all, Vineet, thank you very much for inviting me here, and thank you all for being here this afternoon. It's an absolute pleasure to be back here. I'm coming to Bahrain after about maybe 12-13 years, but congratulations to you for becoming a president at a very young age, and it's always encouraging to see young people take on leadership challenges. I might add that the theme for this conference could not be more apt, not just for all of you, but also for our own country in India and perhaps the world. Future ready, and the good thing is that it doesn't say future ready question mark, future ready full stop. It just says, are we all future ready? And the couple of questions you asked me, Vineet, were quite pointed in terms of what is the best relationship between center and state, and so on. Before I say a few things about that, I just want to add that all of us back in India, whether we are in government or in opposition, whether we are politicians or entrepreneurs or just working in any field in India, we all are very extremely proud of our community like yourselves who are living overseas and working really hard to make a name. I met the ambassador this morning, and you can see the difference in confidence that all of us have, because all of you are performing. All of you are contributing so meaningfully to this economy, and Indians across the globe and this part of the world are getting a lot of credit. And we back home take credit for you getting credit. But I think the fact that you work hard and you actually contribute to a large section of society in this country, it's a very positive indication. And I've seen this change in the last 20 years. The influence, the confidence, the contribution that all of you are making is absolutely noteworthy, and I want to commend all of you for doing that individually and as a community. Now, coming to what Vineet has a very technical written down question which I will answer as best as I can. Look, there is no perfect model, but I think increasingly we are seeing a lot of pull and pressure between state governments and the government of India. The people who elect both the governments are Indian citizens, Indian voters, and they deserve the best. So there has to be an institutionalized way of sharing revenues, of agreeing on certain things. As you all know, in our constitution, there are some state subjects and some central subjects, and quite a few are concurrent subjects. So it's very difficult to draw the line. I think the founders of our country understood the importance of having a federal structure. That's why there were mechanisms evolved how to devolve power, to share revenue. Policy making is not the domain of just one entity, one government, one state or one party. It actually involves all of our collective future is put at stake. So I think issues of GST, VAT, cess, excise, there's a formula for all of that. The question is the formula applicable evenly, or you see the other side and then decide whether the formula to be implemented 100% or 50%. There I think the discussion should be avoided, and any shade of political power that controls a certain state should be dealt with on equal terms. And that is the beauty of India in our country, that it doesn't matter who wins elections, who loses elections. Ultimately, people of India have to win. And we all have to work towards making all of us win. Fine, we have differences, we oppose each other, but in terms of devolution of power, of allocating budgets, of creating schemes and programs, we have to keep people first. And like I said earlier on, the key is not about what the formula is. The detail lies in execution of those formulas. And one small example I might give. Recently we've seen a lot of Government of India taxation move towards cess and not duty, because a lot of duty is shared between state and central governments. But a cess goes straight to the kitty of the Government of India. I'm just saying this out because you said what is the best formula. I said any formula that's acceptable to all parties is okay with us, but it should be implemented impartially, fairly, and on time. That's where the key is.
I think whoever given the formula to government of cess and duty would be a chartered accountant. That's right, the formula should have been evenly applied. There's another challenge. India is one of the youngest population, adds nearly 1 million people in workforce every month. What structural reform should we do to make this demographic dividend an actual, genuine employment dividend?
You know, I have been hearing about this population dividend for 20 years. And it is true. The entire world recognized how young the Indian median age is. The average Indian is much younger than most developed countries. But very quickly, this dividend might turn into a burden. And I say this with a lot of responsibility because the data suggests that our fertility rate is dropping quite quickly. Now, China is facing the same problem, but China has actually developed enough to sustain an aging population. Unfortunately, we in India have not done as much as we possibly could have, because an aging population has a much lesser workforce and more people to look after. So we are still a young country. I think for the next decade and a half, we will be ahead of the curve. But 20, 30 years later, we'll have someone like me, which you very charmingly call young. I will not be young. I'm not young anymore, but I think 20 years later, we'll all have to do a lot more to sustain the pensions, the healthcare, the burdens of looking after an aging population. So I think we are already a bit late, but we have to really use this 25 years that we've had, or have another decade and a half, to really take advantage of the demographic dividend. How to do that? How to make our young people more productive? And you know, creating employment is, to my mind, the single biggest challenge we as a nation face. There are so many people who are unemployed, and more distressingly, there are so many educated people who are unemployed. And worse, there are many young qualified people who are underemployed. You could have 2 or 3 degrees, but because of scarcity of jobs, you take whatever comes your way. And I think there is a huge problem that we have to tackle as a country, which is to make sure that we have our young people who are educated, quality education, quality jobs, so that become active members in producing something for the society. So your question was, how does one do that? It won't happen overnight, but I think the culture of making sure that people get employment. We are basically an agrarian society still. Despite all that we say, the bulk of our population somehow or the other is directly, indirectly working on the fields. And we've actually missed the boat of that industrial curve. You know, so from the farm field, you move to the shop floor, in industrial factories and large manufacturing. And then of course, services, you know, engineering, doctorate, accountancy, etc. But such a large country, we have to shift a bulk of the young population from the agrarian, rural, agricultural based economic activities into semi-urban areas, doing tertiary services, and making sure that our education is not giving degrees, it's making people employable. Unfortunately, a lot of our curriculum, a lot of our courses that we offer don't give enough skill sets for young people to get absorbed in the industry. We have to work backwards. There's a huge shortage in India for skilled labor, for plumbing, for example, for small technicians. Those jobs are missing. People still want to do BA, MA, BSc, get degrees, and people get degrees, but those degrees don't make them employable. There is a mismatch between the industry and in the human resource development ministries of state or center. Because unless the policy making changes to make sure that the education we impart, the curriculum, the syllabus, the courses, what we teach young people, they have to gain the knowledge to be able to get employment immediately after graduation. There's a link, so the industry has to play a big role about what it seeks and what it needs from young people. That I think is a missing part. And second basically is that you have to prioritize. Every nation has to make a priority. And I think there can be nothing more important for us as a nation, as a country, to make sure that we have, for the next 15, 20 years, enough ecosystems to create job. And job creation doesn't happen overnight. It takes confidence, it takes investment, it takes patience, it takes tedious amount of work in training young men and women to become employable. So that, I think, should be the first priority for all governments and all parties.
Any policies or any reform which you have seen in India which has actually resolved this issue? Any structural policy which has resolved this issue in small way, whatever possible?
Look, everyone tries, but I think people don't get points for trying. It's what the results matter. If you are able to effectively deliver on the ground, we'll say well done. If you have good intentions, I make a good speech here, I say all these good things, but when I get a chance and I'm not able to deliver, then we have to go back to the drawing board. I think we have a lot of potential. We have so many young, brilliant minds, but I don't think we've been able to give them the platforms to fully display their skill sets and get the kind of employment. And don't forget, not everybody can go straight from the farmland into the high-end sectors of service industry or become IT experts and so on. We have to go through the curve that we've invented. We've done a lot. I don't think India's where we are today is because of what we've achieved for the last 7 decades. India is a real global power now to reckon with. We are a 1.4 billion strong country, which is really growing at 6-7% a year. But I think to be able to punch above our weight, we have to target to grow 10% a year for next 20 years. And then we will have our own place where we'll be able to really do justice to the potential that we've had. There's no point in having a dividend if you don't encash it. So we have to encash the dividend at some point.
That's true. I think I will invite few questions from the audience also and then continue with my line of questioning. Any question from the audience? Can we have the mic? Can we get the mic to Mr. I think there's a mic over there, Ramesh ji. Yeah. Sushil ji.
You have been a dynamic.
Just a minute. When you start, I request everyone to say their name and then start with the question.
I am Sushil Jain from Bhilwara district, Rajasthan. We are settled in Bahrain in Gulf for last 42 years. We have seen your father, distinguished Mr. Rajesh Pilot, and you as a very distinguished, very knowledgeable leader. And my question to you is, after whatever happened in politics, an intelligent guy like you who is in politics, who is very much needed for India's development, how do you spend your time and what are the activities apart from looking after your area Tonk?
A lot of people ask me that question. In fact, one of my friends from school, उसने मुझसे पूछा एक दिन कि भाई असेंबली कितने दिन चलती है साल में, विधानसभा? ऐसे 1.5-2 महीना चलती है. अच्छा. So he says, तो what do you do on a regular, like you asked me, like what do you do on a regular day, right? And I thought about this. It's a very tough question to answer, Because honestly, there are no two days that I spend which I do the same thing. So I am the General Secretary of my party and I'm looking after the state of Chhattisgarh. That's my responsibility. I campaign for the party whenever there are elections. We Bihar mein the, I had gone there, we tried our best, wherever the place is. So on a normal day, I attend office in Delhi, in the ICC office. I stay in Jaipur as much as I can, half the time at least, to meet people, constituents, workers, colleagues. I travel for, speaking to young people. I liked talking to college and university students because I think that's a real place where you get the best ideas, the best criticism, and it gives you a reality check. Because हम सब इस गलत फहमी में रहते हैं कि हम we'll be young forever, and which is not true. Vineet, even you too will grow old one day. But when you go to college and you see young people, the ideas, the contestation, I like doing that. I like going and talking to as many young people as I can. Political work, a lot of travel. And India, there's never a dull moment. There's always some election, some by-election, some campaigning, some public agitation, and we've been in opposition for 11 years. So dharna, pradarshan, padyatra, gherav, lathi charge, jail jana, bhook hartal karna, all of that is a 24-hour job. And it's not that I get up on a Monday morning and saying, today I have to do dharna. No. Whenever I feel that there is a problem and there is a lack of hearing of the common person's problems, कहीं कोई दुखी हो रहा है, अन्याय हो रहा है, जाने अनजाने में sometimes. So it's my job as opposition to make sure that those voices heard. Because it can't be, I get up after 5 years and say, well, now time has come for election, so let me go and campaign and ask for votes. You have to be there with the people in their good times and bad times. मैं शादी बहुत जाता हूँ, लोग किसी का जन्मदिन है, घर प्रवेश है, I do all of that. But also, किसी को दिक्कत हो जाती है, परेशान हो जाती है, मौत मिन्नत होती है दुनिया का. And I think, अगर आप किसी की खुशी में ना भी जाओ 2 मिनट के लिए, कोई दुख किसी को हो, परेशानी किसी को हो, उस समय आपको जाके उसका हाथ बटाना चाहिए. That's something as a politician it's important. And also not because today it has changed. 25 years ago, there were no reels, there was no Instagram, there was no mobile phones, So today, a lot of people, including some of the politicians, get sucked in by that, ये viral हो गया, उसकी photo खींच गई, वो आ गया. That's part of the profession. Future ready. I mean, are you as a politician future ready? But I think that emotional connect you develop with the people that you work with. And if you work as a team, you have to take part. If I expect someone to come when I'm in trouble or I need support, it's unfair for me not to be there when that person needs me, right? So that takes a lot of time. Travel, yahan, wahan. But I think that bonding, that meeting, sharing, those moments, it takes a toll physically, no doubt about it, but I think it's very important. So I do that a lot during the week, and it just goes. I can't believe that I fought my first election 21 long years ago, right? And when I hear, good moderators and hosts like Vineet talk about young, I keep thinking, yaar, ye young bol raha hai, lekin kab tak bolega? Because I'm 48 today, and my older son has gone to college. And I remember when I was in college, anybody beyond 40, एक तो उसको uncle बोलने में जोर पड़ता था मेरे को, uncle बोलना पड़ेगा. Second, anybody about 40, when I was a college student, I thought ये बूढ़ों के बीच में कहाँ बैठेंगे, क्या बात करेंगे? It was so annoying, and I can see that now. So I think time is limited, time is finite, and Mr. Mehta is here. I think he's a very young 85-year-old, and that's how we all should be when we get to that age. But it happens very quickly. So you must make the most of it. And I know when you have the opportunity to do something nice and good and productive, don't think twice about it. वो करना ही चाहिए. कर्म और काम बिना पूछे करते रहो. Ultimately, you'll be a happier person when you get old. So I believe in doing as much as I can in whatever time I have to work, days, weeks, and months. And if you keep busy, if you're productive, if you're engaged, time goes very quickly. And the luckiest people in the world are who feel that time is going so quickly. कई ऐसे लोग होते हैं उनका टाइम निकलता ही नहीं है, वो एक कमरे से दूसरे कमरे जाएंगे, यहाँ से वहाँ जाएंगे, just keep loitering around. So as a politician, every day is different. I try and do as much as I can given the day. Like I've come here to speak with you and meet with you, all of you. So I try and do different things, but I'll end with just saying this much, that there is never a dull day in Indian politics. So it keeps you engaged all times. वेरी काइंड ऑफ यू, थैंक यू वेरी मच. लेकिन भविष्य में कब क्या होगा किसी को नहीं पता. We know today where we are and let's do the best we can today.
So there is a very big online campaign, Sachin Pilot Fan Club, which is like every time आपको CM बनाना है, आपको CM बनाना है, and I'm part of it. Any more questions?
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Kapil Batra. Taking lead from your answer about the shift required from the agriculture sector to semi-urban area, but I believe, isn't it better thought that you create educated agriculturists rather than forcing agriculturists to, or making conditions like that they are forced to come out from the agriculture and come to semi-urban area?
Bhattaji, I take your point, but it's a question of numbers. Look at the numbers we're talking. We're talking tens of millions of people. Now, the land holding per capita in India is not very large. So I think it's not possible for the number of people to work on farmlands to sustain themselves. They'll have to move out. जिसके पास 5 बीघा जमीन थी 50 साल पहले, उसके पोते हो गए अब 8. Now how do you make them technically good agriculturalists and make them work in the same 5 bighas? You have to diversify. I think we have to do many things. Like you said, educate the farmers, make them more productive, do more cooperative farming. And the good thing in India, as in many states, is that cooperative farming, land pooling, because you have to do at scale. Small land holdings will yield less per hectare. So we have to do all of those things. We have to do that, what you just said. We have to create, for example, I think India perhaps requires 100 new cities. We can't keep burdening the same metros and same tier 2 towns because it's not possible. It's unsustainable. So we have to invest in creating at least 100 new cities. We have to train our farmers to be more productive, to use modern technology. We have to give them access to market. We have to reform our agrarian sector. We have to make young farmers, children and grandchildren enough skill sets so they can move into other tertiary services. Because that's how the cycle works. And if we miss this 15-year period, next 15 years, it'll be too late. I don't want to sound despondent, but once the fertility rate is below replacement levels, which is 2.1, and we're already close to that, next 20 years, you'll see a decline in young population. The average age will rise next 20 years, and we don't have what most developed countries in Europe have, for example. They have a very strong social security, healthcare systems, pension systems, insurance systems. We don't have that. What we have is families, joint families. We look after each other, neighbors, Padosi, Rishdari. We have that as a very strong fabric of our society, but that will not sustain when you need medicine and money and intervention of medical services. इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि next 15-20 years we have to go full throttle, fire on all cylinders, make sure that the young people who are today young, in the next 20 years make enough wealth for the future generation. Otherwise it will become unsustainable. You're talking about 1/6 of humanity, for God's sake. इतनी बड़ी आबादी के लिए, it can't be that we only do one option. We have to do everything together simultaneously.
Yes, Sandeep ji. Name and then start.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
My name is Sandeep Mehta from my question is, what's your perception to coming out of being a leader or being a politician, and what's more important for you from your work?
It's a good question. Okay. Politician, you can opt to become. Successful or not, destiny and people decide. But a leader is something different. A leader is someone who can endear himself or herself to the masses of this country, who resonates in emotions and hearts and minds, and leaves an indelible impression in people's mind. That is a leader. And leader someone else was saying this a few weeks ago. आपको मैं नेता मानता हूं because I'm your supporter means nothing. It's the opposition has to accept you as a leader. That's when you're a true leader. So leader is not our choice. सबको leader बनना चाहते हैं. But leader बनने के लिए it's not just a post or position. You have to win hearts and minds. And the only way to win hearts and minds is through blood, sweat and sacrifice. Because if you don't do enough for others, they won't emote for you. And कम से कम इंडिया में तो मैंने देखा है, I don't know the rest of the world, इंडिया में leadership is a very emotional issue. it's जज्बाती मामला होता है. आपको नेता क्यों मानेगा कोई किसी के लिए? You don't give them money, you don't give them salary. You have to do things and with your actions and with your words and with time, you develop a certain role. I think you only command that respect because of love and affection, not fear and the position of protocol. That's not leadership. That's official position. wo jab tak hai tab tak salam kar rahe hain. Minute you get out of the chair, no one asks you. So that's very cyclical. But I think becoming leader is not easy, but you have to realize what are you leading for? And आप leader किस लिए बनना चाह रहे हैं? To effect a change, to improve society, to lead them to a better place, or just for the glory of getting the creature comforts that comes by becoming leader of high position. So that's more tougher, and I think anybody here would rather be a leader than a politician.
Thanks. Just a question.
Always, I think nation first. India is far bigger, far more important than any one party, any one leader, any one government. Because leaders, parties, governments will come and go. This nation has been there for 5,000 years. हमारा मुल्क 5,000 साल से है. कितने नेता, राजा, पार्टियां, सरकारें आई चुकी, and we too will go away with time. But what do we leave behind? We have to leave behind a happier, more prosperous, developing country. So the nation is above everything else. And make no mistake, loving your country should be the first thing you should be doing, whether you are a journalist or a chartered accountant or a politician or whatever it is. And that shows, the attachment and devotion to your country is something that you can't inject into somebody. It has to be there within. And when you do things for the country, you do it selflessly. Of course, we all have ambitions, we all have personal desires to get something in life and prove a point or to win an election or to form a government. It's part of the process. But why do you want to be in government? So I feel that if we are in government, I'll be able to better achieve the dreams that my country has. I can have better policies. I'm sure my opponents have equally good, but I think mine are better. So it should be a healthy competition about who can work harder, who can have better policies, who can deliver better. It should not be animosity and enmity. It should be healthy competition and let the people decide. People decide one way or the other, doesn't matter. Whether you're government or opposition, you work for the people. And that's how I think most and every politician should think and work. That's my opinion.
Hello. Vinit, one question from the last side.
I think, Sachinji, my name is Jatin Karya and I am from Gujarat, but I'm a senior partner with Grant Thornton Bahrain office. Your last conclusion, and that was my question. Why, though the politician has the same aspiration about the India, but the Indian diaspora were outside, they always feel that as a India, as a politician, if there is a true or if something good for the India, why there is not one voice, and if something bad against India, why there is no one voice from all the political party? So that's, I feel it's tainting India, and that's what I believe.
No, I don't agree with you, because it is a legitimate right, duty of every political party to air its views. If I disagree with something, it is my right and I must exercise my right to criticize when I think something is wrong. And that's not only in India. I don't want to talk about the US or the UK. Every democratic country has different voices. I think the difference of opinion, the constant oversight, the relentless critical analysis of performance, of wanting more transparency, of wanting more equity, that's the job of any opposition. I don't think you should look at it as opposing. If there's something happening in our country which I feel is lacking, could be done better, it is my duty, my job, and frankly speaking, my responsibility to point that out. So in a debate in Parliament, you have to discuss, we have to talk, we have to be open, and people have to be made accountable. If there is no responsibility, that's not the right way to run democracy. Even if I get elected, it doesn't mean that in my constituency, 100% votes I have gotten. No, people have voted against me also. And they have as much right on me as the one who voted for me. That sense of collectiveness, that sense of inclusion must be there on both sides. And I think one gets, like you were getting too sensitive about wo virodh kar raha hai, wo paksh mein le raha hai. Aisa nahi hai. We all love our country equally. But I may love it differently, and I may want to have something else added on to the policy making. And that's how we get the best alternatives, by talking about all options. It's wrong to say, I know most, I know better, and only I know. I think that's not the attitude to have in a democracy. And no politician, past or present, can ever claim to be the sole repository of all wisdom. हम लोग भी तो इन्हीं स्कूल कॉलेज से निकल के आए हैं. We are also human beings. We also learn. We also ask. We also make mistakes. And that's how one should be. I think working with humility, working with accepting different views is important for a democracy. It cannot be that I will always be right. And it cannot be that I'll never be wrong. And it shouldn't be that I'll never say sorry or apologize. That much courage and that much strength one must have to accept when someone makes a mistake. And those are defining qualities of a leader, whether it's this country or that country or anywhere else. Those I think are important. That's my personal view. And I think that's how we get healthier, stronger democratic values in our society.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hello,
sir.
sir.
I have one question from the end.
My name is Arun Balu.
He's still smiling. I think something touched a nerve.
Okay. My name?
You may not agree, sir, but that's, I just... That is not questionable. That's not for debate. I told you when I first started speaking, people can say whatever within and we do that. But when it comes to national interest, when it comes to India, there's no question. I mean, we have to be one and we are one. There is no two ways about it. And let nobody ever think that they can raise their eyes or point fingers or do something with our nation. Because like I said, country is far bigger and important than one country, one leader, one party, one government. We all as Indians have to have that feeling. There are certain emotions that we have. It's okay to allow to have emotions come out, but national interest must remain supreme, and it always has, it always will be. There's no two ways about it.
Thank you, sir. My name is Arun Balu. I'm a practicing chartered accountant. My question has no particular notion in it. My question is around the standards that politicians need to have, because you play a very important fiduciary role in governing the country. For example, we as chartered accountants go through rigorous education, code of ethics, and we are given the trust to sign audit reports and governance around it. But when it comes to politicians, there seems to be a lack of that. How do we as people trust that we vote for a politician and he tends to behave and act in a way which is required as minimum standards? Why I'm saying this is, for example, in Bangalore, recently we had a case where there are so many potholes. The IT capital of India still has potholes, still has traffic problems. And the way we see politicians react to it in media doesn't even meet certain minimum kind of standards that we expect of people that we have entrusted these values or this kind of trust on. So is there going to be any policy level change to kind of set minimum kind of standards that politicians need to have before they can even get on to this place of being
long story short, sir, he want to ask, is there a standard of...
मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ आपको कि इन्होंने इतने सरल तरीके से इतने प्यार से खिंचाई करी है इतने मीठे शब्दों में that I really it's commendable. You should be a diplomat, not a CA. But I think I've taken a point, and I must tell you, I must compliment you with such humility and with such noble words. You have said what needed to be said. But for one, I don't speak for all politicians, and I shouldn't. But as a practicing politician, I have few things to say. You're absolutely right that once you get the license to practice, you have the faith of the client and you have to sign and attest, and your word means a lot. But once you study really hard and clear your exams and you get the license and ICAI gives you a registration or whatever, then you are practicing. Then you never go back and give another bar exam. Right? But for everything you say about politicians, by the clock, every 5 years, we have to go back and seek a mandate. Right? And I believe that the collective wisdom of 1.5 million people in a parliamentary seat or 300,000 people in a assembly seat, if they elect a politician with their vote, of course you can say choice is limited, bad versus worse, we had to choose one. But I think there are many ways to make people accountable. I won't go into examples of what you said in Karnataka and Bangalore, but generally speaking, if the people are aware, if the voters are, and I face it in my own areas, if some things don't work, people of India, actual voters in rural India, don't really care much about protocol and who you are and who you're not. If something doesn't work, they want it done, they reach out and get it done. But your question is, how do you formally make them accountable? Well, there was once a talk of having parliamentarians being recalled after some time. Then that also fell through. But I think generally speaking, most politicians were serious politicians who want to get elected and re-elected. I'll give you a data point. So 2/3, 66% of members of parliament don't get re-elected. 2/3. But if you want to get re-elected, you have to then live up to the aspirations of the people who elect you. Of course, resources are limited. Not everything that everybody wants can be done. And because we are a hectic democratic country, everybody has different aspirations. I have limited resources. And I want to do as much as I can, but because it's not possible to be done, we have to prioritize. In that priority, if you're number 4 or 5, you'll remain anguished. So that much I understand. But on the other side, I think there's a way to tackle that. There is a way to be reasonable. There's a way that you have to be accessible. You have to be accepting that there's a problem, we'll fix it. It's also a question of attitude. If you think that by becoming elected, someone MP or MLA, you have the right to do what you want, behave how you want, that I think is something that's unacceptable. You have to be very tempered in your responses. If something can't be done, for example, there's a lot of potholes in the road. And there are many roads in India that have potholes, I accept that. But there are also many, many new highways and national highways, state highways that have come up. 30 years ago, those roads were nowhere to be seen. But now we've come a long way. Sure, there will be deficiencies, but how to deal with it is that you explain things, you try your best, and believe me, when you really work with earnestness and you really try genuinely, your efforts may fall short, but people see it. And I think those 1/3 that they get re-elected are the ones who are able to show that effort. So it has to come from within. And last point I'll make is that, you talked very nicely about you politicians and we people. So, that's not fair, because I never say you accountants and we people. No. You have also gone to the same schools, same colleges, you also have the same societies, same homes. तो हम लोग जो नेता बने हैं, जैसे भी हैं, हम लोग भी ना तो पाताल से हैं ना आसमान से हैं. We also have the same society and same thing. So we are also a reflection of what our country is, right? What we should do is actually encourage more people with more integrity and qualification and the exact qualities that you said in your comments. We should try and get that cohort of young people into public life, right? And when more educated people with principles, convictions, with some honesty come into public life, it will automatically change the system. I've seen in the last 20 years, the number of young people who have now taken interest, who fight elections at the corporation level, at the sarpanch level, at the mayor level, assemblies, far more. And young people taking on leadership roles is a very positive thing. I have all through my 2.5 decades of public life, always encouraged young people. At 26, I got the chance to become member of parliament. I'll never forget that, because when I was given a chance at such a young age, it's my duty, it's my responsibility to handhold many such young people who want to become politicians, if they're interested. And God has been kind to me. I've been able to assist, at least slightly, a whole bunch of people in Rajasthan to come up to that level, to become corporations, mayor, chairman, vice chairman, MLAs, even MPs. And that's how it should be, right? That's how cycle of life goes. But the qualities we want to see in politicians, it can't be that you can AI will data feed something and you just suddenly become. You have to get people to come into public life and elect those people, who believe in certain moralities, who believe in being answerable and being accountable, and things will change. Again, if the landscape has shifted, now people are more demanding, they're questioning a lot more. 40 years ago, MPs, MLAs, once elected, no one could really reach them or ask them. Now, it's become a lot more interpersonal. So I think things are changing for the positive. Younger people are taking more interest in public life, and young people do want to, take part in shaping this country, in being involved in policy making. And I feel so glad that unlike some parts of the world where politics is just something people don't talk about, whether it's Europe or whether it's America, it's just something that people are interested. India mein politics still is a passion. आप लोग कितना भी आप नेताओं को गाली दो, घर में बैठ के still think about, talk about politics. No, उसने ये किया, उसने वो किया. So the interest is there, and that interest can be made into a passion. And young people coming into public life is really a good thing for our country in the long run.
Hello, let me. We will come back to it. Mr. Pilot, when I was in college, I was studying, for the inter, I was studying Indian Companies Act 1956. And then for my final, I had to study Indian Companies Act 2013. So for me, it was a painful experience. I have to re-study. How was your experience? You were the Minister of Corporate Affairs for the Indian Companies Act 2013. What was your experience implementing it?
I passed that act 13 years ago. If you have problems with it, talk to the current government. The New Companies Act, it was actually, I'll give you a small anecdote about this act. So I was a minister for telecommunications and IT, and then late Dr. Manmohan Singh ji made me a minister for corporate affairs. Now, corporate affairs ministry is different from finance ministry, but there was a bill, the new companies bill it was called. It had been passed by the cabinet during Mr. Vajpayee's time. And there were 4 former ministers. I think it was Murli Devra ji, Arun Jaitley ji, Veerappa Moily, and then I became. So that bill was sitting in the cabinet, passed for 7 or 8 years. And it was after 100 years that India was going to change the entire structure of the corporate world in terms of from ROCs to registrations to MCA to everything was going to go complete overall, because India had changed, everything had changed. And we bought this bill and we ran a coalition government that time. There were 60 MPs of the CPM, the left parties, who were supporting us in the UPA 2 government. And so this act, when I was minister, the PM said we must pass this act in parliament. Very complicated. It was like 1,500 clauses, weighed about 8 kilos, that one document. It's a very comprehensive act. And the one part of it which became a bit tricky was the CSR part of it. Because for the first time, India was going to make corporate social responsibility as a statute in law. Up until now, it is voluntary, koi kare, mat kare, but we made it mandatory in 2012. And it got really a lot of pushback, because a lot of people weren't happy about it. They said, 2% ka tax laga rahe ho aap upar se, and so on and so forth. So I told the Prime Minister, I said, getting a lot of pushback for this 2% CSR, what do we do? He's not around anymore, but he said, no, Sachin, this is good for society, and if you are convinced, we must pass the bill as it is. So that is the first time. I think, if I recall correctly, Vineet, before India passed the CSR law, there were only 2 countries in the whole world which had a law for CSR. One was French Polynesia and one was Indonesia or something. No other country, including Europe or America, had a law for CSR being mandatory. We passed it, and that time, everybody said to me, you're an educated person, you have traveled the world, you know everything, why are you putting this 2% extra tax? Is socialism, is communism, this, that, the other, because nobody wanted to do it. But I think how it evolved is that we said 2% only for profit-making companies who have had 3 years of profits, whose turnover is more than 500 crores, and you spend the money that you believe is helping society. There was no mandatory requirement from government side. I said, you do what you want, whether it's environment, education, healthcare, sanitation, whatever it takes, but give back to society. And that 2% today is in billions of dollars, and it's helping a new industry come up, which is the CSR. So all that money is being plowed back into helping, deprived section of society for hundreds of things people are now doing. But that act to push through parliament was not easy, because there was a coalition government and there were lots of small, and we needed support of the Samajwadi Party, of the Bahujan Samaj Party, of the Communist Party. So that was a real exercise. I will not go into details of how that got done, but it got done at midnight in the parliament.
So it was trouble for both of us.
Sorry?
It was trouble for both of us. I think we have done the heavy lifting. I will have a rapid fire round.
Good evening, good evening. Sir, here. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
My question is, what is the future of Congress party?
I think we will have that question.
I'll quickly answer that question. You see, it's very easy to somehow think that one individual or one leader, we know what will happen to him or her or to the party. With all the humility at my command, let me just say the following. And even though I wasn't going to say this because he had said that we shouldn't talk too much politics, but it's important that you ask me the question. See, for 130 odd years, the Congress party has served this country. And we've had 3 losses in the Lok Sabha elections. But don't forget, we also had 2 consecutive wins in 2004 and 2009. So winning and losing is part of it. But today, I think the Congress party remains the only pan-India party that can give a formidable challenge to the ruling dispensation, right? And nothing remains the same forever. Times are changing and will change. I'd just like to say that the Congress party has certain core values. Some of it, not all of you may agree, some may agree, but as a person who's worked in the party for almost 2 decades, 2.5 decades, I believe that it represents something that is unique to India. It represents being inclusive, being collaborative, being liberal, being forward-looking, and, to present a alternative governance model. That's what the Congress party is doing and will do. Today we have a government that is elected by the people. There are many questions and answers that we can get into. I don't want to do it right now because I'm not in the country, but we can have a much more robust debate when you're back in Delhi or any part in India. But outside the country, I just suffice to say that the Congress party has been there in the past, it is there today, and it will very much be there in the future. That's all I will say.
Thank you. Now the floodgates of politics have opened. I have 4 fast questions.
You can ask rapid fire questions. I'll choose to answer or not.
Yeah, correct. Best thing you like about Congress?
Sorry?
Best thing about Congress?
I just said, I think it's open, it's liberal, it's secular, it's inclusive, it's pan-India, it's a great legacy, and I think what it stands for is what majority of India stands for too.
Best thing about BJP?
That it's a young party. It was, I think, 1984 it was formed, and it has not yet become a national party. It may be in government, but there are people in that party who sometimes say the right thing also.
Okay.
Don't ask for details. I won't share the details.
There are no follow-ups. A thing you don't like about Congress?
Say it again?
A thing you don't like about Congress?
I don't like about the Congress. Then, look, it's not about not liking. Even in my own party or my own government, sometimes we have difference of opinion. You can't say not liking. So I may differ with you, Vineet, but doesn't mean I don't like you. I do like you. It's not that. But it's just that sometimes...
Just an improvement, like a kind of thing which you want to change or something.
No, I think it's about... See, every party we have internal discussions, and we are a very open party and we discuss everything. So, of course, Congress party is made of individuals, right? बहुत सारे लोग हैं, and everybody has been part of the Congress party at some point or the other, if you go back in history. So, I think it's not about not liking, it's about whenever we feel we could have done better, we sit down, we examine, and then we work on it.
Okay, last question from my side. In some political circle, it is said that you are the right person in wrong party. What do you have to say about it?
I think you're moving in the wrong circles. I think you're moving in the wrong circles. And somebody else... Look, I'll tell you what it is. Vineet. 2 things I'll say. Because I know your question is finished. No more questions now.
No more question, yeah.
But I'll just say 2 things. When you choose to be a politician, for example, my father passed away in a road accident in 2000. Right? So, I was still studying at that point. I was in the US doing my master's program. So I finished that program, I came back, and I did other things. I worked in many companies, I did some other work. But after that, I chose to run for elections in 2004, 4 years after he had passed away. And while he was alive, I can share with you, he and I never talked about my joining politics or becoming nothing, zero. I was a young man, happy to do my studies, I was working. But after that, I decided on my own that I had got 3 degrees, I'd worked in the corporate sector, I'd made enough PowerPoint presentations, I had done, everything. But I felt that whatever I have seen in those young 23, 24 years, I would be able to better use it on a platform that is that's bigger canvas, and that I think I'll be able to do a lot more. So I chose to be a certain politician of the fact that I believed in the ideology, and if you don't feel comfortable in your skin, and if you don't like what you do, you'll never succeed in it. Right? If you get up in the morning and you think, yes, today I have to do this, it's only then you become good at it. I know enough people who are in the wrong jobs, whether it's clerical job or doctors or physicians, they get up, they do their job, they earn their money, but they're not happy. So idea is you have to be happy in your own skin about your choices that you make. And I'm doing this because I like it. I think I have something to contribute. And I think the affection and love I get from people is my biggest prize. It's the biggest payback I can ever get. And God has been extremely kind. I have gotten so much so early in life that I'm always thankful. But being a politician is a personal choice. It's not an easy decision to make. But once you do it, one should not do it half-heartedly. और आधे मन से आप कुछ भी करोगे ना, आप कभी कामयाब नहीं होगे. So you have to fully dedicate yourself, believe in it, and like I said, very lucky people early on in their life, you got a calling, and this is my calling, right? And I was lucky that at very young age, I knew that this is what I want to do, and I have my good days and bad days, I have to say, and I'm also admitting that not everything that has gone on has been ideal, but that's life. It's peaks and valleys, it's highs and lows. But over the last 25 years, 20 years, I have got so much that I'm always grateful for, and I never forget to thank God for what I've gotten and for the people, for the blessings that I get. That's, I think, the biggest, reward one can seek being a politician. Baki to ye pad, post, position, this is all cyclical, what goes up must come down. And no matter how high one might think he or she is, they have to come down. And, God is kind. I have some time to go. So we'll see what happens in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Pilot.
Thank you. Thank you. डाउन करा रहे हैं उनको आप लोग रोको सब रुक जाएंगे कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं but no again I don't want to go on about this. We've had a time up now, but I agree with you that in public life what we speak is heard by many people, right? And if you have nothing nice to say, it's best to keep quiet. If you have to criticize, use words that are dignified, that have and I say this every time everywhere I go, जो मुझे मेरे बारे में सुनने को मुझे पसंद नहीं है, those words I should use for somebody else, right? And words are something once you use them, you can regret, you can apologize, they won't come back. And especially for politicians, I think every word that we say must be considered and thought through because it has a meaning. We have to improve the level of discourse. I think people around the world watch what we as politicians say and do. We have to be more mindful, and nowadays everything is live, recorded, or it's available on social media. So every word is important, and as leaders in public life, that's the least I think we should be doing, is speaking and interacting with dignity and responsibility.
Thank you. Mr. Pilot, we have so many right thing, and so many qualities of yours are very, very lovely, which we really appreciate. We can say a lot of good thing about you, but one thing will sum it up. With leaders like you, this room feel India is future ready. Thanks a lot for your service to our great nation and people. Thank you.
So like you said, politics may be something that some people might hate, some people might love, but it's certainly not something that you can avoid. It's often a topic at most of our houses. But today, thanks to you, we had the rare opportunity to discuss it openly and meaningfully. So thank you for coming and joining us for our 17th annual conference. I now request our Vice Chairperson, as well as Chairperson and the rest of the Executive Committee to please join us on stage and felicitate Shri Sachin Pilot. Can we also have Padma Bhushan B.R. Mehta and Colonel on stage, please? I request all our past chairperson to join us on stage as well. All past chairpersons and our volunteers, please come on stage. I request CA Kaushalendra to please come and take over the stage to announce the raffle winners.
देगा कौन? I'll call. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. So, for all those who have stayed with us till now, can we have one round of raffles, please? For the first round of raffles, we have something creative. It is, you have to fly in the air. So it's a indoor skydiving passes for 2 minutes. And the package also includes Joe and juice, one free juice and 30% off on sandwiches. Can we have the winner, please? Yes, please. And the first winner to get future ready and fly in the air is Suresh Kumar Surana. Okay, can we have the next one, please? And Mr. Jonathan. Jonathan is gone. Okay, next one, please. Nobody wants to fly in the air with gravity. Okay. And we have CA Gulshan. IAG. Can we have the next winner, please? So, I have 2 more passes. Okay. Sushil ji. So, Sushil ji 1, 2, next one. And we have with us the next one ready to fly, Mr. Budeb Samantha. Is she not there? And the last, Bharat Venkat, CA Bharat, Toastmaster Bharat. Just one more. CA Jagannatha. He's here. Is he here? Yes. Okay. Can I have Uday sir and Kapil sir? Sharmila ji, can you also come? To felicitate them. Okay, we'll call you definitely, sir. The next segment is close to our hearts. I would like CA Vivek Trivedi, Head of Membership, to join me on the stage, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next segment is Members Excellence Award, a celebration of dedication, service and excellence.
Let's cheer for the stars of our chapter. It's about celebrating our very own high performers who have been working tirelessly even before the theme of the year was decided, future ready.
Before we reveal the interim winners, let's start with why. Why this entire initiative even exists in the first place.
Our chapter has grown, succeeded, and stayed vibrant over the years because members are the backbone of our chapters.
It is you, your participation, your learning point, your learning spirit, your volunteering, your referrals, your ideas, your constant support that keep this chapter thriving and alive.
Every event that we run, every speaker that we bring, and every initiative that we launch, and every award that we win, it all comes with your dedication, energy, and goodwill.
This award is not created just to give medals or trophies. It's our way of saying,
we see you, we appreciate you, and your contribution matters.
Once we decided to recognize members formally, we asked ourselves few questions. How do we measure your contribution in a balanced and transparent manner? We came up with few KPIs. With KPIs, the process became objective, balanced, and merit-driven. Every KPI has a purpose. These KPIs are not just numbers. They are the behavior shapers, cultivating
continuous learning,
effective communication,
leadership and initiative,
community support,
collaboration,
digital influence,
and all-over personal development.
These are the major qualities needed in a fast-changing AI-powered future world. So these Members Excellence Award is not just an award. It's a roadmap for developing future-ready chartered accountants.
So Vivek, in the Tools of the Future event, you just facilitated 3 kinds of winners. But the award side on the pages says 5. What are the other 2 awards?
Yes, Kaushal. There are 2 categories of awards which are designed specifically for senior and experienced chartered accountants. We are going to open the nomination for these 2 awards soon. These are the members who work quietly behind the scenes, but the impact they create speaks louder. These awards are CA Value Creator Award for the members who are doing exceptionally in Bahrain's business ecosystem. Second award is CA Corporate Leadership Award for members creating impact in the service industry. Now I request our chairperson and vice chairperson to join us on the stage to reveal the winners, interim winners I would say.
So the first award category we have with us is...
Hi all, I want you to settle down. Sushil ji, Ratan ji, please can you settle down or? Can we close the gate? This initiative, Membership Excellence, we brought it this year because this committee cannot operate if we don't receive the support of you members. Because of you members, we try to get sponsors, speakers, and most important that the participation. And we felt this year is the right time that we should award you for the excellence you have shown. I will also like to thank my committee Kaushal and Vivek who has put amazing energy to collate this data and put this amazing initiative in front of you. Can we have a round of applause for Kaushal and Vivek? Yes, Kaushal, go ahead with the awards.
Let's go with the...
Let's have the first category of winners. The top 3 winners. These are the people who have helped us bring sponsorships, have volunteered for the chapter, and have worked tirelessly to support us. Can we have Mr. Sushil Kumar, Mr. CA Arvind Sharma, and CA Sumit for the felicitation, please?
Second.
For the next category of awards, can we have the screen please? This dashboard is available on the ICAI Bahrain website. So whenever you feel like you want to check the leaderboard, you can just log into the website and check. And the next category is CA Women Awards. Can we have CA Kartika, CA Nisha and CA Rubina for the awards please? All of them have volunteered in several events. They have contributed articles and they have been working tirelessly for the chapter. So we want to thank them by the awards. For the next segment, we have the young people, people who are CA members below age 35 and who has helped the chapter. Can we have the winners, please? Chintan Seth, CA Vamsi and CA Ankita. CA Ankita had to leave. Can I ask CA Ankit on her behalf to take the medal, please? The raffle box is waiting.
Vote of thanks.
Thank you, Vivek, for the beautiful arrangements and the ceremony. I hope for all these 2 days you have become future ready. And I would like to call our Vice Chairperson, CA Vinod Rathi, to give 2 words for the vote of thanks, please. The raffles will be announced After this, there is an iPad, Apple Watch, and everything is waiting for you.
I want everyone here to just 1 second and look around this room. What you see here is not just a hall. It is gathering of brilliance. 250 plus minds who shape industries, guide businesses, and influence the future. If anyone ever asks what future ready looks like, it looks exactly like this room today. Marhaba, namaste, and very warm good evening to everyone. I feel immense pride standing before you as we conclude this remarkable two-day journey of ICAI Bahrain Flagship 17th Annual Conference, Future Ready. What we witnessed over the past 2 days is the culmination of weeks and months of efforts, coordination, commitment, and untiring efforts by many individuals and institutions who came together with a single purpose to make us future ready. These 2 days were not just about learning, they were about evolving, not just about discussion, about the direction, not just about the future, but about preparing for it today. There is Hindi couplet that reflects this spirit beautifully. जरूरत पड़ेगी तो सीख लूंगा, जरूरत पड़ेगी तो सीख लूंगा, ये दौर अब रहा नहीं, जो सीखता रहे हर पल भविष्य से वो डरता नहीं, जो सीखता रहे हर पल भविष्य से वो डरता नहीं. फ्यूचर रेडी वही है, फ्यूचर रेडी वही है जो कल नहीं आज बदलता है. गिरता जरूर है बार बार, गिरता जरूर है बार बार, पर हर बार संभल कर आगे बढ़ता है, पर हर बार संभल कर आगे बढ़ता है. This is who we are, resilient, adaptive, and always rising stronger. We extend our sincere gratitude to the leadership of the Kingdom of Bahrain and the government of Bahrain for their unwavering support. The dynamic ecosystem of Bahrain empowers us to thrive, innovate, and excel, contributing meaningfully to the nation's vision of becoming future ready. We humbly pray to the Divine to continue showering His grace upon the beautiful kingdom and its people, guiding them with peace, harmony, and prosperity. I want to extend our deep gratitude to the leadership of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda, President ICAI, CA Prasanna Kumar D, Vice President ICAI, all the Central Council member, and the entire ICAI leadership team in India. Your vision, guidance, and relentless commitment inspire the global CA fraternity. Your support to the international chapters, including Bahrain chapter, empowers us to create platform that elevate, strive to serve our member with purpose and passion. We also extend our sincere appreciation to all our mentors, past chairpersons, and senior leaders of ICAI Bahrain chapter. Your encouragement, wisdom, and legacy continue to guide us as we strive to serve our member with purpose and passion. Our heartfelt thanks to all our chief guests, guests of honor, invited dignitaries, keynote speakers, and all the panelists. Your insight on finance, governance, leadership, technology, sustainability, entrepreneurship, and ethics have enriched every one of us. Your presence has elevated this conference to a higher level. A very special appreciation goes to our sponsors and partners. Your unwavering support year after year empowers ICAI Bahrain to deliver events of scale, quality, and global impact. Thank you for believing our vision. To our media partner, okay, let's have our sponsor board first, and then we move forward. Thanks to all these sponsors who have supported us through this journey. Thank you. Our special thanks goes to the media partner, DT, GDN, Salam Bahrain, and other media houses. Thank you for amplifying our message and extending the reach of this conference beyond this hall. We truly appreciate your presence. Thank you to Convex Media for this excellent stage, AV and technical support as always. A heartfelt appreciation to the Gulf Hotel Bahrain, Mr. Rami and team, for your wonderful arrangement and hospitality. Thank you to our beloved Mastan Bhai for capturing wonderful memories for this conference, moments that already creating waves across our social media pages. To our overseas chapters, guests who have traveled from GCC, India and UK, your presence adds warmth, strength and global depth to this conference. We are honored and grateful to have you with us. Now for our members and delegates, thank you for your curiosity, energy and enthusiastic participation. You gave life to every session, making this conference vibrant, meaningful and truly engaging. And now, the big thanks to the committee members, subcommittees and volunteers. You are the heartbeat of this conference, and there is another Hindi couplet that fits you perfectly. जो दिल से काम करते हैं, जो दिल से काम करते हैं, उनकी थकान भी लोगों के चेहरे पर मुस्कान बनकर चमकती है, उनकी थकान भी लोगों के चेहरे पर मुस्कान बनकर चमकती है. And today, that feeling is alive in this room. As I look around and see many happy and satisfied faces, it is clear that your hard work has truly paid off. Your dedication, teamwork and passion made every detail seamless from planning to execution. Thank you for creating this unforgettable experience. This is our entire team of volunteers. Can we have a big round of applause? Thank you. Before we close, I want to offer a heartfelt personal expression of gratitude to the family members of all committee members, volunteers and the participants. Your patience, encouragement and wholehearted support make it possible for us to serve this community with commitment and passion. As we wrap up Future Ready, let us remember the responsibility to shape tomorrow begins today. The future belongs to those who prepare today. Let us stay curious, stay agile and stay courageous. Let us not wait for the future. Let us lead it. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Shukran. I wish you all a wonderful evening and a safe journey ahead. Before that, I would like to call all the committee members on the stage for a group photograph. All the committee members, volunteers, subcommittee members, come on the stage for a group photo. Okay.
Sir, we have a subcommittee also who have put a lot of energy. I'm inviting them also. Appreciate if you can do it for. Can we have the subcommittee members? Subcommittee members also please on the stage, please. Subcommittee volunteers, please come on the stage. I request a round of applause for my executive committee and subcommittees volunteers who have put a great amount of effort to make this possible. Mahesh ji, हमारे coach sir, Mahesh ji please. No, Mahesh ji, we cannot. We want you here. Mahesh जी आप MS धोनी नहीं हो, आप विराट कोहली, आप बीच में हो. Please. Thank you all. कोई ना जाए, रेफल हो रहे हैं. GTR की 20th एनिवर्सरी है, iPad देंगे ये लोग.
सब आ गया, इधर आ गया सारा राइफल्स. एवरीबडी.
मैं बोला तुम लोग भूल गए, अपने बच्चे के लिए लेके जाता हूँ.
Okay, so can we have the first sponsor from Solidarity? Can we have the raffles, please? The raffles include 5 50 BD vouchers and there is an Apple Watch as well. So they'll do the raffles with the fish bowl. Can I have CA Vineet and CA Vinod also for the raffles, please? Come, you will join the stage, please. So we have the first voucher, 50 BD voucher from Solidarity. All closed. The first winner is
Ramesh Dadij.
Can we have the second winner? Can we have the second? Yes. Can we have the second winner also, please?
Ravikant Singh from SR.
Ravikant ji, are you here? Okay. Can we have the next winner, please?
Mr. Samsudeen TK.
Can we have the next one?
Mr. P.S. Pratap.
Next one, please.
Mr. Chintan Seth.
And the last 50 BD voucher goes to
APM Terminal, Mr. Bharat Mehta.
And for the grand prize, Apple Watch, people, all those who have been waiting and the time is up. You can see the time more clearly now. And the winner is?
The winner is from KPMG. Mr. Arvind Sharma.
Can we have the next set of raffles from Zoho? I will invite Mr. Guru to join me on the stage, please. The raffle includes 50 BD worth goodies from Zoho. Please withdraw. Next one. It's done. Okay.
Mr. Jacob Matthew from Sadhguru.
Mr. Jacob, 1, 2, 3. Next one. CA Vivek has.
Society Bahrain member.
He has also left.
CA Vivek Gupta.
He left for the day. You take it. Maybe your hand is left.
Naidu, Mr. Naidu from SVC Auditing and Tax.
Here. The next segment, can I have the Mr. Chirag and Mr. Sanath from Simplify? They will amplify your volume by giving the raffles. They are giving away portable speakers. So Simplify will amplify your sounds today. CA Vineet Maru, can you also join us for the stage, please? The first winner for the soundtrack is, and
Gulf One Capital, Mr. Pankaj Jain. He is actually escorting Sri Sachin Pilot to the room. So we should give or not? Raise your hand. Oh, आ गया. He is.
He's flying today. Oh, pilot ji.
Next.
One more winner, please. Sanat bhai. Oh. You simplify click card. Okay. Done. Two.
Done.
Come for the photo. Two
done.
Come for the photo.
दोनों कमेटी के निकल के वाह.
So the committee has worked hard and their sounds will be heard. Come. For the next segment, who likes gold and silver? Raise your hands. So we have 3 10-gram silver coins from SSR. Can I invite Mr. Sanjeev on the stage, please? Can we play some music? That is grand prizes. More cards are pouring in. Everybody wants a chance for silver. Okay, no issues. We'll promote in harmony. Okay, can we have the first draw, please? Person who has a silver lining, the winner is
Hardik Gaur. Hardik is there.
Can we have the next winner, please?
Akhila Madhuri.
See Akhila. And can we have one more?
Vistab Supariwala.
Congratulations to all the silver awardees. The next one is a grand prize. The prize that you all have been waiting for. With SSR, invest and silver. Enjoy. The next prize, which will make you sleep and relax. They have been our partners. Can I call Mr. Sandeep, Territory Head, and Mr. Ranjan and the Landmark team to distribute the recliners, the 3 recliners, and fitness first passes as well. So relax and be fit at the same time. They already have the data cards. All of them who have registered on their stall will be eligible. Come. And the first recliner goes to Rohana. She's here. And the next winner for 4-month fitness pass is Ravi Verma. So you have to be fit for 4 months with Fitness First. And can we have the next recliner from the attendee list, please? All of you who are present and have been future ready with us, be ready to relax and enjoy with Homebox. And it's Ramesh Dadich again. The lucky charm is on him. He'll be insured and he will have a relaxing day. Come. Yes, please. Come. And the last recliner goes to and it's Jagdish. So everybody is invited to movie at Jagdish's house. So movie and recliners is the perfect combination. And the 1 month fitness pass is there. So can we have the next 2 winners, please? 2 more winners who will stay fit with Fitness First. And the person who's ready to go to gym from tonight is CA Sanjeev from the same table, the lucky table. Can we have the next winner, please? And the second person to be fit is Satish. Satish ji, you're here. Okay. Thank you. Yes. All right. Be fit, Satish ji, we are waiting. All good, all good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. For their 20-year celebration with GT, we have the remaining vouchers and the iPad waiting. Can I call Mr. Shashank and Mr. Shekhar on the stage, please? So the GT is distributing through their bowls and they have elevated the surprises with the good theme walls. So let's celebrate the 20 years with GT, please. Can we have the first winner, please? Come, it's all right. Come, sir. The first winner is
Greater things to be achieved. BVS Pratap, SSPL.
The stars are shining. The next winner is
Great talent. Satish Kumar.
next one. You can have the message.
वो कार्ड किधर डाला? The consenting for centuries, trust. Yeah, this is how they describe Grant Thornton. So thank you for this. And Khushbu.
She left for the day.
And the way somebody described Grant Thornton, approachable, from solidarity, Zainab Abdullah Al-Surur. Good. So I'm getting opportunity to say some good words about Grant Thornton. Yeah, somebody said, describe Grant Thornton in one word, professionalism. From KFH, Ravi Mehra.
Ravi Mehra 1, Ravi Mehra 2. Are you approachable, Ravi Mehra? No. Next one, please.
From video, I have a card, but they have not mentioned anything about Grant Thornton, so I just need to disqualify it. Yes, and I have from AMEC, somebody said Grant Thornton, his leaders, Arun Kotwani. Yay. Thank you, Arun.
How many? 7. So, the next one.
Yeah, somebody said Grant Thornton, great talent. Okay, it's done, right? And this gone? So I have somebody from describe the Grant Thornton accounting at its best from Pi. Bayan. Who is Bayan from Pi? So
Bayan Chok 1. Okay, she's here. Next one.
Thanks. Describe the Grant Thornton Agile from Pinnacle, Richasa.
Richasha, she's also here.
Okay. Outstanding service from Sumit Dadda.
How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more.
You have 2 more, right?
7, no?
Yeah. Fabulous growth by SSPL, Kapil Batra. Thank you.
And one more lucky winner is 7, no? One more message for GT. iPad.
They have not said anything about Grant Thornton. Yeah. Grant Thornton, great brand. Akila.
Akila Madhuri.
ASMA Capital. Thank you.
7.
And the last project.
Later. Congratulations to all the winners for celebrating 20 years with GT. Come for the photo. Everybody, show your stars and your message.
And I'll request Dima, our marketing executive, for all her initiative to come and pick up the last grand prize. Dima, please, if you can do honor. I'll hold hand.
I'll mix it.
Yeah,
come.
Good support. And then the winner is Jose Malacara? Jose Malacara?
From Gulf Hotel?
From Gulf Hotel?
Joe sir, Gulf Hotel.
Yes.
Yes. Invoice में adjust कर लेंगे
Okay. Thank you. These are go for the full.
Sir, how are you? Good? Please, come.
Thank you, Team GT, for the lovely raffle draws and celebrating your 20 years with us. And for the grand prize, who all wants to go to Oman? Nobody? I can't see any hands. There. So can we have the Europcar team, Miss Saira, for the grand prize? Can we have the backdrop, please? So, no, all yours. No. And the winner for all inclusive trip is
Harshita Ahuja from Geo Partners.
not here.
आगे. Yeah, she's there. Congratulations.
So your Oman trip which was due is here. Yes.
Let everybody know. Yeah, we can keep this. This is what you need to. Just a quick mention. So, our winner today wins 2 economy flight tickets, Bahrain to Muscat return, an SUV for the weekend, and a Friday buffet lunch at Mumtaz Mahal Hotel for 2. Okay?
Thank you.
Closing words.
So thank you again, everyone. I wish you all a wonderful evening and safe journey ahead. The future is here and together we are ready. Thank you so much.